Welcome to the Audio Renaissance presentation of Robert Ludlum's The Cassandra Compact. Written by Robert Ludlum and Philip Shelby. Adapted for audio and produced by Tony Hudds. And read by Frank Muller.
Ivy Hill Cemetery, Alexandria, Virginia. A man stands alone on a cold, wet April afternoon. Dark-haired, tall, very fit, he is dressed for the bitter day in a waterproof jacket, dark pants, and workman's boots. The lashing rain drums on his umbrella, seeming to fall in slow motion. He is not sure how long he has been standing there, like an abandoned, forgotten statue. His high-planed face and startling navy blue eyes are somber as he reads the inscription on the granite headstone before him. Sophia Russell, now in the shelter of the Lord. Dr. Jon Smith is grateful for the rain. It is like a shroud strung across memories that still have the power to cut and burn, memories that force him to relive that terrible moment over and over again. He sees the cold, white room in the U.S. Amrid Hospital in Frederick, Maryland. Sophia, his love, his wife-to-be, is writhing under the oxygen tent, gasping for breath. He and the medical staff stand by, powerless to help her. She cries out, a sound Smith still hears in his nightmares. Her spine, bent like a bow, arches to an impossible angle. For an instant she is frozen like that. Then she collapses. Blood pours out of her nose and throat. From deep within comes the death rattle, followed by a gentle sigh, as her soul escapes its tortured confines. 1 year ago. 1 year ago today. I should have come more often, Sophia. But I thought that if I came here, I would have to admit that I've lost you forever. I couldn't do that, until now. The Hades Project. That's what they called it. The terror that took you away from me. I want you to know that the men who were involved paid for their crimes. I had my taste of revenge, my darling, and I believed that it would bring me peace. But it did not. For months I have been asking myself how I might earn that serenity. In the end, the answer was always the same. From his jacket pocket, Smith took out a small jeweler's box. Inside was a 6-carat diamond in a platinum setting from Van Cleef & Arpels in London. It was to have been Sophia's wedding ring. Smith crouched and pushed the ring into the soft earth at the base of the headstone. I will always love you, Sophia. But it is time for me to move on. I don't know where I'll go or how I'll get there, but I must go. Smith brought his fingertips to his lips, then touched the cold stone. May God bless you and look after you always. He stood, staring at the headstone, as though imprinting its image in his mind for all time. Then he spun at the sound of a soft footfall behind him. The woman holding the black umbrella was in her mid-30s, tall, with green eyes and brilliant red hair pulled back in a ponytail. A spray of freckles dotted her nose and high cheekbones. John? Megan? My God, John, it's been a long time, Megan. She looked past him at Sophia's grave. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. It's all right. I guess we're both here for the same reason, she said. Megan saw the lines and creases on his face were deeper than she remembered, and there was a host of new ones. I'm sorry for your loss, John. I wish I'd been here when you needed someone. I tried calling, but you were away. Megan nodded ruefully. Sophia Russell and Megan Olson had both grown up in Santa Barbara and gone on to UCLA. Sophia had joined USAMRID, the United States Army Medical Research Institute for Infectious Diseases. Megan had worked at the National Institutes of Health for 3 years, then joined the Medical Research Division of the World Health Organization. Sophia had received postcards from all over the world, pasting them in a scrapbook as a way to keep track of her globe-trotting friend. Now Megan was back. "NASA," she said, answering Smith's unspoken question. "I applied to the Space Shuttle Candidate School and was accepted. I'm first alternate on the next space mission." "Sophia always said she never knew what to expect from you. Congratulations." "Thanks. Are you still with the Army at USAMRID?" "I'm at loose ends," Smith replied. It wasn't the whole truth, but close enough. "Are you going to be in Washington for a while?" Megan shook her head. "I have to go back to Houston tonight. But I don't want to lose touch with you. Are you still living out in Thurmont?" "No. I sold the place. Too many memories." On the back of a card, he jotted down his address in Bethesda, Maryland, along with a phone number. Handing her the card, he said, "Don't be a stranger." "I won't." "Look after yourself, John." "You too. It was good to see you, Megan. Good luck on the mission." He touched her arm and turned away, and Megan stood and watched as Jon Smith disappeared into the rain. The Pentagon, with over 23,000 military and civilian workers and almost 4 million square feet of office space, is a perfect venue for anyone looking for security, anonymity, and access to the world's most sophisticated communications, plus the power centers of Washington. The Pentagon's E Block holds the Leased Facilities Division, which oversees the procurement, management, and security of buildings and land for the military. The men and women in this unglamorous division arrive at 9 in the morning, put in a dutiful day's work, and leave at 5. Most of them like it that way. Nathaniel Frederick Klein liked it too, but for altogether different reasons. Klein's office was at the end of a hall, tucked between doors that were marked electrical room and maintenance. Except there were no such service rooms behind those doors, and their locks could not be opened with even the most sophisticated keycard. The few workers who'd actually seen Klein saw a man in his early 60s, medium height, wearing wire-framed glasses and conservative suits. An unprepossessing man except for his rather long nose. He was ostensibly vested with the responsibility of checking Pentagon properties throughout the world. That would account for the fact that one seldom saw him at all. Few people knew that Nathaniel Klein really served as the eyes and ears of the president. From his nondescript office, Klein ran a loosely knit organization known as Covert-One. After the nightmare of the Hades Project, President Samuel Adams Castilla had sworn that the United States would never again be caught off guard. While he respected the work of the traditional agencies, he saw a dire need for a new group, small, elite, run by a single individual, reporting only to the chief executive. Covert-One was an early warning system and secret response option. Using funds carefully siphoned off from various government departments, employing only the most talented and trustworthy men and women, Covert-One had grown into a presidential iron fist. Working outside the military intelligence bureaucracy, away from the scrutiny of Congress, it had no formal organization or headquarters. Klein recruited men and women whom he called mobile ciphers, individuals who were experts in their fields, yet who found themselves outside the mainstream. Most had military backgrounds and held numerous citations and awards. Others were civilians, former state and federal investigators, linguists, doctors. The very best, like Colonel Jon Smith, bridged the two worlds. One factor was common to all. Their lives were strictly their own. They had little or no family, few encumbrances, and a professional reputation that would stand up to the closest scrutiny. These were invaluable assets for an individual sent in harm's way thousands of miles from home. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Klein was still behind his desk. He closed the report he'd been reading and rubbed his weary eyes. He was looking forward to going home when the connecting door to the adjacent office opened. "Nathaniel?" The speaker was a trim, neatly dressed woman in her late 50s. "I thought you'd gone home, Maggie." Maggie Templeton was Klein's skilled and trusted right hand. She'd been his assistant for the 10 years he'd worked at the National Security Agency. Besides the president, she was the only person familiar with the entire workings of Covert-One. But most important to Klein, she was family. Maggie's sister, Judith, had been Klein's wife, taken by cancer years ago. Maggie's husband, a CIA covert operative, had never returned from a mission abroad. As fate would have it, Maggie and Klein were the only family each other had. She arched her sculptured brows. "When was the last time I left before you did? I have something you'd better look at." Klein followed Maggie into the next room, which was really one large computer station. 3 monitors were lined up side by side, along with a host of the highest-tech servers and storage units. 2 words were pulsing in the center of one of the screens. Vector 6. Klein felt the hairs on his forearms push against his shirt sleeves. His contact's code name, if it ever appeared, was to be construed as a panic signal. "Shall I pull up the message, sir?" "Please." Maggie sat at a keyboard and touched a complex series of letters and numbers, and in seconds the decrypted message appeared. Dîner, prix fixe, €8. Spécialité, fruits de mer. Spécialité du bar, Bellini. Fermé entrée 14 à 16 heures. This menu of a nameless French restaurant was both innocuous and misleading. Klein had set up the simple code the last time he'd met Vector 6 face-to-face. It was the call of last resort, a plea for immediate extraction. Klein didn't hesitate. "Please reply as follows. Réservation pour deux." Maggie's fingers flew over the keys. The encrypted single sentence bounced off 2 military satellites before being sent back to Earth. Wherever Vector 6 was at that moment, as long as he had access to the laptop Klein had given him, he could download and decrypt the reply. "Come on, talk to me." A reply flashed across the screen. Réservation confirmée. Contact had been established, an itinerary proposed, accepted, and verified. Klein wondered what extraordinary circumstances had prompted Vector 6 to contact him. Unlike the CIA, Covert-One did not run a string of foreign agents. Nonetheless, Klein had contacts abroad. They were a diverse group: doctors, bankers, military officers, entrepreneurs. None of these people knew each other. They had nothing in common beyond their friendship with Klein and the laptop computer he had given each of them. They served as Klein's eyes and ears, out of friendship and belief in what he represented, and because they trusted him to help them if for any reason their respective homelands suddenly became a dangerous place for them. "Nate? Who gets the call?" "Smith. Get him on the line, please, Maggie." A former combat internist and battlefield surgeon, Jon Smith had developed the gift of waking up fully alert. That ability had served him well at US AMRID, where sleep was often snatched between long, grueling hours of work. It served him well now, as the beep of his secure telephone intruded on his nap. Only one man could call him on that particular line. He checked his watch. Almost 9 o'clock. "Good evening, Mr. Klein." "Good evening, John. Tell me, how soon can you get out to Andrews Air Force Base?" Smith took a deep breath. Klein usually had a calm, businesslike demeanor. He was seldom curt or abrupt. "Which means there's trouble," he thought, "and it's closing fast." "About 45 minutes, sir." "Good. And John, pack for a few days." Smith's drill was ingrained. 5 minutes for a shower and shave, 2 minutes to dress, 2 more to add a few things to the ready bag in the closet. On the way out, set the security system for the house. At Andrews, Smith drove to the hangar housing the fleet of executive Gulfstream jets that most times ferried around the brass. He parked, grabbed his ready bag from the trunk, and splashed his way into the immense hangar where Klein was waiting. "Good evening, John. I'm sorry to have dragged you out on a crappy night like this. Something's come up. Walk with me." Smith followed Klein to the coffee station. "They're fueling a bird with long-range tanks. Should be ready in 10 minutes. He handed Smith a styrofoam cup of coffee and poured himself one. "John, this is an extraction. That's the reason for the rush." An extraction meant getting someone or something out of a place or a situation as quickly and quietly as possible, usually under duress and on a tight schedule. "I called you because I know this individual, and so do you. The man you're going to bring out is Yuri Danko." In his mind's eye, Smith saw a bear-like man a few years older than he, with a gentle moon face. Yuri Danko, the son of a Dobnets coal miner, had gone on to become a full colonel in the Russian Army's Medical Intelligence Division. Smith was surprised. Is Danko part of Covert-One? No. And you are not to mention the fact that you are. As far as Danko is concerned, I'm sending a friendly face to bring him out. That's all. The last time Yuri and I met, we established a simple emergency code, a menu. The price, €8, indicates the date, April 8th, 2 days from now. The specialty is seafood, which stands for the way Danko will be coming, by sea. The Bellini is a cocktail that was first made in Harry's Bar in Venice. The hours that the restaurant is closed, between 2 and 4 in the afternoon, is the time the contact is supposed to be at the rendezvous point. "Sir, if Danko isn't due in for another 24 hours at least, why hit the panic button?" "Because Danko hit it first. He might get to Venice ahead of schedule, he might run late. If it's the former, I don't want him twisting in the wind." Now the $64,000 question. What made Danko jackrabbit? Only he'll be able to tell us. Danko is in a unique position. He would never have compromised it unless he was on the verge of being compromised. "John, I think Danko may be carrying information that he believes I need to have." An air police sergeant entered the hangar and announced, "The aircraft's ready for takeoff, sir." Klein and Smith walked to the doors. "Go to Venice. Pick up Danko and find out what he has." At precisely 1:45 in the afternoon, just as he'd done the past 2 days, Smith sat at a table in front of the Florian Cafe on the Piazza San Marco. He always chose the same table, close to a small raised platform upon which stood a grand piano. Smith ordered a sandwich and a cafe latte and flipped open the day's edition of the International Herald Tribune. As he scanned the newspaper, he also scanned the piazza. Yuri Danko was a day late. Smith wondered if he'd even made it out of Russia at all. Smith had been with U.S. AMRID when he'd first met Danko, his counterpart in the Russian Army's Medical Intelligence Division. That was in Bern, where American and Russian representatives met to brief one another on the gradual shutdown of their respective bioweapons programs. Danko was a patriot. However, as he told Smith, he did not want his children to live with the possibility of some madman unleashing a bioweapon for terror or revenge. Such a scenario was not only possible, but a grave likelihood. Russia was in the throes of change, crisis, and uncertainty, and it still had an enormous stockpile of bioweapons. These were under the half-hearted supervision of scientists and military personnel who more often than not weren't paid enough to feed their families. The temptation to sell a little something on the side could be overwhelming. The two men forged a friendship based on mutual respect and trust. At 4 conferences over the next 2 years, they met again. On each occasion, Smith noticed that Danko was more and more troubled. Russia, he hinted, was violating its agreements. While it was making a good show of reducing its bioweapons programs, advanced research had actually accelerated. Worst of all, Russian scientists and technicians were disappearing, only to surface in China, India, and Iraq, where there was high demand and unlimited funds for their skills. At the last conference, Smith had finally said, "I will work with you on this, Yuri, if that's what you want." Danko agreed to provide Smith with the information he thought the United States should have. There were only two caveats. First, he would deal only with Smith. Second, he wanted Smith's word that he'd look after his family in the event that anything happened to him. At the time, Smith had said, "Nothing's going to happen to you, Yuri. You'll die in your own bed surrounded by your grandchildren." Smith reflected on these words. At the time, he had meant them sincerely. But now, with Danko 24 hours late, they tasted like ashes in his mouth. The Gulfstream was on standby at Venice's Marco Polo Airport. A fast launch was moored at a nearby dock. Smith could have Danko on the boat within 3 minutes of spotting him. They would be airborne an hour later. "Just get here, Yuri, and you'll be safe." He continued holding his newspaper at eye level, but his gaze roamed ceaselessly above the masthead. And then something drifted across his peripheral vision. A heavy-set man skirting the edge of a tour group. Maybe a part of it, maybe not. He wore a nylon jacket and a golfer's cap. A thick beard and large wraparound sunglasses concealed his face. But there was something about him. Then he saw it. Yuri Danko had been born with a left leg 1 inch shorter than his right. Even a custom-made platform shoe could not fully disguise the limp. The Russian was using the tour group very effectively, drifting alongside, close enough to be mistaken for belonging, not so close as to get the leader's attention. Slowly the group moved toward Smith and was soon abreast of the tables and chairs of the Florian Café. Only when Danko was passing by did Smith look up. "No one's using this chair." Danko turned, recognizing his voice. "John?" The Russian slipped into the chair. "Mr. Klein sent you?" "Yes, I came to bring you over." Danko tapped out a cigarette. His fingers trembled as he worked to light it. "I can't believe it." "Were you followed?" "No, it's all right, I'm clean." Smith leaned forward. "Are you all right?" "I am now. Getting here wasn't easy." "Is there anything you want to tell me or give me right now?" Danko appeared not to have heard him. His attention was momentarily distracted by a pair of carabinieri, Italian militiamen who were walking slowly among the tourists, their submachine guns slung across their chests. "I have something to tell Mr. Klein, John. What they're going to do. I never would have believed it. It's insanity." "What are they going to do? Who's they?" Danko looked around nervously. "Have you made the arrangements? Can you get me away from here?" "We can leave right now." As Smith reached for his billfold, he noticed the two carabinieri moving between the cafe tables. One laughed as though the other had made a joke, then motioned in the direction of the sandwich bar. Smith placed some lira under his plate and was about to push back his chair when the universe exploded. "John!" Danko's scream was cut short by the brutal sound of automatic weapons fired at point-blank range. After passing the table, the two carabinieri had whirled around, guns blazing. Death spat from the two barrels, riddling Danko's body, the force of the bullets slamming him to the ground. Smith threw himself in the direction of the small platform. Bullets stitched the stone and wood around him. Seconds seemed to move as though trapped in honey. The grand piano, its glossy black frame and white keys horribly splintered, was saving Smith's life, absorbing burst after burst of bullets. The killers were professionals. They knew when they had run out of time. Dropping their weapons, they crouched behind an overturned table and ripped off their military jackets. Underneath they wore gray windbreakers. From the pockets they pulled out fishermen's caps. Using the bystanders' panic as cover, they raced toward the Florian Café. As they burst through the front doors, one of them yelled, "Assassini! They're killing everyone! For the love of God, call the polizia!" Smith raised his head in time to see the killers plunge into the screaming crowd of café patrons. He looked back at Danko lying on his back, his chest shredded. A low animal growl rose in Smith's throat as he leaped off the platform and ran after the two men. In the alley behind the café, he caught a glimpse of gray jackets disappearing around a corner to his left. The killers cut down two twisting alleyways to a narrow canal where a gondola was tied to a pier post. One jumped in and grabbed the oar, the other slipped the rope. In seconds, they were moving down the canal. The killer who was oaring paused to light a cigarette. A simple enough day's work. For 20,000 American dollars, it was almost too simple, the second replied. But we should have killed the other one, too. The Swiss gnome was very specific. The target and any contact with him. Basta! We fulfilled the contract, and if... The devil's own! Look! The oarsman twisted around in the direction his friend was pointing. His mouth fell open at the sight of the victim's partner pounding after them down the walkway alongside the canal, no more than 100 feet away, closing fast. He brought out a large-caliber handgun, pointed it at the pursuing figure, but never lived to pull the trigger. A split second after he took aim, he and his friend were vaporized by an enormous explosion and fireball that consumed the gondola, heaving it 30 feet into the air. For a moment there was nothing but black, acrid smoke. Slammed against a brick wall, Smith saw nothing after the flash, but he smelled the burning wood and blackened flesh as they began to rain down from the sky. Amid the terror that gripped the square, across the piazza from the café, hidden behind a pillar, one man remained calm. He wore a sport coat in window-pane check with a yellow rosette in the lapel. He appeared to be in his early 50s, perhaps a genteel retiree. Except that he moved very quickly. Even as the echoes of gunfire caromed around the piazza, he was already moving toward the assassination scene. "Dottore, let me pass, I'm a doctor." In seconds, he was kneeling by Yuri Danko's bullet-ridden body. One glance told him that Danko was beyond anyone's help, except perhaps God's. Still, he pressed 2 fingers to the man's throat, as though feeling for a pulse. At the same time, his other hand was busy inside Danko's jacket. People were beginning to stand up, look around, look at him. He got up and turned to the gathering crowd. "I must get help. Stay with him." The doctor pushed his way out as he heard the first hee-haw of police klaxons. Within minutes, the square would be overrun by carabinieri and cordoned off. Potential witnesses would be rounded up. The doctor could ill afford to be caught in the dragnet. He moved swiftly to the Bridge of Sighs, crossed it, and moments later slipped into the lobby of the Danieli Hotel. "Good afternoon, Dr. Humboldt," the concierge said. "A good day to you," replied the man, who was neither a doctor nor Humboldt. In fact, his name was Peter Howell. He was in Venice at the express request of Jon Smith to provide cover for him, if necessary, while he extracted Danko. He headed for the lobby's small bar and ordered a brandy. He closed his eyes for an instant. Howell had seen his share of dead men, had initiated and been on the receiving end of extreme violence. But the cold, stark killing in St. Mark's sickened him. He drank half the brandy in a single swallow and reached into his coat pocket. Decades had passed since Howell had been taught the pickpocket skill. Feeling the small piece of notepaper between his fingers, he was glad to see that he hadn't lost his touch. He read the handwritten sentences once, then a second time. None of the words made sense, except one. Bioweapon. Howell refolded the page and tucked it away. When Smith opened his eyes, he found himself slumped in the recess of a doorway, Slowly he staggered to his feet. Nothing was broken, but his face stung. He passed a hand across his cheek, and his fingers came away bloody. "At least I'm alive," he thought. He looked around, saw no one. Then he heard the telltale sound of a police launch klaxon growing louder. That got him moving. The authorities would connect the massacre at St. Mark's with the explosion. Witnesses would tell them that the assassins had run in that direction. "Where they'll find me," he thought. "The same witnesses will connect me to Danko." The police would want to know about Smith's relationship to the dead man, why they had met and what they had talked about. He couldn't have that happen. Smith wiped his face and brushed off his suit. He took a few tentative steps, then walked as quickly as he could across a bridge and away. Several minutes later, he was on the promenade next to the Grand Canal, lost in the crowd. He crossed the Bridge of Sighs, entered the Danieli Hotel, and made straight for the men's washroom. He splashed cold water on his face, then little by little slowed his breathing. He looked in the mirror above the sinks, but saw only Danko's body jerking as the bullets struck it. He heard the screams of passers-by, the shouts of the killers as they spotted him. Then the terrible explosion. What in God's name had Danko brought with him that would merit his destruction? The hotel lounge was empty except for Peter Howell, tucked away at a table behind a tall marble pillar. Without a word, Smith sat, picked up the brandy Peter had ordered for him, and drained it. Howell understood. "I was beginning to wonder what happened to you." The killers had a gondola waiting. Their plan was to fade into the landscape. Nobody looks twice at a gondola. Except whoever hired them to kill Danko didn't trust them to keep their mouths shut. The gondola was rigged with explosives attached to a timer. Made for quite the bang. I could hear it all the way back in the square. "Danko?" Howell shook his head. "I'm sorry, John." He was edgy, Peter, but not because he thought he was being followed. It was something else. "Did you find anything?" Howell handed over the single piece of paper. "I didn't mean to peek, and my Russian is a bit rusty. All the same, one word leaped out at me." Smith picked out that one word as quickly as Peter Howell had. Bioweapon. Russia's Center for Bioweapons Research, Design, and Manufacture. Had Danko discovered something so terrible there that the only way to get it out was to carry it out himself? Howell was studying Smith's reaction. "Scares the bloody hell out of me, too. Anything you'd care to share with me, John?" Peter Howell had spent a lifetime of service in the British military and intelligence, first with the Special Air Service, then with MI6. He had retired from his profession, but never left it altogether. The need for men with Howell's expertise was always there, and those who required it, governments or individuals, knew how to find him. He'd been instrumental in helping Smith run down the instigators of the Hades Project. And he hadn't hesitated to leave his retreat in the high Sierras in California when Smith had asked him to cover his back in Venice. Sometimes Smith bridled under the constraints Klein had put on him. For example, he couldn't tell Howell anything about Covert-One. He had no doubt that Peter had his suspicions, but he kept them to himself. "Peter, I have to get back to the States. But I also need to know about those two killers, who they were, and, as important, who they were working for." Howell regarded Smith thoughtfully. "I have a few friends in Venice. Let me see what I can find out. Your friend Danko, did he have family?" Smith recalled the photo of a pretty, dark-haired woman and a child that Danko had once shown him. "Yes, he did." "Then go do what you must. I know how to get hold of you if need be. And just in case, here's the address outside of Washington I use occasionally. I never know when you might need the privacy." In the new NASA training facility on the outskirts of Houston, Building G3 holds a full mock-up of the space shuttle. It is a flight simulator that provides the shuttle crew with the hands-on experience they carry with them into space. Megan Olson was in the long tunnel that led from the shuttle's middeck to the back of the payload bay. Dressed in baggy blue pants and a loose cotton shirt, she floated gently in the partial gravity environment. A voice crackled in her headset. "You look like you're having way too much fun in there." Megan laughed. "This is my favorite part of the whole experience. It's like scuba diving without the fish." On a monitor, she saw the face of Dr. Dylan Reed, head of NASA's Biomedical Research Program. "The lab doors will open in 10 seconds, Megan." "On my way." She worked her way down to the circular hatch door. Just as she touched the handle, she heard the hiss of compressed air releasing the cylinder bolts. She pushed on the door and it swung away smoothly. "I'm in." She felt the soles of her booties grip the Velcro-type material on the floor. She was stable. She closed the door, then punched in a code on the keypad. The door bolt shot home. The Space Lab's work area was divided into a dozen modules, each the size of a broom closet. Each was designed for a different function or experiment. Carefully, Megan walked down the narrow center aisle to her station, the biorack. Like the other stations, the biorack was encased in titanium housing that resembled a large air conditioning duct, 4 feet wide, 7 feet high, with the top 2 feet tilted toward the user at a 30-degree angle. This was necessary since the entire lab was encased in a large cylinder. "Today we have a Chinese menu," Reed said. "Choose one from column A, one from column B." Megan flipped the biorack power switch. The uppermost module, the freezer, hummed to life. Then the cooler, incubator A, the glove box, and incubator B came on. Megan checked the LCD readouts of the experiments to be performed. "I think I'll go with the flu, then add a little spice. Legionnaire's disease." Reed chuckled. "I'll start the clock as soon as you're in the glove box." The glove box was a shoebox-size unit that protruded 10 inches from the biorack. Modeled on the much larger containment units found in most labs, it was totally secure. But unlike its earthbound cousins, this box had been designed to be operated in microgravity. This allowed Megan and her fellow scientists to study organisms in a way not possible in any other setting. She fitted her hands into thick rubber gloves that extended into the box. The seals between the gloves and the box were 2 inches of solid rubber, metal, and thick, virtually unbreakable glass. Even if a spill occurred, it would be contained within the box. Good thing, too, she thought, given that she was handling Legionnaire's disease. Although the gloves appeared thick and ungainly, they were quite sensitive. Megan touched the control screen located inside the box and pressed a 3-digit combination. One of the 50 panels, no bigger than compartments for compact discs, slid forward. But instead of a CD nestled in the recess, there was a circular glass tray 3 inches in diameter, a 1/4 inch deep, containing a greenish-gray liquid. Legionnaire's disease. Carefully, she set down the glass tray on the pad. Then she removed the cover, exposing the bacteria. Reed's voice drifted through her headset. "The clock's running. You have 30 minutes. Megan brought forward the microscope fixed to the top of the glove box and took a deep breath. She had worked with Legionnaire's disease before. It was like looking at an old friend. "Okay, fella. Let's see if you can get it up when you don't weigh so much." She touched the button that activated the video recorder and went to work. 2 hours later, Megan floated from the space lab back to the middeck, which housed the sleep stations, food lockers, washrooms, and storage lockers. From there, she climbed the ladder to the flight deck. "Okay, guys, let me out." She steadied herself as the air pressure inside the mock-up was equalized. After half a day of partial weightlessness, her body felt extremely heavy. When the pressure stabilized, the cockpit hatch swung open. The air-conditioned breeze that hit her as she stepped out made her clothes stick to her skin. Her first thought after a training session was always the same. "Thank God I can have a real shower." On board the mock-up, she had practiced taking towel baths. Dylan Reed, a tall, distinguished-looking man in his late 40s, greeted her as she came out. "You did very well in there. Do we have a printout of the results?" "Soon." "This is the third test we've run with Legionnaires. I'll bet these results will be the same as the other two. Legionnaires multiplies ferociously, even in the small adjustment to gravity we've been able to make here. Imagine when we can run the experiments in microgravity conditions." They took the elevator to ground level. When she got out, she looked back at the mock-up, majestic under the blaze of 1,000 lights. "I'll bet that's the way she looks in space." "One day you'll see for yourself," Reed assured her. "Yeah, one day." As an alternate crew member, Megan's chance of going on the next mission, scheduled to leave in 7 days, was slim to none. One of Reed's group of scientists would literally have to break a leg in order for her to fly. "By the way," Reed said, "there's someone here whom I think you know. Jon Smith. He arrived a little while ago." Soon after the Gulfstream had left Venice's Marco Polo Airport, the pilot came into the cabin with a message for Smith. "Our routing change from Andrews to Houston will give us another 2 hours of flight time, sir. You can get some sleep if you want." Smith thanked the pilot, then ate some cold cuts and fruit from the galley. The succinct message was from Klein. He wanted a face-to-face briefing. He also wanted to be close to the president, who was visiting NASA, in case Smith's information had to be brought to the chief executive's attention immediately. After his snack, Smith prepared his briefing for Klein. He also mapped out what he thought had to be done next. Then he slept. Before he knew it, the jet was on final approach to the NASA airfield. As Smith descended from the jet, he was met by an air police sergeant who drove him to the visitor center. In the distance, Smith saw the grandstands packed with NASA employees listening to the president's address. The sergeant showed him into a small office, barren except for a desk and several chairs. Klein closed the laptop he'd been working on and came to Smith. "Thank God you're alive, John. Believe me, sir, I share your sentiment. The president will be leaving in less than an hour. Tell me what happened so I can determine whether or not to brief him." Smith detailed what had transpired from the moment he'd spotted Danko at St. Mark's Square. Then he handed Klein the page with Danko's handwriting. It read, "Bioweapon cannot go from Stage 1 to Stage 2. It is not a matter of money but of inadequate facilities. Still, rumors persist that Stage 2 will be completed, though not here. A courier is to leave Bioweapon no later than April 9th with the cargo." "Who's the courier, John? Who does he or she work for? And what are Stages 1 and 2? "They generally refer to viruses, sir. I'd also like to know what the courier is bringing out and where he's headed." Klein shook his head. "It doesn't make any sense. Why would Danko run if this was all he had?" "Sir, consider this possibility. Danko comes across information about the courier while he's rotating through Bioweapon. He starts investigating and ends up digging deeper than he should have. He makes someone suspicious, and he has to make a run for it. But he doesn't have a chance, or doesn't dare, to put down anything else he might have learned. If Danko discovered the courier's identity, payload, or destination, that information died with him. I think he was anxious to get to us because whatever's headed out of Russia is coming our way." "Are you saying that someone is bringing a Russian bioweapon into this country?" "I'd say it's a strong possibility. What else could have frightened Danko so badly?" "If that's the case, or even the suspicion, I have to alert the president. The problem is, how do we protect ourselves when we don't know what to look for? Danko didn't leave us any clues." "That might not be true, sir. May I?" He gestured at Klein's laptop sitting on the desk. Smith logged on to USAMRID and accessed the library, the world's biggest, most comprehensive compendium on biowarfare. He entered Stage 1 and Stage 2, and asked the computer to bring up the names of all the viruses that had 2 distinct development levels. The machine offered him 13 choices. Smith then instructed the computer to check those 13 against viruses that BioOperat was known to have developed, manufactured, and stockpiled. "Could be Marburg or Ebola," Klein said, looking over his shoulder. "I don't think so. Marburg, Ebola, and others can't be developed per se. With them, it's more a case of designing effective battlefield delivery systems. But this can be tampered with. We know that the Russians were playing with it for years, trying to alter it to produce a more virulent strain." On the screen, black letters blinked like death's heads against a white background. Smallpox. Virus is derived from the Latin word for poison. The smallpox virus's earliest recorded history dates back to China in 1122 BC. Since then, it has decimated the populations of 18th century Europe and the native peoples of the Americas. After an incubation period of 5 to 10 days, the disease brings on high fever, vomiting, headaches, and joint stiffness. A rash appears, localized at first, then spreads throughout the body, causing blisters. Scabs appear, fall away, and leave scars that serve as incubation beds for a fresh assault. Death can come within 2 to 3 weeks, or in the case of the red or the black pox, in a matter of days. The last known case of smallpox was reported in Somalia in 1977. By May 1980, the World Health Organization declared the disease vanquished. By the end of the 1980s, only 2 stockpiles of variola major remained on Earth, one at the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta, the other at BioOperat near the town of Vladimir, 350 kilometers southeast of Moscow. Under an international treaty signed by the United States and Russia, the samples were to be preserved in highly secure laboratories subject to international inspection. None of the samples could be used for any kind of experiment without World Health Organization monitors being present. That, at least, was the theory. But through defectors and on-site sources, the United States had managed to piece together a composite of what was really taking place at the BioOperat complex. The international inspectors had seen only the tip of the iceberg, the variola storage facilities which were subsequently approved. But there were other buildings disguised as seed and fertilizer laboratories that remained hidden from the world, where other experiments were performed. I have no choice, John. I must tell the President. Which could make it a government-to-government situation, Smith pointed out. Then the question becomes, do we trust the Russians enough to go after the leak and the courier? Sir, we don't know whom we're dealing with at BioOperat. It's possible that this isn't some rogue scientist or researcher looking to make a quick buck. This could travel all the way up to the Kremlin. So you're saying that if the President were to speak to the Russian Prime Minister, we might be tipping our hand to the wrong people? I agree. But give me an alternative. Smith quickly laid out the plan he'd come up with during the flight. When he was done, Klein nodded. It's the only course of action we can take immediately that has a chance of success. But the President won't give us much time. Give me 2 days. I'll check in every 12 hours. If I miss a signal by more than 60 minutes, assume that I won't be calling in at all. And there's something else. We stopped manufacturing smallpox vaccine years ago. Right now, all we have are 100,000 inoculations at U.S. AMRID, strictly for military use. Beyond that, if someone is stealing smallpox because they can't do Stage 2 development in Russia, they're bringing it here because they can. Something's already waiting for the courier on this end. If the object is to create a mutant strain and disperse it in this country, we're defenseless. We could manufacture all the vaccine in the world, but none of it would be effective against a new strain of variola. Klein's eyes locked on Smith. Go and find out what kind of hell the Russians are letting loose. Find out fast. Leaving Building G3 after her training exercise, Megan was wondering how she could find Jon, or if he was even still on the base, when she saw him in the distance across the tarmac. "Jon!" He turned at her call, smiled, and walked quickly toward her. "Megan, how wonderful to see you again." "You look like a man on a mission, all so serious. What are you doing down here? Did you come in with the president's party?" "No, I had a meeting that just finished, something that came up at the last minute." "Uh-huh. And now you're galloping off. Do you at least have time for a drink?" "I'd love one." Megan led them toward the elevators. "A friend of yours told me you were on site, and I was hoping I'd run into you. Dylan Reed. Where do you know him from?" "We worked together when NASA and US AMRID were retooling the biochem program for the shuttle. But that was a while back. Which, he thought, begs the question. How the hell would Reed or anyone else know that I was here?" Since the airspace around NASA was restricted, the Gulfstream pilot would have filed a crew passenger manifest with the NASA controllers, who would have passed it on to security. But that information should have remained confidential, unless someone was monitoring flight arrivals. Upstairs, Megan and Smith took a table by a window in the private dining room, and Megan ordered a beer. Smith, about to get back in the air, chose orange juice. When their drinks arrived, he raised his glass. "May you reach the stars." Smith and Megan glanced up to find Dr. Dylan Reed standing by their table. "Hello, Jon. It's good to see you again. I was waiting for someone on another flight when I saw your name on the arrivals roster." Smith returned Reed's strong handshake and invited him to pull up a chair. "Are you still with US AMRID?" Reed asked. "Still attached. And you've been here for 3 years?" "4. Are you on board the next mission?" Reed grinned. "Yep." Smith raised his glass again. "To a safe, successful flight." After the toast, Reed turned to Megan. "How did you two meet?" Megan's smile faded. "Sophia Russell was a childhood friend of mine." "I heard about Sophia's death, Jon. I'm very sorry." Smith listened as Reed and Megan discussed the morning's exercise and the mock-up. But as he listened, he sensed heat at the back of his neck. Casually, he shifted so that he could see the room in the reflection of the windows. Standing by the hostess's station was a slightly overweight man of medium height, in his early 40s. His head was completely shaved. He was staring directly at Smith, his mouth open slightly. "I don't know you," Smith wondered. "So why are you so interested in me?" "Dylan?" Smith gestured in the direction of the hostess's station. His motion made the watcher duck unsuccessfully. "Are you expecting someone?" Reed glanced up. "That's Adam Treloar, the mission's chief medical officer." He waved. "Adam?" Smith watched as Treloar approached reluctantly. "Adam, meet Dr. Jon Smith with US AMRID," Reed said. "My pleasure," Smith replied. "Yes, nice to meet you," Treloar mumbled. "Have we met before?" Smith inquired pleasantly. He wondered why the polite question would make Treloar's egg-shaped eyes bulge. "Oh, I don't think so, Dr. Smith. I would have remembered." Hastily, Treloar turned to Reed. "We have to go over the crew's last physical, and I must make that meeting with Stone." Reed shook his head. "Jon, things get a little hectic as we approach launch date. I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me. But it was great to see you. Let's not leave it so long, okay?" "Definitely." "Megan, I'll see you at 3 o'clock in the biolab." Smith watched the two men take a booth at the far end of the room. "Treloar seems a little strange," he commented. "Yes, he is," Megan agreed. "But as a doctor, Adam's one of the best. Dylan stole him from Bauer Zermatt." Smith glanced at his watch. "I'm afraid I have to get going." Megan rose with him. "Me too." When they stepped out of the elevator on the main floor, she touched his arm. It was good to see you again, John. You too, Megan. The next time you get to Washington, the drinks are on me. Only when Jon Smith and Megan Olson entered the elevator did Adam Treloar finally let out his breath. Reaching for a napkin, he dabbed his face and crown. "Reed, do you know who Smith is?" "Yes, I do, Adam. I've known him for years." "Then tell me what he's doing here. He was the one with Danko in Venice." Reed's hand shot out like a cobra, seizing Treloar's left wrist, his powerful grip squeezing the delicate nerves. Treloar gasped from the pain. "What do you know about Venice?" "I overheard you talking about it." "Forget that I ever did. Venice is not your concern, neither is Smith." He released Treloar's wrist. "It just seems too much of a coincidence that Smith was in Venice and now he's here." "Believe me, Smith knows nothing. He has nothing. And as to why he was in Venice, Danko and Smith were friends. When Danko decided to bolt, Smith was the man he decided he could trust. Nothing more complicated or sinister than that." "Then it's safe for me to travel?" "Very safe. In fact, why don't we have a drink and go over the arrangements?" Peter Howell let several hours go by before he left the Danieli Hotel and walked to where the assassins had died. The man he expected to see there was indeed present, examining the charred remains of the gondola. "Hello, Marco." Marco Dianetti, an inspector in the Polizia Statale, looked up and blinked when he recognized Howell. He stripped off his rubber gloves, then came to Peter and embraced him. "Pietro, a pleasure to see you again." "It's good to see you too, Marco." During the mid-1980s, Peter Howell had worked with high-level Italian policemen on kidnappings involving British citizens. One of the men he had come to admire and respect was a short, trim, soft-spoken, but tough-as-nails aristocrat by the name of Marco Dianetti. Over the years, he and Howell had kept in touch. Howell had a standing invitation to stay at Dianetti's ancestral palazzo whenever he was in Venice. "So, my friend, here you are, but you have not called on me, much less allowed me to be your host. Where are you staying, the Danieli?" "My apologies, Marco. I just arrived yesterday, and things have been a little hectic." Dianetti looked behind him at the wreckage strewn on the embankment. "Hectic? Of course, the classic British understatement. May I be so bold as to ask whether you know anything about this outrage?" "You may, and I'll be happy to tell you, but not here." Dianetti let out a sharp whistle. A blue and white police launch purred up to the embankment. "We can talk on the way to the Questura." Once they were underway, Dianetti asked, "So tell me, what do you know of that little horror that erupted in our fair city?" "The incident involved a friend of mine." "Ah, the mysterious gentleman seen with the shooting victim at the Piazza San Marco. Pietro. Please tell me this has nothing to do with terrorism. Really be concerned as to why the... Oh, he was only passing through." "I do not want trouble, Pietro." "Then help me. I'll see to it that trouble leaves. Have you identified the killers?" "The bomb was much more powerful than need be. Someone apparently wanted to obliterate them. However, they failed. We found enough for identification, assuming those two were in our records. We'll soon know." The launch rumbled into the dock in front of the Questura, a 17th-century palazzo that had been converted into the Polizia Statale headquarters. Howell followed Dianetti into a room that had once been a formal drawing room. Beyond the windows was a garden. Dianetti tapped on his computer keyboard, a printer whirred to life. La Rocca, Tommaso and Luigi," he said, handing Howell the printouts. Howell contemplated the photographs of two very tough-looking men in their late 20s. "Sicilians?" "Exactly. Mercenaries." "How expensive were they?" Very. Which makes me wonder why they would have been hired to kill a Ukrainian peasant, if in fact he was that. I don't know, Marco, but I need to find out. Can you tell me where they were based? Palermo. Howell nodded. What about the explosives? Dianetti returned to the computer. The preliminary report indicates that it was C-12, about half a kilo's worth. Howell looked at him sharply. C-12? How, Peter wondered, had the killer of the two Sicilians gotten hold of the U.S. Army's latest explosives? Marco Dianetti's home was a 16th-century four-story limestone palazzo that fronted the Grand Canal. In the spacious dining room, after a superlative dinner prepared by Dianetti's cook, the inspector turned the conversation back to the day's events. So, Pietro, is there nothing you can tell me about our Ukrainian? My job was simply to cover the contact. There was no indication that there would be bloodshed. I suppose I could make a case that the Rocca brothers had the contract and carried it out on the wrong individual, that the man seen fleeing from the piazza was the intended victim. But that may not explain why the Roccas were blown up. Dianetti dismissed the question with a wave of his fingers. The brothers had many enemies. Who's to say whether one of them finally managed to settle the score? If you can put that spin on it, Marco, I would. Now, I don't want to seem the ungracious guest, but I must make that flight to Palermo. My launch is at your disposal. I will contact you if there are any further developments. Howell smiled. Thank you for all your help, Marco. Dianetti watched the Englishman step over the gunwale and raised his hand as the launch slipped away into the Grand Canal. Only then did his friendly expression dissolve. You should have told me more, old friend. Maybe I could have kept you alive. On the Hawaiian island of Oahu, Pearl Harbor lay placid under the hot tropical sun. In the Nimitz building in the Navy's Command and Control Headquarters, a closed-door meeting was underway. The building's large briefing room could easily accommodate 300 people. Today there were only 30 seated close to the podium. These battle-tested combat veterans were the senior officers of the Pacific Theater, responsible for perceiving and eliminating any threat from San Diego to Taiwan. Their eyes were riveted on the figure at the podium, General Frank Richardson, veteran of Vietnam and the Gulf War. Richardson, as the Air Force representative on the Joint Chiefs of Staff, was a true warrior. When he had something to say, everyone listened. A tall man, he was as solid now as he had been during his days at West Point. With his crew-cut iron-gray hair, cold green eyes, and firm jaw, he was a public relations man's dream, except that Richardson detested virtually everyone who hadn't bled for his country. Richardson gazed over his audience. So, gentlemen, let's summarize. It's not the Russians who worry me. Mother Russia is in the toilet. But the same can't be said about the Chinese. Past administrations sold them our most advanced computer and satellite technology, and Beijing infiltrated our nuclear development and production facilities. Los Alamos was a one-stop Walmart for those guys. China cannot be contained by nuclear force alone. At the back of the room, a sandy-haired man in his early 40s, dressed in civilian attire, was leaning against the wall, his arms crossed over his chest. Anthony Price, Deputy Director of the National Security Agency. The general caught the civilian's almost imperceptible nod. But neither can the Chinese hope to challenge us by playing the nuclear card. Their option is chemical-biological warfare. Slide a bug into one of our major population centers and our command and control systems, and presto, instant chaos. It is imperative, gentlemen, that you gather as much information as possible on China's bioweapons program. The battles of the next war will not be fought in the field or on the seas. They will be waged in the laboratories, where the enemy is measured in the trillions of battalions and can be mounted on the head of a pin, Only when we know where those battalions are created, nourished, sustained, and deployed from can you dispatch your resources to eliminate them. I thank you for your time and attention." As the officers dispersed, Richardson made his way to Price, and together they stepped out into the peerless blue day. They walked swiftly along the gravel path that curved around the auditorium. Behind the building was a small circular landing pad. A civilian Jet Ranger helicopter sat waiting, the rotors spinning lazily. When the pilot saw his passengers, he began to warm up the turbos. "Tony, this business in Venice, did we take it on the chin?" Price shook his head. "The hit came down as arranged, but there was an unexpected development. I'm expecting an update shortly." The helicopter lifted off and was soon approaching the shore of the big island of Hawaii. Kilauea volcano loomed in the distance, foreboding black plains of hardened lava stretching from its glowing red crater to the sea. As the helicopter swung along the edge of the lava field, what had once been Fort Howard came into view. Occupying several thousand acres between the lava field and the ocean, it had been the Army's premier medical research facility specializing in cures for tropical diseases. Several years ago, Richardson had arranged to have the base decommissioned. He'd found himself an opportunistic senator from Hawaii and had gotten the politician's pork barrel project through Congress. A brand new medical facility on Oahu. As a quid pro quo, the senator, who was on the Armed Forces Appropriations Committee, rubber-stamped Richardson's request that Fort Howard be mothballed and sold off to private enterprise. The buyer was the one Richardson already had waiting in the wings, the biochemical firm Bauer Zermatt AG, headquartered in Zurich. The helicopter banked, giving the general a panoramic view of the area below. A 10-foot-tall cyclone fence topped with razor wire surrounded the property. What looked like military personnel manned the 4 guard posts. The Humvees parked at each post heightened the effect. The compound itself was startlingly empty. The Quonset supply huts, barracks, and warehouses stood silent, baking under the tropical sun. Only the old command building looked as though it was being used. The overall effect was perfect. A mothballed military installation still off-limits to everyone except a few locals who serviced the skeleton staff working there. The effect was extremely deceptive. In truth, what had once been Fort Howard now lay 3 stories beneath the earth. Dr. Carl Bauer was a short, muscular man in his early 60s with swept-back silver hair and a carefully trimmed goatee. He stood with his feet apart, his back ramrod straight, hands clasped at the small of his back as he watched the helicopter settle on the landing pad. For over 100 years, the company founded by Bauer's great-grandfather had been at the forefront of chemical and biological technology. Bauer Zermatt scientists and researchers had developed everyday pills and potions, as well as esoteric drugs that had won the company international humanitarian awards. But Bauer Zermatt also had a dark side. During World War I, the company had developed a form of mustard gas that was responsible for the slow deaths of thousands of Allied soldiers. A quarter-century later, it supplied German companies with chemicals that were ultimately combined to create the gas used in the Nazi death chambers. The firm had also closely monitored the ungodly experiments of Dr. Josef Mengele and other Nazi physicians. In the second half of the 20th century, Dr. Carl Bauer had not only kept the family firm in the forefront of legitimate pharmaceutical research, but had also broadened its secret program of developing biochemical weapons. Like a locust, Bauer went where the fields were most fertile: Libya, Iraq, the tribal dictatorships of Africa. He and his firm prospered greatly. At the same time, Bauer maintained and upgraded his contacts with the military in both the United States and Russia. He had foreseen the breakup of the Soviet Union and the inevitable decline of the new Russia struggling to adopt democracy. Where the twin streams of Russian desperation and American ascendancy met, Bauer fished. Now he stepped forward to greet his visitors. "Gentlemen." The three men shook hands, then fell in step to the two-story colonial-style command building. Bauer's palatial private office, decorated with antique Oriental rugs over polished hardwood floors, mahogany bookcases, and South Pacific art, occupied the entire second floor. "You've made a few improvements since the last time I was here," Richardson commented dryly. "Later I will take you to the staff quarters and the recreation area. Life here is not unlike that on an oil rig. My people have leave only once a month, and then only for 3 days. The amenities I provide are well worth the expenditure." "These furloughs," Richardson said. "Do you let your people go off by themselves?" Bauer laughed softly. "Not likely, General. We book them into an exclusive resort. The security is there, but they're never aware of it." As the others sat down, Bauer took his place behind his desk. "Gentlemen, the project that we have devoted 5 years of our lives to is almost ready to bear fruit. As you know, our efforts to procure a sample of the smallpox virus from the CDC in Atlanta proved futile. The security was simply too stringent. However, such was not the case at bioweapon. Given the Russians' dire need for hard currency, I was able to make certain arrangements. Within days, a courier carrying a sample of the virus will be leaving Russia." "But there's a problem, isn't there?" Richardson said bluntly. "Venice." Bauer did not reply. Instead, he slipped a disc into a DVD player. The monitor displayed a picture of St. Mark's Square. Bauer explained, "This footage was caught by an Italian journalist who was enjoying the day with his family." "Does anyone else have it?" Price asked. "No. My people got to the journalist immediately. Not only will he never have to spend a cent on his children's education, he can retire, which, in fact, he has." Bauer pointed to the screen. "The man on the left is Jon Smith. The man on the right is Yuri Danko, a high-ranking officer in the medical division of Russia's security service. A month ago, I began receiving reports that Danko was sniffing around bioweapon as part of his security rotation. As the day approached for our courier to depart, Danko bolted. The Russians discovered that he was on the run and passed that information to me." "At which point you arranged for the triggermen," Richardson said. "Wouldn't it have been better to have had him taken care of in Eastern Europe?" "Yes, but that was not an option. He was moving too quickly. Venice was our best chance. When my people reported seeing Danko as a contact, I knew that this man would have to be disposed of as well." "But he wasn't," Price said. "A mistake that will be rectified. The key thing is that Danko is dead, and whatever he knew died with him." "Unless he managed to tell Smith," Richardson cut in. "Study the footage," Bauer suggested. "Check the time." He played back the disc. The carnage at St. Mark's lasted only seconds. Richardson focused on Danko's hands. Nothing passed between the Russian and Smith. Bauer pulled out 2 copies of a transcript and handed one to each man. "I had a lip reader prepare this. Small talk is all their conversation was. Nothing more." Richardson nodded. "All right. But you can be sure that Smith won't fold up his tent and disappear. And who knows what other contacts he has in the Russian military." "I realize that. Believe me, I do not intend to underestimate him. That is part of the reason I ask you here, so that we can decide how to proceed with him." Price, who had been using the remote control to jog the images on the screen, froze a particular frame. "This guy here, the Good Samaritan, he looks familiar." "According to my sources, he identified himself as an Italian doctor." "Did the police interview him?" "No, he disappeared into the crowd." Just then, Price's cell phone trilled. Flipping it open, he said, "Price?" "Ah, hello, Inspector Dianetti. I'm glad you called. I have a few questions for you about the second man at the shooting." "You said that you wanted to know if anyone came around asking about the Rocca brothers." "And?" "An old friend of mine, Peter Howell, the former SAS." "I know who he is. What did he want?" Dianetti described his meeting with the Englishman and concluded by saying, "Howell is on his way to Palermo. He is traveling alone, an easy target." "All right. But if Howell contacts you from Palermo, I want to know about it." After hanging up, Price looked at the face on the screen. That doctor is Peter Howell. He encapsulated what Dianetti had told him and gave an overview of Howell's career. "What would such a man be doing with Jon Smith?" Bauer demanded. "Covering his back," Richardson said. "Smith's no fool. He wasn't about to go meet Danko alone." "Then it seems that Smith is not the only loose end." "True," Richardson agreed. "But Palermo is a dangerous place, even for a man like Peter Howell." Upon his return from Houston, Jon Smith drove home from Andrews, showered, packed a week's change of clothes, and called a car to take him to Dulles Airport. The president had given Covert-One the green light to proceed. Fast. 3 hours later, John was sound asleep aboard a Delta L-1011 en route to London. After refueling, the jet continued eastward, landing at Moscow's Sheremetyevo Airport early in the morning. After clearing customs, he took a taxi to the new Sheraton Hotel near Red Square, where he slept another 4 hours. A little after noon, he stepped out into the raw Moscow spring and walked 6 blocks to a covered arcade fronting a 19th-century building now filled with upscale shops. At the end of the arcade, he saw the address Klein had given him. The gold lettering on the window read, Bay Digital Corporation. Through the window, he saw a reception desk and a series of modern workstations. Elegantly dressed men and women went about their business with brisk efficiency, but a particular one caught his eye. She was in her mid-30s, tall, with gold hair cut short. She had the same dark eyes, straight nose, and firm chin that had belonged to another woman he'd known. Sophia. As Smith took a deep breath and entered, the blonde woman looked up. For an instant, Smith couldn't breathe. It was as if his Sophia had suddenly come back to life. "John?" Randi Russell could not hide her surprise, which drew curious looks from the rest of the staff. She hurried over to him. "Why don't we talk in my office?" Smith followed her to a small but pleasantly decorated office filled with framed watercolors of the Santa Barbara coastline. Randi Russell closed the door and looked him up and down. "I can't believe it. When? How?" "It's good to see you again, Randi. I'm sorry I didn't let you know I was coming. It was a last-minute trip. Is it safe to talk here?" Randi pointed to what looked like a DVD player. "The CIA's latest bug detector. Besides, our cleaners sweep the place every night." Smith nodded. "I need your help. A man, a good man, is dead, and I want to find out what happened to him." Smith sketched out who Danko was, then described his encounter with the Russian. He did not shy away from the grisly details of the massacre. Randi was no stranger to violence. "So, what is it you want, John? To avenge Danko or to get into bioweapon? Yuri sacrificed his life to bring me a secret. If I uncover it, I'll find whoever killed him. But I think that whoever it is, he or they are also linked to bioweapon. What do you want from me?" "Your best contacts in Russia, people in authority, people you would trust." "Oleg Kirov, a major general in the Russian Federal Security Service. He's very much like the Danko you describe. Realistic, trustworthy, a patriot. His number 2 is Lara Telegin, very bright, politically savvy, very good in the field." "I remember meeting Kirov when I was working for U.S. Amrid," Smith said. "But I don't know him well enough to call out of the blue. Can you set up a meeting?" "Of course. But Kirov will want to know if you're acting in any official capacity. And so would I. I'm not working for U.S. AMRID or any intelligence agency. That's the truth. She looked at him wryly. As far as it goes. An uncomfortable silence descended between them. There are things I need to tell you, Smith said at last. Personal things. He described his visit to Sophia's grave and told Randi about the closure he had found. After the funeral, I felt there were things you and I had to say to each other, but never did. We just walked away from each other. I know what you mean. But back then, I still believed that you could have done something to save her. A part of me still blamed you for what happened to Sophia. It took me a long time to work through that. Do you still blame me? No. I needed to hear you say that. Randi looked at the framed photo on her desk of her and Sophia in Santa Barbara before the horror. Although over a year had passed, Randi had not been able to forgive herself for not having been there when her sister had needed her most. While Sophia lay dying in that hospital bed, Randi had been thousands of miles away, working deep undercover in Iraq, helping the resistance to Saddam Hussein's regime. She had not learned how or why Sophia had been murdered until weeks later. Randi brushed away her memories and turned to Smith. When do you want to meet Kirov? Make it as soon as you can. I will. Thank you, Randi. Now, what exactly is Bay Digital, and what do you do here? Randi smiled. I happen to be the Moscow office manager of a very successful venture capital firm looking to invest in promising Russian high-tech startups. Anyone with money can open all doors in Russia. I have contacts that range from the Kremlin through the army and even into the Russian mafia. I always said you had friends in low places. And is there such a thing as high-tech in this country? Better believe it. The Russians don't have our equipment, but give them the right tools and they shine. She touched his arm. It really is good to see you again, Jon, whatever your reasons for being here. Is there anything you need right now? I need to know how to get hold of you, just in case. Randi slipped a card in his hand. My address and phone number. You have secure communications, right? Smith patted his pocket. The latest in digitally encrypted cell phones. He gave her the number. Smith pictured Danko's widow and child. And now I need you to tell me what Russians bring when they call on a woman who's just lost her husband and doesn't know it yet. At 7:36 a.m. Houston time, Dr. Adam Treloar boarded a British Airways flight bound for London's Heathrow Airport. There he caught a connecting flight to Moscow. He adhered strictly to the itinerary that he and Reed had worked out. After a taxi dropped him off at the new Hotel Nico across the river from the Kremlin, Treloar registered, then gave the porter an extravagant tip to bring the bags up to his room. He left the hotel and hailed another taxi which took him to one of the city's cemeteries. The old woman selling flowers by the entrance was astonished to receive $20 American for a bouquet of wilted daisies and sunflowers. Treloar proceeded to a stretch of graves laid out under a stand of birch trees. He placed the flowers at the foot of an Orthodox cross that commemorated the final resting place of his mother, Helen Treloar. When he'd applied for the post of Chief Medical Officer, FBI background investigators duly noted that Treloar's mother had been born in Russia. But no red flags went up. NASA was only too happy to land an expert like Adam Treloar, who came to the agency after 15 years with Bauer Zermatt AG. No one asked why Treloar had given up his seniority at such a prestigious firm, or why he had accepted a 20% pay cut. The space agency handed over Treloar's impeccable credentials and glowing references and told the Bureau to fast-track the background check. With the end of the Cold War, travel to Russia had become easier than ever. Adam Treloar went back, too, to visit his mother after her divorce and return to her native Moscow. For the next 3 years, he flew in every spring to spend a week with her. 2 years ago, Treloar had informed his superiors at NASA that his mother had terminal cancer. They told him he could have as much personal leave as he needed. The dutiful son increased his visits to 3 a year. Then, last fall, when she had last succumbed, he went back for an entire month, ostensibly to settle her affairs. During the taxi ride back to his hotel, Treloar reviewed what he had done. The porter at the hotel, the old woman at the cemetery, the cab drivers, all would remember him because of the generous tips. If anyone came checking, the pattern of his visit was clear. Now it would seem natural to rest for a few days in Moscow before heading back. Treloar retired to his room and slept for several hours. By the time he awoke, it was dark. He showered, shaved, put on a suit and a warm overcoat, and went out into the night. The thoughts that always haunted him came unbidden as he walked. Adam Treloar believed himself to be cursed by terrible desires that he could neither control nor escape from. They were the reason he had bargained away his career at Bauer-Zermatt. Treloar had been the star of Bauer-Zermatt's virology division, preening in the adulation of his subordinates. One in particular, a slow-eyed fawn that Treloar had found irresistible. But the fawn had turned out to be a goat, tethered to one of Bauer-Zermatt's competitors. The goat was meant to snare the unwary suitor, compromise him, and force him to bend to the competitor's will. Treloar never saw the trap, but he saw plenty later, when men arrived at his apartment and played sex tapes in which he had a starring role. His options were few. Hand over information about the company's research or face exposure. Public branding as a deviant would follow. Then, after all the publicity, the civil and probably criminal charges, he would be finished in the medical research community. Treloar was given 48 hours to consider his choices. He secured a meeting with Dr. Karl Bauer. In Bauer's Zurich office, he laid out his trespasses and the way in which he was being blackmailed. He offered to make amends any way he could. To his surprise, Bauer simply listened without comment, then instructed Treloar to come back the following morning. The next morning, he was told that he would never hear from the blackmailers again. Evidence of his peccadillos was no longer in the public domain. There would be no repercussions. But there would be recompense. Bauer informed Treloar that he would soon leave the company. An employment offer would arrive from NASA. He would accept it. The rationale would be that he was seizing the chance to do the kind of research he could never be involved in if he stayed at Bauer-Zermatt. At NASA, he would place himself at the disposal of Dr. Dillon Reed. Reed would be his guide and mentor, and Treloar would obey him without question. Adam recalled the amusement in Bauer's eyes when he'd asked what kind of research he would be doing at NASA. "Your work will be a secondary concern. It is your connection to your mother and to Russia that interests me. You will be seeing her on a regular basis, I think." Now, Treloar turned away from the bright lights of Gorky Square into the dark streets that led into the seedy Sadovaya district. He saw the familiar flashing neon sign, Krokodil. He rapped on the heavy door and waited. A peephole in the door opened. A pair of black, suspicious eyes examined him. Then the door swung open. Treloar gave the giant Mongolian bouncer a $20 bill for the cover charge. Shrugging off his coat, Treloar's thoughts dissolved beneath the hot lights and screaming music. Gyrating bodies bumped him, more by design than by accident. The manager, a thin, ferret-like creature, hurried over to greet him. Within seconds, Treloar had a glass of vodka in his hand and was being escorted to a private area of velvet-covered couches and soft ottomans. He sighed as he relaxed among the cushions. "Shall I fetch you a sample?" the ferret whispered. Treloar nodded happily. Moments later, standing before him were two blonde-haired boys, their eyes a perfect blue, their complexions flawless. They could not have been more than 10 years old. "Twins?" The ferret nodded. "And virgins, but they are very expensive." "Never mind that. Bring some soft drinks for my angels." He patted the cushions on either side of him. "Come to me, my angels. Give me a taste of heaven." 6 kilometers from the Crocodile are the 3 high-rises known collectively as Dzerzhinsky Square. Once the headquarters of the communist KGB, the complex is now home to the Russian Federal Security Service. Major General Oleg Kirov stood in front of the windows of his 15th-floor office, looking out at the Moscow skyline. He was a tall, barrel-chested man with a full head of silver hair and a face that might have been stamped on a Roman coin. "The Americans are coming," he murmured. "What did you say, Dusha?" Kirov heard the tap of heels on hardwood, felt slender fingers slide across his chest, inhaled the warm, sweet perfume borne on the words. He turned and took the beautiful, dark-eyed brunette into his arms, kissing her hungrily. He felt her tongue teasing his, her hand slipping to his belt, then lower. Kirov pulled back. "I wish I could." Even in the drab military uniform, Lieutenant Lara Telegin, Kirov's adjutant, looked like a runway model. She had graduated at the top of her class at the Frunz Military Academy. She was an expert marksman. Yet she could be as shameless and provocative as she was professional. At 30, Lara was just beginning her career. Kirov, 20 years her senior, would go from being her lover to her godfather, who would look after the interests of his favorite. "You didn't tell me about the American," Lara said. "Which one is it? We get so many these days." "I didn't tell you because you were gone all day, and I had no one to help me with this infernal paperwork." He handed her a computer printout. "Dr. Jon Smith. How very common." She frowned. "U.S. Amrid." "Our Dr. Smith is anything but common. I met him when he was stationed at Fort Detrick. According to Randi Russell, he still has an association with U.S. Amrid but is on indefinite leave. She called to ask if I would see him." "So Miss Russell is paving the way for Smith, who it says here was engaged to her sister." Kirov nodded. "She died in the Hades horror." "And Russell, we suspect, operates a CIA front. So are the two of them running some kind of operation? What's going on, Dusha?" "I think that the Americans have a problem. Either we're part of it, or they need our help. In any event, we will find out soon enough. You and I will be seeing Smith tonight." In the waning afternoon, Smith stepped out of the apartment block on Ulica Markovo. He turned and stared up at the grim concrete face of the building. Katrina Danko would now be telling her 6-year-old daughter Olga that she would never see her father again. To Smith, the task of calling on the relatives of the dead was a task that pained him like no other. Like all wives and mothers, Katrina had known why he was here from the minute she opened her door. But she had iron in her spine. She refused to surrender to tears, asking Smith how Yuri had died and whether he had suffered. Smith told her as much as he could, then said that arrangements had already been made to fly Danko's remains to Moscow. "He talked a great deal about you, Mr. Smith. He said that you were a good man. I see that is true. Yuri did the work he did because he loved his country. All I ask is that his death not be in vain." "I can promise you it won't be." He started walking back to his hotel. Of course, Covert-One would make sure that Katrina was well provided for. But that wasn't enough. He wanted to be able to look Yuri's widow in the eye and say this is why he died, and no, he did not die in vain. That evening, en route to Dzerzhinsky Square, Jon mentally reviewed the details Randi had provided on Major General Oleg Kirov and his adjutant, Lara Telegin. Raised under the communist regime, Kirov had distinguished himself in combat in Afghanistan, Russia's Vietnam. Afterward, he had thrown his lot in with the reformers. When democracy took hold, Kirov's patrons rewarded him with a post in the newly formed Federal Security Service. The reformers were eager to destroy the old KGB and purge the diehards in its ranks. Educated in Russia and England, Lara Telegin was the new breed of Russian technocrat, multilingual, worldly in her outlook, a technological wizard. But Randi had emphasized that when it came to matters of national security, the Russians were still secretive and suspicious. If you asked the wrong question about the wrong subject, offense would be taken, trust broken. As Smith was shown into Kirov's office, he thought, and bioweapon is about as sensitive an issue as there is. Dr. Jon Smith. Kirov's voice boomed across the room as he went over and shook Smith's hand. It's good to see you again. Allow me to introduce my adjutant, Lieutenant Lara Telegin. A pleasure, Doctor, Telegin said. The pleasure is mine, Smith replied. Kirov indicated chairs, and when they were all seated, he said, Well now, as you Americans are so fond of seeing, what's on your mind? Smith glanced at Lara Telegin. No disrespect intended, Lieutenant, but the subject is highly confidential. None taken, Doctor. However, I am cleared for cosmic-level material, the kind that you would take to your president. Fine. I will assume that this conversation is not being monitored and that the premises are secure. Take that as a given, Kirov assured him. Bioweapon, Smith said. The single word elicited the reactions he'd expected, shock and concern. What about bioweapon, Doctor? General, I have good reason to believe that there's a security breach at the facility. If material has not already gone missing, there is a plan underway to steal some of the samples you hold there. Preposterous, Lara Telegin snapped. Bioweapon has some of the most advanced security systems in the world. Honestly, sometimes the West thinks that we are little more than unruly schoolchildren playing with dangerous toys. It's insulting and Lara. You must forgive the lieutenant, Dr. Smith. She resents it when the West appears to be patronizing or paternalistic, which is sometimes the case, wouldn't you agree? General, I'm not here to criticize your security arrangements, and I'm not passing judgment on your people. I know that most of those who work at bioweapon are as loyal as the people who work in our facilities. But I wouldn't have come all this way if I didn't believe that you have a serious problem. I understand. Please go on. The most likely target is your store of smallpox. Kirov paled. That's insane. No one in their right mind would try to steal that. Right minds wouldn't try to steal anything you keep at bioweapon. But we have information that the theft is in the works. Who is your source, Doctor? Telegin demanded. How reliable is he, or she? Very reliable, Lieutenant. Would you produce him for us so that we might satisfy ourselves? The source is dead. Convenient. Sir, I'm not saying that the Russian government is involved in this. The theft is being engineered by third parties who are presently unknown. But for them to get the sample out of Russia requires the cooperation of people inside bioweapon. You're suggesting that either the research or security personnel are involved. It could be anyone who has access to the smallpox samples, General. Kirov lit a cigarette. You came all this way to tell me this. But you also have a plan, don't you? Yes. Shut down bioweapon right now. Throw a military cordon around it. Nothing goes in, nothing and no one comes out. In the morning you inspect the virus stocks. If they're all there, fine, we're safe. And you can go after the mole. And you, Dr. Smith, where would you be during all this? I would ask you to grant me observer status. There is still the issue of your source. Understand, Doctor. To do what you ask requires me to go to the President himself. Certainly, I can vouch for your credentials, but I need a very good reason to disturb his sleep. If I have the name of your source, if I can check his pedigree, that would validate a great deal of what you have told us. General, the man has a family. I need your word that they will not be punished. The man was not a traitor. He was a patriot. He came to me only because he didn't know how high up the conspiracy went. He gave up everything he had here so that Russia wouldn't be blamed if anything happened. Kirov nodded. You have my assurance that the family will not be harmed. Furthermore, the only person I will speak to is President Petrenko, unless you tell me that he is somehow tainted. I can't believe that to be the case. Then we are in agreement. Lara, call the duty officer at the Kremlin. Tell him that it's urgent and I'm on my way. Now, Dr. Smith, the name, please. After Smith left, it had taken Lara all of 20 minutes to confirm that Yuri Danko was missing and that his whereabouts were unknown. Now she and Kirov were speeding through the Moscow night en route to the Kremlin. Dusha, I think you are extending the American a great deal of trust, maybe too much trust. If he is a liar, or worse, a provocateur, you could end up having to answer some embarrassing questions. Listen to me, Lara. Men like Jon Smith do not recklessly give their word. You can be sure that he is not on some fool's mission. Individuals high in American government believe the information important enough to send Smith over. What Smith has been allowed to do, told to do, legitimizes what the Americans believe they have. A traitor's word, she said bitterly. On the face of it, Danko was a traitor, but you can see his dilemma. What if he had gone to his superior, or even higher up the command chain, and that person had turned out to be part of this conspiracy? Danko would still be dead, and we would know nothing. Believe me, I hope the Americans are wrong. I would like nothing more than to show Smith that bioweapon is totally secure, and that he has been the victim of a hoax. But until I can do that, I must give him the benefit of the doubt. A few minutes later, Kirov and Telegin were escorted into the President's elegant library, where a figure wrapped in a thick robe sat by a crackling fire. Oleg Ivanovich, you had better have a good reason to rob an old man of his sleep. Viktor Petrenko cut a patrician-looking figure as he rose to shake Kirov's hand. May I present my adjutant, Lieutenant Lara Telegin, Kirov said. He took her hand. Lieutenant Telegin, I have heard good things about you. Please, sit. Now, what is all this business about bioweapon? Kirov laid out the gist of his conversation with Smith. I think that this is something we must take seriously, sir. So what are we to do? On the one hand, the Americans gain nothing by crying foul. On the other, it stings to believe that a theft of this magnitude can occur under our very noses. Petrenko rose and stepped close to the grate, warming his hands. We have a special forces training facility outside Vladimir, do we not? We have, Mr. President. Call the commander and authorize a quarantine around bioweapon effective immediately. You, Lieutenant Telegin, and Dr. Smith will fly there at first light. Keep me informed. Yes, Mr. President. And, Oleg, if even a gram of smallpox is missing, alert our virus hunters at once, then arrest everyone on sight. Peter Howell flew to Naples, then boarded a hydrofoil for the 30-minute ride across the Straits of Messina. He watched as Sicily came into view, first the craters of Mount Etna, then Palermo itself, nestled beneath Monte Pellegrino. This was not Howell's first visit to Palermo, and he unerringly headed for the heart of the city, the Quattro Centri, or Four Corners. There he found accommodations in a small pensione he knew, well away from the tourist traffic. As was his habit, Howell first reconnoitered those areas of the city he intended to visit. Returning to the pensione, he slept until the early evening, then headed for the albergheria in Palermo's craftsman's district. There he bought a finely honed knife with a 10-inch blade. Now that he had a weapon, Howell proceeded to the docks and a bar called La Pretoria. It was a large, crowded, smoke-filled room with sawdust on the floor. Fishermen and boat builders, mechanics and sailors sat at long communal tables drinking grappa, beer, or cold Sicilian wine. Wearing corduroy pants, an old fisherman's sweater, and a knitted cap, Howell attracted little attention. He bought 2 grappas at the bar and carried the drinks to the end of one of the tables. The man sitting across from him was short and thick-set, with cold gray eyes and a scarred, unshaven face. "I was surprised to hear from you, Peter." Howell raised his thimbleful of grappa. "Salute, Franco." Franco Grimaldi, one-time member of the French Foreign Legion, now a professional smuggler, put down his cigarette and lifted his glass. The 2 men tossed back their drinks, and Grimaldi jammed the cigarette back between his lips. "So, old friend, what brings you to my parlor?" "The Rocca brothers." "Yes, I hear things did not go well for them in Venice." "The Roccas executed a contract, then someone executed them. I want to know who that was." "It's best not to inquire too closely into the Roccas' dealings, even if they are dead." Howell slipped a roll of American dollars across the table. "I need to know, Franco." The Sicilian palmed the money like a magician. "I heard that there was a special contract. Usually the Roccas made no secret about their contracts, especially after a few drinks. But they were very quiet about this job." "And you knew about it because?" Grimaldi smiled. "I sleep with their sister, Maria, who kept house for her brothers. She knew everything that went on within those walls, and she loves to gossip." "You think you might use your charms to get a few more details?" Grimaldi's smile became even wider. "It would be difficult work, but for a friend... Maria probably hasn't heard the news yet. I will break it to her, then let her weep on my shoulder. Nothing like grief to lubricate the tongue." Howell gave him the name of the pensione where he was staying. "I will call you later this evening. Meet me at the usual place." As Howell watched Grimaldi slip his way out the door, he noticed a pair of men sitting at one of the smaller tables near the bar. They were dressed like locals, but their bodybuilder physiques and close-cropped haircuts betrayed their true identities. Soldiers. He knew that for security reasons, most of the personnel from the big American base outside Palermo stayed within the base perimeter. When they ventured out, it was usually only to the popular clubs and restaurants. There was no reason for these strapping specimens to be here unless... C-12. The explosives used to kill the Rocca brothers were American. Had the Rocca's paymaster also been the one to booby-trap the gondola? Or, he wondered, had it been a soldier's mission from the very beginning? Just before midnight, the pensione's porter knocked on Peter Howell's door to inform him that he had a call. Howell spoke briefly on the phone and disappeared into the night. In 15 minutes he was at his destination, the convent of the Capuchins. While a striking example of Middle Ages architecture, the monastery's real attraction lies below ground. There, over 8,000 bodies are buried in the catacombs. They are placed in the niches along the corridors and are dressed in the clothes the deceased themselves provide prior to their deaths. Those bodies that aren't lined up along the cold limestone walls rest in glass coffins, stacked floor to ceiling. The catacombs had been a favorite hiding place of smugglers for centuries. There were a dozen ways in and out, and Peter Howell knew them all. As he approached the gates that fronted the park-like entrance, he heard a low whistle. In moments, Franco Grimaldi was by his side. The moonlight created dancing pinpricks of light in his eyes. "What have you found?"
"The man who hired the Rocas. He's frightened. He thinks that after the Rocas, he's next. He wants money to get off the island and hide on the mainland."
Howell nodded. "Money isn't a problem. Where is he?" Grimaldi motioned the Englishman to follow him. They skirted the tall wrought-iron fence, moving into the shadows created by the high walls. The smuggler crouched by a small gate cut into the fence. His fingers were busy working the lock when Howell saw the lock was already open. He moved like a ghost. As soon as Grimaldi pushed open the gate, Howell delivered a stunning blow to the side of Grimaldi's head. He let out a soft sigh and dropped unconscious. Slipping inside, Howell made his way along the hedgerow that formed a corridor to the entrance of the catacombs. He spotted nothing, which meant the trap was outside the perimeter, not inside. He whirled around to see two shadows hurtling toward him, the soldiers from the tavern. Instantly the knife was in his hand. He held his ground until the last possible second, then, like a matador, pivoted to allow the first soldier to rush past him. He swung the blade up, slashing it across the man's midsection. Howell didn't wait to see the killer fall. Feigning right, he moved left and heard a soft phut as a silenced automatic spat. The hot breath of the bullet kissed his temple. Howell dropped low, kicked out with his legs, and drove his heel into his assailant's kneecap. As the soldier collapsed, he lost his grip on the pistol, and Howell grabbed it as it fell from his hand. Before he could train the weapon on the soldier, he saw Grimaldi stagger to his feet. He fired, and the bullet meant for the soldier tore through Grimaldi's throat, dropping him. As the second soldier fled, Howell tucked the gun into his waistband. Then he ran to Grimaldi and dragged him inside to the entrance of the catacombs. This door was also unlocked. A few minutes later, Howell was deep inside the monastery's tunnels. The light from a lamp he had found revealed his catch for the night. Grimaldi lay next to a large, concrete-lined ring whose cover had already been pried off. The wounded soldier, the front of his jacket covered with blood, was propped up against the 3-foot-high concrete ring as well. "Name."
"Screw you."
"I went through your clothes. No wallet, no identification, not even labels on your shirts. Only people with a great deal to hide go to such lengths. So what are you hiding?" He hauled his captive up to the lip of the ring. "Did you kill the monastery watchman? Is that where you disposed of them?" Grabbing the soldier by the neck, he forced him halfway over the concrete ledge. "Is that where you were going to throw me?" The soldier screamed as Howell forced him over the yawning black hole. From 50 feet below rose the stench of brackish water. Howell looked down at the red dots that darted at the very bottom. "Rats? There's probably enough water down there so that the fall won't kill you, but they will, slowly." He jerked the man back and sat him down again. The soldier licked his lips. "You wouldn't—" "You're badly wounded. Your partner is long gone. Give me what I need and I promise you won't suffer. Listen." Howell picked up the inert form of Franco Grimaldi. He carried him to the opening and heaved him over the side. A second later there was a terrific splash, followed by the high-pitched chatter of rats embracing their victim. The soldier's eyes rolled in terror. "Name."
"Nichols. Master Sergeant Travis Nichols. My partner is Patrick Drake."
"Special Forces?" Nichols nodded. "Who sent you after me?"
"Drake and I were part of a special squad. Wet work. One of us would get a phone call, then we'd go to the post office where we had a rented box. The orders would be waiting."
"Written orders?"
"On flash paper. Nothing more than a name or a place. After that we'd meet a contact and he'd fill us in."
"In this case, Grimaldi. What were your orders?"
"To kill you and get rid of the body."
"Why?"
"You know nobody gives reasons for things like that."
"Who is nobody?"
"The Pentagon, Army Intel in Frankfurt, the NSA. You know with wet work that the source had to be real high. Listen, you can throw me to the rats, but that's not going to get you a name. You know how these things work."
Howell did. "Does the name Marco Dianetti mean anything to you?" Nichols shook his head. His eyes were glassy. No one except Inspector Dianetti knew that Howell was traveling to Palermo. Dianetti, with whom he would have to have a little chat. "How were you to report that this mission was successful?"
"Drop off a message at another post office box. By noon tomorrow. Number 67. Someone will come by. Oh, Christ, it hurts."
Howell brought his face very close to Nichols' lips. He needed one last thing and prayed that the soldier had enough strength left to give it up. He strained to hear as the soldier let slip his most precious secrets and died. He hoisted the corpse and dropped it into the water. Quickly, so that he wouldn't have to listen to the rats, he pushed the heavy lid in place and locked it down. At first glance, the bioapparat complex might have been mistaken for a small college campus. The slate-roofed red brick buildings were accented with white-trimmed doors and windows. Old-fashioned carriage lamps illuminated the flagstone walks and quadrangles. The effect was less bucolic during the day, when one could see the razor wire topping the 12-foot-high concrete wall encircling the compound, and the guard patrols with machine guns and Dobermans. Bioapparat's Building 103 was a Zone 2 structure. If the roof were removed, one would see a box within a box within a box complex. The outermost shell was reserved for administrative and security personnel. The first of the two inner shells was a hot area that contained animal cages, labs, and giant fermenters. The second interior shell held the vault-like refrigerator where the smallpox was stored, and rows of stainless steel centrifuges and drying and milling machines. There, experiments designed to ferret out the mystery of variola major were conducted. The nature of the tests, their duration, the amount of smallpox used, and the results were tabulated in a computer that only the international inspection teams could access. The inspectors who visited Bioapparat praised the Russian scientists for their work with smallpox, their attempts to discover whether or not the virus might hide the key to diseases that still plagued mankind. Finally, after reviewing the formidable security arrangements, which relied almost exclusively on electronic and video surveillance, the inspectors signed off on the integrity of Building 103. After all, not so much as a gram of variola had ever been unaccounted for. It was 1:30 in the morning when Colonel Vasily Kravchenko got the call from Russian President Petrenko to install a quarantine that would seal off Bioapparat from the outside world. A short, stocky man, Kravchenko was a veteran of Afghanistan and Chechnya. With the 200 soldiers at his command, he could seal off the entire town of Vladimir, much less the Bioapparat complex. Kravchenko assured Petrenko that within the hour he could have his men in position. "Mr. President," he said, "what are my orders if someone attempts to exit Bioapparat after the quarantine is in place?"
"Give one warning, Colonel, only one. If he resists or attempts to escape, use of deadly force is hereby authorized." While Kravchenko and Petrenko were finishing their call, Lieutenant Grigory Yardeni of the Bioapparat Security Detail, or BSD, was in his office in Building 103. He was watching the bank of closed-circuit television monitors when the cell phone in his pocket went off. The voice was garbled by a synthesizer. "Do it now and prepare to use option 2. Do you understand?" Yardeni managed to get the words out, barely. Option 2. He sat there for a moment, frozen. So many nights he had imagined receiving the call that now, having come, seemed unreal. There were 60 cameras situated throughout Zones 1 and 2, all hooked up to video players.
The machines themselves were in a fireproof cabinet equipped with a time lock that could be opened only at the end of a shift, and only by Yardeni's superiors. In addition, the video players were absolutely tamper-proof. Yardeni had long ago realized that he had no options as to how to carry out the theft. The lieutenant was a strapping young man, well over 6 feet, with curly blonde hair and chiseled features. A devotee of action films, his favorite star was Arnold Schwarzenegger, except that Arnold was getting a little old. Yardeni thought there was no reason why someone with his looks and physique couldn't replace the aging star. For the past 3 years, Yardeni had been scheming to get to the West. A problem he had in common with thousands of other Russians was money. Lieutenant Yardeni had seen pictures of Bel Air. He had no intention of arriving in Los Angeles penniless. He checked the clock above his desk and rose. As he made his way through Zone 1, he thought about the man who'd approached him almost a year ago. At first he thought the man was a homosexual, attracted by Yardeni's magnificent body. That impression lasted only until the man revealed how much he knew about Yardeni's life. He described his parents and sister, detailed his school and army careers, how Yardeni had been his division's boxing champion, only to be cashiered when he'd almost killed a fellow soldier with his bare fists. The man said, rightly, that Yardeni's career would flatline here in bioweapon, where he would sit, daydreaming about what might have been. Of course, one could always change one's destiny. Yardeni proceeded to Zone 2 through a corridor that was referred to as a sanitary passageway. It was a progression of small, sterile rooms linked by connecting doors equipped with coded locks. Yardeni had a key card and all the codes. Entering the first cubicle, a changing room, he stripped and hit the red button on the wall. A fine decontamination mist enveloped him. The next 3 cubicles held items of the anti-plague suit, socks and underwear, a hood and cotton smock, the respirator, booties, and safety goggles. Before stepping into the last changing room, Yardeni reached for something that he'd put in a locker at the beginning of his shift, a small brushed aluminum thermos-type container. He lifted the container in his gloved hand. If one unscrewed the top and looked inside, nothing would seem amiss. Only when the base was twisted counterclockwise would the container reveal its secret. Yardeni inched the base around until he heard the click. Inside the double walls, tiny canisters released their contents of liquid nitrogen. Immediately the container became cold to the touch. Slipping the container into the pocket of his anti-plague suit, Yardeni opened the door to the Zone 2 lab. He made his way to what the researchers referred to as the Coke machine. It was actually a walk-in refrigerator with a door of specially constructed, hermetically sealed plexiglass. He slipped the coded key card into the slot, punched in the combination, and the door swung back. 3 seconds later, it closed behind him. Pulling open one of the drawers, Yardeni gazed down at row after row of vials made of tempered glass. Working quickly, he unscrewed the container at its midsection. Set in the base were 6 slots, much like the chambers of a revolver. He placed 1 ampoule into each of the slots, then tightly screwed the top section back on. Making his way out of the lab, the procedure in the changing rooms was reversed as he deposited the suit into burn bags. After a second decontamination mist, he got dressed, but now in jeans, sweatshirt, and a baggy parka. A few minutes later, Yardeni was outside, breathing deeply in the night air. Option 2, the voice had said. That meant something had gone wrong. Instead of Yardeni choosing his moment to steal the variola, he'd had to take it now. Yardeni knew all about the Special Forces Command outside Vladimir. The soldiers were tough and capable, but rounds of vodka in the city's bars had bought him valuable information. He knew exactly what kind of exercises the Special Forces went through and how long it took to execute them. Yardeni began walking away from Building 103, headed for one of the guard posts on the perimeter. For the past 50 minutes, Colonel Vasily Kravchenko had been working swiftly and silently. No lights had gone on in the training ground, no alarms had sounded. His soldiers were rousted and assembled under the cover of darkness. As soon as the troops had been mustered, the first armored personnel carriers rumbled through the gates, down the 2-lane highway that led out of the Special Forces compound. "Grigori?" "It's me." Yardeni strolled up to the brick guard post. "Is your shift over?" "Yeah, Arkady clocked in early. Now I can go home and get some sleep." Arkady was Yardeni's relief, who at this time was still asleep next to his fat wife, not due to come in for another 4 hours. But Yardeni had coaxed the computer to tell a different story. "One moment, please." Yardeni turned in the direction of the voice coming through the open window of the post. Inside was a guard he had never seen before. "Oleg, you didn't tell me that Alex was out tonight?" "The flu. This is Marco. He usually works days." "Fine, but would you tell him to let me out of this dump? I'm getting cold." When Oleg opened the door of the post, Yardeni realized it was already too late. The other guard was checking the computer. "I have your relief clocked in, Lieutenant, but there's no shift change on the roster," he said. "Technically, you're leaving your post unattended." The guard's accusatory tone decided Yardeni's next action. His friend Oleg had his back to him. He never saw Yardeni's arm come around his neck and felt only a sharp tug before his neck snapped. The second guard was fumbling for his holstered pistol when Yardeni drove the knuckles of his right hand into his windpipe. After the guard sank to his knees, it was easy enough to kill him by breaking his neck too. Yardeni staggered out of the booth and slammed the door. He heard the lonely whistle of a still distant train. The whistle snapped him back to reality. Leaving the road, he headed into the woods that surrounded bioweapon. He had spent many hours there, and finding the right paths on a moonlit night was easy enough. He set a brisk pace and moved off. A contact would be waiting with a passport that identified Yardeni as a visiting Canadian businessman. There would be a ticket for an Air Canada flight and a thick wad of American currency to tide him over until he reached Toronto and the bank where his money and new ID papers had been deposited. He heard a faint roar of heavy vehicles approaching, moving toward the compound. The Special Forces APCs. He did not panic. As long as he was outside the perimeter they would establish, he was safe. He kept running. The passenger train that pulled into Vladimir at exactly 3 a.m. had begun its journey 1,200 miles to the east in Kolyma in the Ural Mountains. Vladimir was its last stop before the final 3-hour run to Moscow. The engineer grunted at the sight of the solitary passenger standing on the platform. The tall figure, wrapped in a greatcoat, did not move as the train rolled past him. Standing a few feet from the edge of the platform, he continued to scan the darkness beyond the weak station lights. Ivan Beria was born in Macedonia 38 years ago. Raised in the cauldron of ethnic hatred and bloodletting that was the Balkans, he was 12 when he killed his first man. By the age of 20, his reputation as an assassin was made. Families whose sons or husbands were dead or maimed turned to him for revenge, offering the gold on their hands or around their necks as payment for services rendered. Beria graduated swiftly from settling family feuds to becoming a freelance operator whose services were available to the highest bidder, usually the KGB. As Western investment began to permeate Russia, the same capitalists who arrived to do business were also interested in more exotic investments. They were seeking a special kind of man who, because of the worldwide computer links between police and intelligence agencies, was becoming more and more difficult to come by in the West. Through his KGB contacts, Beria discovered that the pockets of American and European entrepreneurs were very deep, especially when it was necessary to cripple or eliminate a competitor. Over a 5-year period, Beria kidnapped over a dozen executives. 7 were killed when the ransom demands were not met. One of his targets was a senior official with a Swiss firm called Bauer Zermatt. Beria was astonished to discover that when the ransom was paid, there was twice the amount of money that he'd stipulated. Included was a request that Beria not only free the executive, but that he severely inhibit Bauer Zermatt's competitor's desire to move into the region. Beria was more than happy to oblige, and that marked the beginning of his long and very profitable relationship with Dr. Karl Bauer.
"You, are you getting on? I have a schedule to keep."
Beria looked at the fat conductor, his baggy uniform crumpled from having been slept in.
"You don't leave for another 3 minutes." "The train leaves when I say it does."
The conductor was about to step off the platform when, without warning, he found himself slammed up against the train car's steel flank.
"The schedule has changed."
The conductor felt something being jammed into his hand. When he glanced down, he discovered a roll of American dollars in his fist.
"Go give the engineer whatever he needs. I'll tell you when we leave."
He watched the conductor half run, half stumble toward the locomotive. The man from bioweapon was late. Even the bribe would not delay the train for very long. Beria had arrived in Vladimir earlier in the week. His principal had told him to expect a man coming out of bioweapon. Beria was to guarantee safe passage of both the man and what he was carrying to Moscow. Beria had waited, staying mostly in a cold little room in the town's better hotel. The call he'd been expecting had come a few hours ago. He checked his watch. The train should have left 5 minutes ago. There was the fat conductor waddling back from the locomotive. He, too, was looking at a watch. Beria recalled the Special Forces armored column he'd glimpsed earlier that evening. If the man from bioweapon hadn't made it out of the compound... Then he heard the pounding of heavy boots on the platform. His hand dipped into his coat pocket, his fingers curling around the butt of his Taurus 9mm. He relaxed his grip as the figure ran under a pool of light. He recognized the features that had been described to him.
"Yardeni?"
The lieutenant's chest was heaving with exertion.
"Yes. And you are?"
"The one you were told would meet you. Otherwise, how would I know your name? Get in, we're late." Beria pushed the young guard up the train car's platform. The train was moving even as Beria steered Yardeni into a first-class compartment. The seats had been converted to sleeperettes.
"You have something for me,"
Beria said, locking the door and pulling down the shade.
"And I was told that you would have something for me."
Beria pulled out a sealed envelope and watched as Yardeni examined the contents. A Canadian passport, an Air Canada ticket, cash, several credit cards.
"Is everything in order?"
Yardeni nodded, then reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out the aluminum canister. Beria held the cylinder for a moment, then set it aside. He brought out an identical container and handed it to Yardeni.
"What's this?" "Hold on to it. That's all you need to know for now. Tell me what happened at bioweapon."
"Nothing happened. I went in, got the material, and came out."
"You were on camera the whole time?"
Yardeni nodded.
"There was nothing I could do about that. When are the tapes reviewed?"
"At the beginning of the new shift, about 4 hours from now."
"What does it matter? It's not like I'll be going back." "There was no problem at the gate?"
"None." Yardeni was a very smooth liar. He just didn't know the kind of man he was up against.
"I see. Listen, I'm tired. Do you have anything to drink?"
Beria handed Yardeni a pint of brandy. He tore off the foil seal, took a generous swallow, then sighed. After unlacing his boots, he removed his parka and folded it into a pillow. As he stretched out, Beria stood up. "Where are you going?"
"To the bathroom."
Beria stepped into the corridor, locked the door behind him, and walked to the end of the car. He lowered the top half of a window just enough so that the antenna on his cell phone would protrude through the crack. Seconds later, he was talking to Moscow. The pounding on his hotel room door wrenched Smith out of a light sleep. He fumbled for the bedside lamp as 2 militiamen burst in, followed by Lara Telegin.
"What the hell's going on, Lara?"
"Please come with me, Doctor.
There have been developments. The General needs to see you in his office immediately."
Smith dressed quickly and followed Tellegen to a waiting elevator. They walked through an empty lobby to a sedan idling at the curb outside. The ride to Dzerzhinsky Square took less than 10 minutes. The halls of the 15th floor were filled with uniformed personnel rushing from office to office, dispatches in hand. In the cubicles, young men and women were hunched over computer keyboards, talking quietly into headsets. A keen urgency crackled in the air.
"Dr. Smith," Kirov said, "I would say good morning, except it is anything but that."
"What do you have?"
"Earlier this morning, President Potrenko ordered the Special Forces contingent outside Vladimir to surround the bioapparat complex. This was done without incident. For the next several hours, everything was quiet. However, 30 minutes ago, a roving patrol reported that 2 guards had been found murdered at their post."
Smith felt a cold sensation deep in his stomach. Did the Special Forces intercept anyone coming out?
Kirov shook his head. "No, nor did anyone try to get in."
"What about the security inside the complex, specifically Building 103?
Kirov turned to Tellegen. "Play the tape."
She aimed the remote at a wall-mounted monitor.
"This is the video from the security cameras inside 103.
Smith watched the black-and-white images on the screen. A big uniformed guard walked down a corridor and disappeared into Zone 2. Another set of cameras picked him up in the changing rooms and the decontamination areas.
"Freeze that!"
Smith pointed to the canister that the guard, now in full biohazard gear, was holding in his left hand.
"What's that?" "You'll see in a minute. Lara."
The tape rolled on. Smith watched the guard enter the refrigerated walk-in safe and begin removing ampoules.
"Tell me that's not smallpox."
"I wish I could," Kirov replied.
"How the hell could he just walk in like that?"
"The same way your security personnel at U.S. Amrid can walk into your vaults," Lara Tellegen snapped. "Our system is almost a duplicate of yours, Doctor. We rely just as heavily on coded locks and electronic countermeasures as you do in order to reduce the risk of the human factor. But in the end, it always comes down to one man."
Smith's eyes were riveted on the screen, which showed a close-up of Grigory Yardeni's face.
"He doesn't care if the camera captures him, does he?"
"Precisely," Kirov said,
and quickly explained why the guards on duty could not tamper with the tapes made during their watch.
"If we hadn't installed this feature, it would have taken far longer to identify the thief.
As it is, he knew he was never coming back. How did he get through the quarantine?"
Kirov pointed to the timestamp in the lower right corner of the screen.
"The theft occurs before the Special Forces are in position. He got out only minutes before Colonel Kravchenko began deploying his troops."
"Is that why he killed the guards at the post? Because he was in a hurry?"
Kirov looked at him carefully.
"What are you getting at, Doctor?"
"This guy must have had a solid plan. I don't believe he intended to kill the guards. It makes no sense. Why take the chance that the bodies might be discovered before he completes his escape? I think he had to act sooner than he'd anticipated, that he knew the Special Forces were on the way."
"Are you suggesting he had an informer, an accomplice on the outside?" Tellegen demanded.
"How does it look to you, Lieutenant?"
"We will consider that possibility later," Kirov said. "Right now we must track down this Grigory Yardeni. The amount of smallpox he took—"
Smith closed his eyes. 1/100th of that amount could, if properly dispersed, infect a population of 1,000,000 or more. "What countermeasures have you initiated?" Kirov pressed a button on his desk, and a wall panel slid back to reveal a giant screen. The action it depicted was in real time. He indicated a moving red dot.
"An Ilyushin transport from the Medical Intelligence Division, our virus hunters, is en route to Vladimir. They will be the ones to enter bioapparat, no one else."
He pointed to a blue circle.
"And this is the quarantine established by the Special Forces team."
"Tell me about the guard." Tellegen's fingers danced across a keyboard and a military record appeared on the screen. As Smith read it, he said,
"Not the kind of guy you'd expect to pull something like this."
"Except perhaps this."
He pointed to the paragraph dealing with Yardeni's history of violence. "True," Kirov agreed. "But there was nothing to indicate that Yardeni would contemplate this sort of treason. He accepted the bioapparat assignment as a way to do penance and reinstate himself in the armed forces." "Dr. Smith, you are familiar with bioapparat, especially its security. It is on a par with anything in the West, including the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta." Jon understood what Kirov was trying to do, make him an advocate. The Russians had not been negligent. Their security was good. This was internal sabotage, impossible to predict or to prevent. He nodded. "We all suffer the same nightmares, General. You just happen to wake up to one." "How long has Yardeni been on the loose?" "According to the Special Forces battle surgeon, the guards were murdered around 2:30 a.m. "Just over 3 hours ago. He could have gone a long way in that time." Lara threw up another image on the big screen, displaying concentric circles, green, orange, and black. "Bioapparat is in the center. The smallest circle, black, represents the distance that a reasonably fit man could cover. The orange circle extends the range if Yardeni has a car or a motorcycle." "What are those triangles?" Smith asked. "Checkpoints established by the local militia. We've faxed them his photo and particulars." "What are their orders?" "Shoot on sight, but not to kill." "But if a bullet shatters the container—" "I understand your concern. But if Yardeni is spotted, we cannot let him walk away." "What's the last circle?" "The worst possibility of all. Yardeni had a conspirator with a plane waiting at the Vladimir airfield." "Have there been any takeoffs?" "None recorded, but that doesn't mean anything. The new Russia has a surplus of experienced pilots, most of them former Air Force. They can land on a highway or in a field, pick up their load, and be gone in minutes." "President Potrenko has ordered interceptors into the area," Kirov added. "Any light aircraft will be challenged." Moving over to the wall monitor, Smith traced his finger along a white line that began east of Vladimir and ran west to Moscow. "What's this?" "The rail line between Kolyma in the Urals and Moscow," Kirov replied. "Lara, was there a train scheduled through Vladimir last night?" Telegin went to work on the keyboard. "There was. It pulled into Vladimir at 3 o'clock. "Too soon for Yardeni to have caught it." Telegin frowned. "Not necessarily. According to the schedule, it should only have been there a few minutes. But it didn't depart on time. It stayed an extra 12 minutes. "Why?" Kirov demanded. "No reason given. In fact, it stops only when there are soldiers headed to Moscow on leave." "But there were no soldiers, were there?" "Good guess, Doctor," Telegin said. "No one was scheduled to go on leave." "So why did the engineer hang around?" The time of the murder of the 2 guards was juxtaposed against the time when the train left Vladimir. Then that window was measured against the amount of time it would take a man to get from bioapparat to the train station. "He could have done it," Kirov said. "He could have made the train because it didn't leave on time." "It was late because somebody held it up," Smith snapped. "The son of a bitch knew the roads would be blocked. He didn't have a plane. He had an accomplice, someone who, if necessary, could hold up the train long enough for him to get to it. Then all he had to do was ride it into Moscow." Lara punched the keyboard furiously, then looked up. 16 minutes! It gets into Moscow Central Station in 16 minutes! Grigory Yardeni had fallen asleep within minutes of the trains leaving Vladimir. Now Ivan Beria leaned toward the bioapparat guard. He lay so still as to appear dead. He was in a very deep sleep. It would soon be deeper still. Beria slapped him on the cheeks twice. "We're almost there. Time to get up." The train threaded its way through Moscow's giant rail yard. Yardeni yawned and stretched, rolled his head to work out the kinks in his neck. "Where do we go from here?"
Our separate ways, Yardini. I will get you through the station and into a taxi. After that, you're on your own."
The train eased into its siding and shuddered to a stop. The conductor lifted the platform that covered the steps. Birya and Yardini were the first ones off, walking swiftly toward the doors leading to the station. The big van boomed along Moscow's still empty boulevards. Inside were Smith, Kirov, and Telegin. Telegin was in front of a monitor displaying the city's traffic patterns. Every few seconds she spoke to the driver on her headset. Kirov, too, wore a headset. Ever since leaving Dzerzhinsky Square, he had been in constant communication with an elite unit of the Federal Security Service. He turned to Smith. "The train is in, right on schedule, wouldn't you know?" "How far away are we?" 30 seconds, maybe less. "Reinforcements? On the way. Are you familiar with our flying squads?" "No. Unlike your SWAT teams, we prefer to send ours in undercover. They dress like tradesmen, greengrocers, street workers. You wouldn't recognize them until it was too late." "Let's hope it isn't." At the massive 19th century station, the drivers screeched to a stop in front of the main building. The three leaped from the van and ran inside. Kirov grabbed Smith's arm. "The flying squad has Yardeni's picture. They'll take him alive if possible." As they ran, Smith glanced up at the large arrivals departures board suspended from the ceiling. "How many other trains are due in?" "We're in luck," Lara replied. "This is the first one. But in 20 minutes the commuter trains arrive. The crowds will be unmanageable." "Which track?" She pointed to the right. 17. The air on the platforms was heavy with diesel fumes. Smith and the others ran past orange and gray electric locomotives until they came up against a stream of people going the other way. Moving to the side, they began scanning faces. "I'm going to find the conductor," Telegin said. "Maybe if I show him Yardeni's picture, he'll remember the face." Smith continued to study the passers-by. He turned to Kirov. "There aren't enough passengers. These must be coming from the last cars. Whoever was riding up front is already in the station." Ivan Birya was standing in front of a newsstand that had just opened for business. He threw down a few kopecks and picked up a newspaper. Leaning against a pillar, he positioned himself so as to have an unobstructed view of the entrance to the men's washroom. Given Yardeni's size and the dose of slow-acting poison that had been in the brandy, Birya estimated that the big guard would not make it out of the washroom alive. Any second, he expected someone to run out screaming that a man inside was having a seizure. But no, there was Yardeni strolling out of the washroom, smiling. Then Birya's eyes registered the anomaly. He slipped his hand into his coat pocket, to his Taurus 9mm. A man wearing overalls like a sanitation worker was in the process of emptying a bin into his pushcart. The problem was that as soon as he saw Yardeni, he forgot all about the garbage. Where there's one, Birya thought, there are more. He slipped around the pillar and quickly surveyed the station. Within seconds, he picked out 2 more men who were out of place, a delivery man hauling bread and an electrician. Birya knew a great deal about the Federal Security Service. He was aware that the interest was both reciprocal and intense, but clearly the object of their attention this day was Yardeni. Birya watched him stroll among the benches toward the kiosks. The 3 plainclothes agents trailed, forming a rough triangle behind him. One was speaking into a wrist mic. Then Birya noticed a tall, rangy man come through the doors to the platforms. This was no Russian, though the one following him certainly was. Major General Oleg Kirov. Birya noted that the foot traffic in the station had picked up. Good. He would need as much cover as possible. He stepped out from behind the pillar just long enough for Yardeni to catch a glimpse of him. He saw Birya and turned toward him. Yardeni was now less than 15 feet away, when without warning he stumbled, teetered, then crashed to the floor. He had no idea what was happening to him. First his chest had felt like it was on fire. Now it seemed to be caught in the jaws of a giant vice that was squeezing the life out of him. As he thrashed on the cold marble floor, his vision began to blur. but he could still make out the features of the man who had brought him this far. Instinctively, he reached out to him.
"Help me."
Beria didn't hesitate. Putting on a concerned expression, he moved directly toward the stricken man and the undercover agents.
"Who are you?"
one of them demanded. "Do you know this man?"
"We met on the train. Maybe he remembers me. God, look at him."
The poison was causing Yardeni to foam at the mouth. Beria was very close now, kneeling. One of the agents said,
"You'll have to come with—"
He got no further. Beria's first shot tore away his throat. His second caught another agent in the temple. The third found the remaining man's heart.
"Shoot him!"
The booming words startled Beria. He rose to discover travelers lying on the floor, hiding as best they could under the benches. But at the doors was Kirov, pointing at him, shouting to a young woman who had come up on Beria's blind side.
"Lara, shoot him!"
Beria whipped around to face Lara Telegin, who had her gun leveled at him. His peripheral vision caught 3 more figures racing toward them.
"Go!"
she called out softly. Beria didn't hesitate. He ducked behind the woman and raced for the exits. Telegin braced herself in the shooter's classic stance. As calmly as if she were on the practice range, she shot the remaining members of the undercover team. Then, without pause, she wheeled around to face a disbelieving Kirov. It took Smith only a split second to realize that Telegin's treachery had frozen the general in her crosshairs. He launched himself at the Russian an instant before he heard the shot. Kirov cried out once as he and Smith went down. Smith ripped the pistol from Kirov's holster, scrambled to his feet, and squeezed off 2 quick shots. Telegin screamed as the bullets tore into her, slamming her body against a pillar. For an instant she hung, her head lolling to one side. Then her knees gave way, and she slid down lifeless. Smith turned to Kirov. He ripped open his jacket, pulled down the sleeve, and saw the bloodied flesh where Telegin's bullet had struck his upper arm. Kirov clenched his teeth.
"It's a through and through. I live. Get over to Yardeni."
"Telegin."
"To hell with her. I just hope that you aren't a good shot. I have a lot of questions for her."
Smith zigzagged through the crowd. He quickly saw that neither Telegin nor Yardeni would ever be answering any more questions. Militiamen and police were flooding the station. Kirov was on his feet, unsteady and in pain, but strong enough to bark out orders. Brushing aside a medic, Kirov went over to Smith and knelt down by the 2 bodies. He stared at Lara Telegin's glassy eyes, then reached out and closed the lids.
Why? Why was she working with him?
With Yardeni?
Him too, probably. But I meant Ivan Beria.
Smith remembered the man in the black overcoat, now nowhere to be seen.
Who is he?
Kirov winced as the medic firmly sat him down and went to work on his wound. As he did, Smith started searching Yardeni's corpse.
He's a Serb, freelance operator with a long and bloody history in the Balkans. He was a KGB favorite. Most recently, he's been contracting out his skills to the Mafia and certain Western interests.
Smith caught something in Kirov's tone. It's personal, isn't it?
2 of my best undercover agents in the Mafia were murdered in a particularly brutal fashion. Beria's fingerprints were all over that job.
Smith produced Yardeni's passport and air tickets. Then, suddenly, something very cold brushed his fingertips. He turned to another medic.
Get me some gloves.
Seconds later, Smith eased out the shiny metal container and carefully laid it on the floor.
I need ice.
Kirov moved in for a better look.
It's intact. Thank God.
Do you recognize the container design?
It's standard issue for the transport of ampoules from the bioapparatus safe to the laboratories.
He spoke briefly into his mic, then looked at Smith.
The biohazard unit will be here in a few minutes.
While Kirov issued orders for the station to be cleared, Smith placed the container into a bucket of ice that the medic brought him. The nitrogen kept the container at just above freezing, rendering the virus inactive. But Smith had no idea how long the charge would last. Keeping the canister on ice would provide some measure of safety until the biohazard team arrived. "Tell me more about Beria. How does he fit in?"
Beria is not only an executioner, he is a facilitator. If you want something delivered or spirited out of the country, he's the man who'll guarantee it gets done.
You don't think that he, Yardeni, and Telegin planned and executed the theft themselves, do you?
Executed, yes. Planned, no. Beria's forte is not strategy. He's a hands-on operator. His job would have been to shepherd Yardeni after he got out of bioapparat.
Shepherd him where? Kirov held up the Canadian passport.
The American-Canadian border is porous. Yardeni wouldn't have had any problem smuggling the smallpox into your country.
You're saying that Yardeni was a thief and a courier?
A man like Yardeni does not have the wherewithal to provide himself with a new passport, much less pay for the services of Beria. But someone did. Someone wanted to get his hands on a smallpox sample and was willing to pay mightily for the privilege.
And where does Telegin fit in?
You don't strike me as a man who believes in coincidence, John. Consider this. Yardeni has been in place for some time, but his masters choose this particular moment to activate him. Why should it have coincided with your arrival in Moscow? Did they know you were coming? If so, they would have deduced that they had one last chance to steal from bioapparat. And why was Yardeni told to proceed with the theft? Because someone tipped him off that the special forces were on their way.
Telegin warned Yardeni?
Who else could it have been? I think Lara was the eyes and ears of whoever planned this. As soon as she knew you were in Moscow, she contacted her principals, who told her to go ahead and have Yardeni execute the theft.
Kirov looked up as the biohazard team, dressed in full anti-plague suits, approached them. Within minutes, the container that Telegin and Yardeni had died for was being sealed in a stainless steel box and wheeled to a vault-like truck, ready to be removed to Moscow's premier research facility, the Serbsky Institute.
"I'm going to initiate the search for Beria," Kirov said as he and Smith walked out of the station.
Smith watched the virus hunter's truck pull away from the station, escorted by motorcycle outriders. "Something you said, General, about Beria being a facilitator. What if Yardeni wasn't his primary responsibility?"
"What do you mean?"
Yardeni was important, pivotal, in that he was the inside man. He was the one who actually had to go in and get the sample. But after that, he became a liability. Yardeni didn't die from a gunshot wound. Beria poisoned him.
"What are you getting at?"
That Beria's directive was to protect the smallpox, not Yardeni.
"But Yardeni was carrying the samples. You saw the container."
"Did I, General? I saw a container. Let's find out what's inside." The truck carrying Yardeni's container turned into the underground garage of the Serbsky Institute. The sedan with Kirov and Smith pulled up close behind. "How long before we know what we have?"
"About 30 minutes.
Accompanied by a squad of newly arrived Federal Security Service agents, Kirov and Smith took an elevator to the second floor. The Institute's director blinked rapidly when Kirov informed him that his office was now a central command post.
"Let me know the instant the test results are available," Kirov told him.
The director snatched his lab smock off the coat rack and beat a hasty retreat. Kirov turned to Smith.
"John, it's time you told me exactly why you came here and who you're working for."
"Can you set me up with communications?" Kirov gestured at the telephone console on the desk.
"All the lines are secured satellite links."
Given the possibility that the Russians had not been able to contain the smallpox theft within their borders, John had no choice but to contact Klein immediately. He dialed Klein's direct number. "Klein here. Sir, it's me. I'm in the director's office at the Serbsky Institute. Major General Kirov is with me. I need to bring you up to speed." "Go ahead, John." It took Smith 10 minutes to give a complete account of events. "We expect to have test results shortly." "Put me on the speaker, please, John." A moment later, Klein's voice flooded the room. General Kirov? Yes? My name is Nathaniel Klein. I do the same work that Valery Antonov does for your government. In fact, I know Valery quite well. Yes, I understand what you're telling me, Mr. Klein. Kirov understood all too well. Valery Antonov was more a shadow than a man. Rumored to be Petrenko's most trusted advisor, few people had ever seen him. Yet his influence was undeniable. That Klein knew of Antonov's existence, that he knew him quite well, spoke volumes. General Kirov, I recommend that until we have more information, you do not alert any of your state security organizations. Mention plague, and you'll have a panic on your hands that Beria will use to his advantage. I agree, Mr. Klein. Please take what I'm about to say in the spirit it's offered. Is there anything that I or any U.S. agency can do to help you? I appreciate the offer, but right now this is an internal Russian matter, and a second line on the console buzzed. Mr. Klein, please excuse me for a moment. Kirov picked up the other call and listened intently. After speaking a few words in Russian, he hung up and said, The first ampoule contained tea, not smallpox. There is no reason to think that the other ampoules will be any different. Smith said, Beria made a switch. He took Yardeni's container and gave him a dummy to carry. That's why Yardeni was poisoned. Beria wanted us to find what he was carrying, to think that we'd caught the thief in time. That makes sense, Kirov said. If Beria's original plan had stood, we would have discovered the theft later. By then, Yardeni would have died, but identifying the body would have taken time. The pieces of the puzzle would have been scattered all over Moscow. Beria would have had ample time to finish his mission. What exactly is his mission? Klein asked. To spirit the smallpox out of the country, Smith said. Kirov looked at Smith. The airport! Beria's carrying the smallpox, headed straight for Sheremetyevo. The implications of Kirov's conclusion stilled the conversation. Smallpox on a commercial airliner bound for God knows where. Smith asked, Why Sheremetyevo, General? It's the only logical place to go. How else could he hope to get the virus out of the country? I'm afraid he's right, John. General, is there any way you can get to Beria before he gets to Sheremetyevo? Given his head start, no chance. The best I can do is call President Petrenko and have him shut the airport down. I suggest you do that immediately. If a plane with Beria on board gets off the ground, we have the makings of a Holocaust. Ivan Beria smiled as the sprawling complex of Sheremetyevo Airport came into view. Indeed, Beria had taken a shuttle bus from the train station to Sheremetyevo. He was pleased. Confusion and misdirection were his allies, and he knew that they would buy him the time he needed. As soon as Kirov checked Yardeni's corpse, he would discover the container Beria had given the bioapparat guard. Kirov would surely believe that it held the smallpox sample stolen from Building 103. His first thought would be to get them to a secure location, but he would have no reason to check them. By the time that was done, the smallpox would be safely in the West. Beria got off the bus after it pulled into the departures area of the international terminal. Because of the time difference, most flights to the West left early in the morning. Those travelers having business in Zurich, Paris, London, or even New York would arrive just as the wheels of commerce in those cities started to churn. Beria scrutinized the uniformed patrols loitering by the check-in counters. Detecting no unusual activity or heightened security, he walked down the concourse toward the duty-free shop. He walked up to the window of the shop and pretended to study the perfume and cigar displays. As he moved closer to the entrance, he watched for the man whom he was supposed to meet. Then he saw him, a shiny, bald pate sticking out of the crowd. As he moved closer, he noted the second distinguishing feature, Adam Treloar's distinctive egg-shaped eyes. David! Treloar almost fainted when he heard the code name. He looked around, trying to find the speaker, then felt a touch at his elbow. David,
I thought I had missed you."
Treloar stared at the cold, dark eyes of the man standing in front of him.
"You're late. I've been waiting."
He heard Beria's chuckle, then gasped as an incredibly tight grip seized his arm. Beria steered him to a refreshment stand and sat him down at the end of the counter.
"Give me your carry-on."
Treloar reached for the small leather bag at his feet and placed it on the counter.
"The liquor."
Treloar dug out a small bottle of plum brandy that he'd bought at the hotel gift shop. Unscrewing the cap, Beria raised the bottle to his lips and pretended to drink. He passed it to Treloar, who mimicked him. At the same time, Beria slipped the container from his pocket onto the counter.
"Smile. We are two friends sharing a drink before one of us has to leave. And because we can't finish the bottle, I give you the rest to enjoy during your flight."
Carefully, he poured a few ounces of brandy into the container.
"Now, if the inspectors wish to check, you open it and let them smell what's inside."
Pushing back his stool, Beria gripped Treloar's shoulder.
"Have a safe flight."
He winked.
"And forget you ever saw me."
The all-points bulletin on Ivan Beria reached Sheremetyevo security just as Adam Treloar was going through the metal detector. The guard manning the scanner noted a cylindrical object in the carry-on and asked the American to step aside. Another guard opened the bag, removed the container, and unscrewed it. Smelling a distinctive plum odor, he smiled and closed the top. Handing it back to Treloar, he offered some advice.
"Your brandy is too cold. It tastes much better when it's warm."
By the time a squad of militia flooded the international terminal, Treloar was safely on board his flight. American Airlines 1710, a 767 non-stop to London with continuing service to Washington's Dulles Airport. It pulled back from the gate just as airport security began reviewing their surveillance tapes, searching for anyone who resembled Ivan Beria. The call from the Minister of Defense reached the flight director in the control tower just as Flight 1710 was given the go signal by traffic control.
"Shut it down!"
the director screamed over the loudspeaker. 22 faces turned and stared at him as if he were quite insane.
"Shut what down?"
one of the controllers asked.
"The airport, you imbecile!"
"All of it?"
"Yes. Nothing leaves the ground."
All activity in the tower was focused on relaying a full stop message to aircraft taxiing into position on the active runways and waiting on the aprons. No one thought about the planes that had taken off. By the time they did, American 1710 was climbing smoothly to its designated cruising altitude of 36,000 feet. Because of the time difference between Moscow and the eastern seaboard of the United States, it was still the middle of the night when Anthony Price pulled up to General Frank Richardson's house in Fort Belvoir, Virginia. The deputy director of the National Security Agency found Richardson in his elegant third-floor study. The general gestured at a coffee tray as he said, "Sorry to have dragged you out of bed, Tony, but I wanted you to see this for yourself." Price helped himself to coffee, then came around Richardson's desk so that he could see the computer screen.
"The latest message from Telegan."
Price read the first few sentences. "So, everything at bioweapon went according to plan. What's the problem?"
"Read the rest."
Price's eyes narrowed.
"Jon Smith?
What the hell is he doing in Moscow?"
"According to Telegan, poking around in our business. Seems that he almost tipped Kirov off in time."
"But both Beria and Treloar escaped, haven't they?"
"That's the reason I called you. I don't know. Telegan was supposed to report once both men were safely away. She hasn't. Check this out."
Richardson hit several keys and the latest CNN updates filled the screen.
"An OK Corral shootout at the Moscow train station. The details are sketchy, but you have to wonder, what happened to Telegan?"
"If you haven't heard from her, she's dead," Price said.
"Or Kirov has her. He doesn't. Telegan was a pro. She would never have let herself be taken alive."
He pointed to the screen. "Says here there are at least 5 dead, all security personnel.
Beria is good, but to take out that many he must have had help. I think Telegan stepped in." "All right. Assuming that Beria got away clean, we still have a problem. Kirov and Smith will be all over Telegan.
She may have left footprints. Price nodded. A shooting in a Moscow train station? That's NSA territory. Nobody will raise an eyebrow when I get people working on this. What about Smith? He's Army, so you start checking. He's making way too many connections. First Yuri Danko, now showing up in Russia. We need to know who's giving him his marching orders. Then we cut him off at the knees. The logistics of shutting down a major airport are the stuff of nightmares. Smith and Kirov arrived to find hundreds of bewildered travelers milling around, besieging the check-in counters, seeking explanations from harried airline employees who had none to offer. Armed militia were stationed at every entrance and exit. 3-man patrols swept through the terminal, searching every square inch of the facility. As time passed, rumors flew, and fear and anger mounted.
"Someone in the surveillance room thinks he spotted Beria on the tape," Kirov told Smith as they threaded their way through the concourse to the airport security command room. The room resembled a large television studio. In front of a 20-foot console sat 6 technicians monitoring the 90 cameras placed throughout the complex. The cameras were on timers and were operated by remote control. With a few taps of the keyboard, technicians could focus or shift them to cover a particular area. Above the console were wall-mounted screens that offered the security director a real-time bird's-eye view of the terminal. In a separate room, video machines faithfully recorded everything the cameras picked up.
"What do you have?" Kirov demanded. The security director pointed to one of the monitors. The blurred black-and-white picture showed 2 men sitting at a refreshment counter. Kirov moved in for a closer look.
"That's him, all right."
Smith studied the picture. "Do you think he's talking to the man beside him?" Kirov turned to the director.
"Can you enhance the image?"
The director shook his head.
"I've done as much as possible with the equipment I have."
"Do you have any other shots of them together?" Smith asked.
"No. The cameras are on timers. They captured only that one shot of Beria before moving to another sector."
Smith took Kirov aside. "General, I realize that Beria is our principal target, but we need to know who that guy is. What if your service were to scan the tape?" Kirov shook his head.
"There is nothing we can do to improve that photograph. We don't have the software."
"Okay. Has Beria ever worked with a partner?"
"Never. That's one of the reasons he has eluded capture. He leaves no one we can connect him to."
Something about the picture refused to let Smith go. "General, I may be able to get the tape enhanced."
"At your embassy?"
Smith shrugged. "What do you say?" Kirov considered.
"Very well."
"Telegan, did she have a laptop or a cell phone?"
"Both."
"I can check them too." Kirov nodded.
"I'll have a security officer escort you to my building. Both items are in the kitchen."
Which brings me to my last question, General. What if Beria isn't in the terminal? Kirov's eyes widened as he grasped the implications of Smith's words.
"I need the designations and destinations of the last 3 flights that left before shutdown," he told the director.
The security director pulled up the departure schedule.
Swiss Air 101, Air France 612, American 1710. Beria could have made it on board any one of them. "Get me the tapes of the cameras that cover the jetways to those flights," Kirov snapped, "and the passenger manifests."
As the director hurried away, Kirov turned to Smith.
"It's possible Beria made those flights, John, but unlikely. The odds are that he got out of the airport, but he's still in the city."
Smith knew what Kirov was intimating. There were 3 airliners with a combined load of over 1,000 people headed into Western Europe. Was Smith prepared to create a series of international incidents on the possibility that Beria was on board one of those planes? And if the situation were reversed, General, Smith asked, if the destination wasn't Zurich, Paris, or London, but Moscow, wouldn't you want to know? Or would you be okay with the odds? Kirov stared at him, nodded, then reached for the phone. Kirov was closer to the truth than he realized. Beria had gotten out of the airport and he was still in Moscow. But not for much longer. Beria had left the airport the way he'd arrived, by shuttle bus. except this one took him directly to Moscow's central bus depot. Entering the chilly, dilapidated building, Beria purchased a one-way ticket to St. Petersburg. He scanned the faces around him. They belonged mainly to older people, some of whom he guessed were traveling with all their worldly possessions packed into cardboard suitcases or taped-up packages. Beaten down by circumstances, invisible to the new moneyed class, they were less than anonymous. No militia would ever bother checking their papers, no cameras would record their departure. Best of all, everyone would keep to themselves, not wanting to borrow from their neighbor's hardship. 20 minutes later, the bus pulled out of the station, and when they were underway, at last, Ivan Beria slept. It took Smith and Kirov 30 minutes to review the jetway tapes of the passengers who'd boarded the 3 flights to Europe. 4 possibles, Smith said. That's what I come up with. Kirov nodded. None with a distinct resemblance to Beria, but... Smith checked his watch. The first plane, Swiss Air 101, will reach Zurich in 2 hours. Let's make the calls, Kirov said. Ever since the height of terrorism in the early 1980s, plans have been in place to deal with aerial hijackers armed with explosives or chemical biological weapons. Kirov got on the line to his counterparts in Swiss internal security, the French Deuxième, and England's MI5. When representatives of the 3 agencies were ready, he motioned to Smith, who was talking to Nathaniel Klein on a separate line. He then patched Klein into the conference call without informing the others that the American was listening in. Gentlemen, Kirov began, we have a developing problem. He did not dwell on the background of the crisis. He told his listeners what they needed to know at that moment. Every minute that passed meant that much less time to prepare. So you don't know which of these 3 flights this Beria character is on, if any, the Frenchman said. No, but unless I find him in the next 2 hours, we must work on the assumption that he made it on board one of those aircraft. What about his file? The deputy director of MI5 asked. I'm told that we have precious little on this creature. Everything we have is being shipped via secure email, Kirov responded. The Swiss asked, Do you think Beria would have any reason to unleash this bioweapon in mid-air? Beria is acting as a courier, not as a terrorist, Kirov said. It is in his financial interest to deliver what was stolen from bioweapon. The 3 Europeans began to discuss how best to react to the crisis hurtling toward them. Their options were few, the choices predictable. Since the first flight lands on our soil, it begins with us, the Swiss said. We will treat this as a potential terrorist threat and take appropriate measures. If Beria is on that plane, he will be rendered harmless by all available means. We will have personnel and equipment ready to secure the smallpox, or to deal with it as best we can should contamination occur. If on the other hand we find that Beria is not on board, we will let everyone know immediately. Even sooner than that, mon vieux, the Frenchman said. Air France arrives in Paris 75 minutes after the Zurich flight. I recommend that an open line be established to monitor events as they develop, the Englishman interjected. That way we can follow the process of elimination, if there is one. I'd like to remind you of one thing, London, Kirov said. The flight is headed for your capital, but it's an American crew and plane. I have an obligation to inform the ambassador. Now, if there are no further comments or suggestions, I recommend that we terminate this call to allow you to deploy your resources. There were none. The parties hung up. Only Klein remained on the line. Are you coming home, John? I think it'd be better for me to remain in the arena. If General Kirov can provide me with transportation, I can be in European airspace before the Swiss Air flight touches down. I can monitor the situation in flight, then direct the pilot to whichever city the target plane lands in. I'll be at ground zero giving both of you real-time reports. What do you think, General? Yes, I like the idea of having our own bioweapons expert on site. I'll arrange for transportation immediately. 20 minutes later, Jon Smith was being escorted into Kirov's apartment. Under the watchful eyes of a security man, he went into the kitchen where he found Lara Tellegen laptop and cell phone. The escort drove Smith to the American Embassy, watching as he cleared the Marine guard post and disappeared behind the gates. Driving off, what he didn't see was Smith doubling back. He walked fast to the shopping arcade. He was relieved to see Randi as soon as he stepped through the front door. "Why is it I expected to see you today?" she asked. "We need to talk, Randi." In her office, Smith brought out the laptop, cell phone, and videotape from the airport. "As you probably heard, there's a situation at the airport." "A situation, as in the Russians are shutting it down?" "Randi, all I can tell you is that they're looking for someone. Believe me, it's important to us that they find him." He explained the problem with the videotape. "It's a question of enhancement. The Russians just don't have the software and expertise to do it fast." Randi pointed to the laptop and phone. "What about those?" "The massacre at the railroad station and the situation at Sheremetyevo are direct results of communications between two conspirators. I don't expect the phone to give up much. But the laptop? Maybe emails were exchanged. I don't know." "I'm sure your conspirators were using encryption and firewalls. It could take a while to crack them. I'd appreciate your taking a shot." Which brings us to the next problem. I can't just waltz this stuff into the embassy. I'm here on non-official cover. I'd have to contact CIA headquarters in Langley. The minute I do that, everyone will want to know why I'm hitting the panic button. Going that route means you have to tell me a whole lot more than I think you want to. Or can. Smith shook his head in frustration. "I understand. But there is an alternative. I have a teenager working here part-time, Sasha Rublev. We call him Carrot Top because he has this wild reddish-orange hair and liquid green eyes drives the girls crazy. He is also probably Russia's premier computer genius. I've never seen anyone better. IQ off the charts. If anybody can crack this laptop, Carrot Top can. Let me turn him loose on it." "I don't know." "How much do you trust him?" "Sasha is part of the new Russia, John. A Russia that looks out to the world, not one that keeps it at bay. Besides, I'll be looking over his shoulder every minute." Smith nodded. "All right. I have to leave Moscow in about an hour. You have my number. Call me the minute your boy genius comes up with anything. And thanks, Randi. Very much." The sigh of relief from Zurich was almost audible in Moscow when the Swiss called to confirm that Ivan Beria had not arrived on Swissair 101. In fact, just as the passengers from Flight 101 were being scrutinized, Beria was himself on approach to the St. Petersburg bus station. Disembarking, he headed for a coin locker from which he extracted a cheap suitcase. In a bathroom stall, he took off his coat, jacket, and pants, and put on a navy blue blazer, gray slacks, a sports shirt, and comfortable loafers. Also from the suitcase, he took out a fleece-lined jacket, several plastic bags filled with souvenirs from the Hermitage Museum, and a billfold containing an airline ticket, credit cards, and American currency. His passport said he was John Strelnikov, a naturalized American citizen who worked as a civil engineer for a Baltimore-based construction company. Beria packed up his old clothes in the suitcase and left it in the bathroom. Given the homeless population in the station, the suitcase would disappear before he reached the front doors. Outside, he took a cab to the airport. At the area reserved for tour groups, he slipped into a gaggle of some 60 travelers clustered in front of the Finnair counter. "Where's your badge? You need your badge." Beria smiled pleasantly at the harried young woman whose badge read Omnitours, Treasures of the Tsars. Handing over his passport and ticket, he mumbled, "Lost it." The woman sighed, grabbed his paperwork, and steered him to a counter, where she printed his name on a paper badge. She peeled away the backing to expose the adhesive and pressed it firmly onto Beria's lapel. "Don't lose it, otherwise you'll have problems at customs. Do you want to do any duty-free shopping?" Beria said that might be nice. "You'll get your passport and tickets back after immigration," the woman said as she left him. Beria smiled. Much better to have some exhausted tour guide deal with the exit visas and airline tickets. After purchasing some cologne, Beria joined the line shuffling through immigration. In the booth, 2 board officials stamped the passports that the tour guide had brought them. Hearing his name, he stepped forward, retrieved his passport, and proceeded into the departure lounge. In half an hour, he'd leave St. Petersburg. Some 10 hours after that, he'd land at Dulles Airport in Washington, D.C. The Ilyushin C-22 executive jet had just crossed into German airspace when Smith received word from Klein that Beria was not on board Swissair 101. "The Paris flight comes down in 19 minutes, sir. Are they ready?" "The Deuxième Bureau says yes. I believe them." Smith returned to an idea that had occurred to him back in Moscow. "Sir, what if we were to give the French and Brits a hand?" "How?" "American 1710 can receive secure satellite facsimile transmissions. You could talk to the captain, bring him up to speed, then send him a photo fax of Beria. Let the crew check out the passengers. If he's spotted, we can give the French the all-clear and warn the British that he's on the way. Any lead time we could give them would be invaluable." "All right, John. I'll get things going on this end. The flight's 90 minutes out of Heathrow. Stay airborne until I call back." The communications gear on the C-22 allowed Smith to eavesdrop on the French security operations channel. He listened as agents of the Deuxième Bureau reported on the disembarkation of Air France Flight 612. No sign of Beria. The satellite phone chirped. "John, it's Klein. 1710 reports there's no one on board who resembles Beria." "That's impossible. The French have offloaded. Nothing there. He has to be un-American." "Not according to the crew." "Sir, we have to consider the possibility that Beria took some other flight, or that he's using another way to get into the States. Moscow is the main point for flights to the west, but it's not the only way out." "St. Petersburg?" "It handles a lot of flights to and from Scandinavia and Northern Europe. Aeroflot, Scandinavian Airlines, Finnair." "Kirov will have an embolism when I suggest that Beria might have gotten as far as St. Petersburg." "He's gotten awfully far as it is, sir. This guy isn't running. He's following a well-thought-out plan. That's what's keeping him one step ahead of us." "What's your next step, John?" "London, sir. That's where I get off." The Ilyushin C-22 touched down at Heathrow some 30 minutes behind American 1710 and parked nearby so that Smith could keep an eye on the passenger screening procedures. Not long after landing, John got the word from MI5 and called Klein. "The Brits confirm that 1710 is clean, sir." "I got the same report, John. All hell's breaking loose in Moscow." Sitting in the parked Ilyushin, Smith continued to watch the activity around the American 767. "What about St. Petersburg?" "Kirov's compiling a list of all flights that have left up to now. He's scrambling to get the terminal's departure tapes as well as starting to interview employees." "It's all taking too long, sir. With every hour, Beria gets farther and farther away." "I know, but we can't hunt until we have a target. What's your next move, John?" "There's nothing I can do in London. I asked American to get me on 1710 and they obliged. It's scheduled to leave in about 75 minutes. Anthony Price, deputy director of the NSA, was not a happy man. His senior analyst had just informed him that General Oleg Kirov was paying particular attention to some surveillance video out of Sheremetyevo Airport. No one at the NSA knew who was on it or what the fuss was about, but the Russians were giving the tape top priority. Also, there was apparently some flap in St. Petersburg. Train and bus stations were being searched. At the airport, passenger manifests and security videos were being checked. Price knew who was on the tape. Ivan Beria. And for the Russians to be so interested in it, it had to show Beria with somebody. And that person could only be Adam Treloar. Russian photo enhancement was hardly state-of-the-art. It would take them some time to pull a recognizable image off the tape. But sooner or later, they would. Kirov would run that reconstructed picture against the customs and immigration databanks. He would discover exactly when Treloar had entered and left Russia, and he'd alert the CIA and FBI. Price turned to his computer and called up incoming flights to Dulles. Beria's Finnair flight was due in 5 hours. American 1710 an hour after that. Could the Russians pull together their information and confirm that Beria had flown out of St. Petersburg? If they sounded the alarms, how long would it take the FBI to throw a net over Dulles? Not long. Reaching for the phone, he punched in Richardson's secure number. The master plan had called Beria's presence in the United States a contingency, but with the exposure of Treloar inevitable, that status was about to change. 2 hours after American 1710 departed London, Adam Treloar got up to stretch his legs. Pulling back the curtain at the rear of the first-class cabin, he stepped into business class and walked down the aisle of the darkened compartment. Most of the passengers were working or sleeping. His eyes glanced over one sleeping man who... He froze. Then spun around, slipping quickly back into first class. Jon Smith? Impossible! It can't be him! His breath came in deep gasps as he tried desperately to calm down. He hurried back to his seat and pulled a blanket over himself. Back in Houston, Reed had warned him that Smith was not his business. The doctor should never again cross Treloar's path. Then what's he doing here? The question pounded at Treloar as he glanced down at his carry-on tucked beside the bulkhead. Think logically, Adam. If Smith knew about the smallpox, would he have allowed you to get on board in London? Of course not. You'd be in chains right now. So he doesn't know. His being here is a coincidence. It must be. Treloar had memorized what he was supposed to do upon arrival at Dulles. Now Smith's unexplained presence had turned a careful plan to ashes. Guidance, explanations, reassuring words were needed. He pulled out the in-flight phone and dialed. The room next to Randi Russell's office had been set up as a small conference center, complete with the latest audiovisual equipment and a sophisticated video editing unit. Sitting beside Sasha Rublev, Randi watched in awe as the gangly teenager electronically massaged the blurred face on the tape. He hadn't moved from the computer for hours. Every now and again he'd stop just long enough to chug down a Coke, then he'd return to his task. Pixel by pixel, little by little, out of what appeared to be nothing more than a smudge, the image of a man's face came into focus. Sasha made one final pass at the keyboard. "That's it, Randi. I can't get it any better." She stared at the picture of a fleshy face punctuated by puffy cheeks and thick lips. The eyes were the most startling feature. Large and egg-shaped, they seemed to bulge from their sockets. "He's an ugly man, Randi. There's something evil about him." Randi gave him a quick hug. "Sasha, I need a couple minutes to finish up in here, and then we'll go get us some Egg McMuffins, okay?" As soon as she was alone, Randi established a secure e-link with the embassy's senior Foreign Service officer, who was in fact the CIA station chief. She fired off an urgent request for any and all information about the man whose photo would follow. "Stay calm, Adam. Just stay calm." Treloar sat jammed into the corner of his spacious window seat. He was grateful for the drone of the engines that masked his words. "What am I supposed to do, Price? I saw him." "But he hasn't seen you, has he? And he won't, not as long as you're careful." "But what's he doing here?" "I'm not sure. I'll start checking, but remember, Smith is not your concern. There is absolutely no reason for him to be interested in you. I have you flagged at Dulles. You'll breeze through customs and immigration. One of our people will be waiting for you with a car. You're home free. Just relax. Call me as soon as you're in the car, and don't worry." Price broke the connection. "Just make it home, Adam. Make it home, and you will certainly get your just rewards." After leaving the Washington city limits, Nathaniel Klein drove northeast to the Catoctin Mountain Park Visitor Center. Skirting the forest ranger station, he headed up two-lane blacktop until he came to a sign that read, "No stopping, slowing, turning, or standing here." To reinforce the message, an Army Humvee rattled off the shoulder and into the middle of the road. Klein pulled over, lowered his window, and held out his ID. The officer, who had been alerted to expect him, instructed Klein to proceed. As he pulled away, the car phone sounded. "Klein here." "Oleg Kirov, sir. I have information. Beria did make it to St. Petersburg, just as you suspected. A bus driver identified him from a photograph. I concentrated my resources in the city, particularly the airport. There was a Finnair flight that left almost 10 hours ago, carrying an American tour group." "And?" "The immigration officer remembers the tour leader giving him a stack of passports. One of the names caught his attention because it was a Russian name on an American passport. Ivan Beria now calls himself John Strelnikov. The Finnair flight will land at Dulles in 15 minutes. Klein stared through the windshield at the lodges coming into view. "General, I'll call you back." Nathaniel Klein parked before the largest cabin and hurried to the front door. He had arrived at Aspen, the presidential lodge at Camp David. Through the trees he caught a glimpse of Marine One, the presidential helicopter. A Secret Service agent opened the door for him, and Klein stepped into a small pine-paneled foyer. A second agent escorted him through the homey living room to the large, comfortable room that served as the presidential office. Samuel Adams Castilla, the chief executive, sat behind a desk going through paperwork. Wearing a cardigan over a denim shirt, the former New Mexico governor rose and offered Klein his large, weathered hand. Behind titanium-rimmed glasses, cool, slate-gray eyes appraised the visitor. As they shook hands, Klein said, "I'm sorry to intrude on your privacy, Mr. President, but this can't wait." "Does it relate to what we talked about in Houston?" "I'm afraid it does." The president gestured at one of the couches. "Bring me up to speed." 5 minutes later, Castilla knew more than he had ever wished to know. "What's your recommendation?" "Commence firewall, sir. We don't want a single one of those passengers walking out of the terminal." Developed in collaboration with the FAA, the FBI, and the Pentagon, Firewall was a dedicated response to any terrorist incursion into the United States. If the warning came early enough, every port of entry would be flooded by security officials waiting for a target whose description and particulars were already in hand. It was too late to do this at Dulles. The best they could do was alert every available uniformed and undercover officer in the complex and initiate a hunt. Even as agents were scrambling, the FAA would be faxing a passenger manifest to the Central Command Post. The president stared at him, nodded, and reached for the phone. In seconds, he had Jerry Matthews, the head of the FBI, on the line and was explaining what had to be done. "I don't have time to give you all the details right now, Jerry. Just get Firewall going. I'm faxing you a description of the suspect as we speak." The president took the sketch Klein held out and fed it into the machine. "His real name is Ivan Beria, Jerry. He's a Serb national. But he's calling himself John Strelnikov and is traveling on a fake U.S. passport. He is not, I repeat, not an American citizen. And, Jerry, this is a level 5 situation." 5 was the highest designation, meaning that the individual in question was to be considered not only armed and dangerous, but a clear and immediate danger to national security. The president hung up and turned to Klein. "He'll get back to me as soon as the ball's rolling." The two men sat lost in thought for a moment until the ringing phone intruded on their reverie. The president picked up the receiver. "Yes, Jerry." He listened for a few moments. "Okay, hold on." Castilla put his hand over the mouthpiece. "Nate, they have a hit on Strelnikov. Immigration clocked him in 8 minutes before Firewall went into effect. Do you want to maintain the alert?" Beria had fooled them again. "It's a whole different ballgame now, sir. We have to go to a backup plan." Quickly he outlined what he had in mind. The president got back on the line. "Jerry, listen carefully." Even as Castilla spoke, the director of the FBI scrambled the Bureau's elite anti-terrorist teams stationed at Buzzard's Point. A description of Beria was being sent to the computer screens of their cars. Within 30 minutes, the first squads would be interviewing taxi dispatchers, skycaps, limousine drivers, anyone who might have seen or come into contact with the suspect. "Let me know the minute you have something," Castilla said, and ended the call. He turned to Klein. "Exactly how much smallpox was stolen?" "Enough to start a wildfire of an epidemic across the eastern seaboard." "What about our vaccine supplies?" "Barely enough to inoculate 500,000 people. How long to manufacture enough? Too long. Weeks." "Nonetheless, we have to try. I'll start talking to the pharmaceutical companies." "Nate, is there any reason to believe that Beria came here with the express intent of unleashing the virus?" "No, sir. Beria has never been anything other than a killer for hire, a facilitator." "Are you suggesting he's delivering the smallpox to someone over here?" "I appreciate that it's a difficult concept, Mr. President. After all, if a terrorist wanted to stage a biochem attack against us, it would be much safer to assemble the weapon outside the country rather than here." "But the smallpox is already a weapon, isn't it?" "Yes, sir. Even in its raw form, it is extremely potent. Pour it into New York City's water supply and you create a crisis of massive proportions. But if you take the same amount and reconfigure it so that it can be used in an aerosol dispersal system, you can crop dust, if you will, a much greater area." "Assuming that Beria is a courier, how far can he get?" "Hopefully we can contain him in the D.C. area. He doesn't speak English well, and he's never been in this country. One way or another, he will draw attention to himself." "In theory, Nate. But he won't be signing up for tours of the White House. He'll deliver the virus and get the hell out of Dodge. Or try to." "Yes, sir. But we should also remember that the people using Beria do not want the virus released until it suits them to do so. That means they have to store it safely, and that requires a very good laboratory. We're not looking in tenements or abandoned warehouses, Mr. President. Somewhere in the surrounding counties must be a state-of-the-art lab that was created just for this purpose." Castilla nodded. "And for now we keep a lid on what's happening? Total media blackout?" "Yes, sir." "What about this second man, the one Beria may have met in Moscow?" "He's the wild card, sir. If we can finger him, we can use him to get to Beria." As soon as American 1710 stopped at the gate, Adam Treloar was out of his seat and moving to the forward hatch. The rest of the first-class passengers fell in behind him, creating a buffer between him and the man who could not be allowed to catch a glimpse of him. As soon as the hatch opened, Treloar charged out, through the jetway into a corridor, down an escalator to the immigration booths. Beyond were the baggage carousels and the customs checkpoints. He walked to a booth and offered his paperwork to an officer who scanned his passport and asked inane questions about where he'd been. Finally, the officer nodded, scribbled something on the customs form, and waved him along. Treloar had baggage, but he wasn't about to wait for it. His instructions had been very specific on that point. He was to get out of the terminal as quickly as possible. Walking past the carousels, he glanced over his shoulder. Jon Smith was at an immigration counter reserved for diplomats and air crews. Holding his card, Treloar approached the customs agent. "Traveling light, sir," the agent commented. Treloar explained that he'd had his bag sent on ahead, using a bonded courier service that catered to well-heeled travelers who were not inclined to wrestle with their own suitcases. The agent waved him through, and Treloar almost ran into the tunnel that connected to the terminal. "Dr. Smith?" He turned to the customs agent walking up to him. "Yes?" "There's a call for you, sir." The agent opened the door to a small room. Pointing to a phone on the desk, he said, "Line 1. "This is Smith." "John, it's Randi. I just got a positive ID on that guy in the picture. He's Adam Treloar." "You're sure?" "Positive. We cleaned up the video enough to get a good print, which I shipped over to the embassy. Don't worry, I pretended he was a prospective investor and asked for a standard background check." "What did you find out?" "His mother was Russian, John. She died last year. Treloar comes over frequently to pay his respects, I guess.
Oh, and he was on the same flight as you, American 1710. Smith was stunned. Randy, I can't thank you enough, but I have to run. What do you want me to do with the laptop and the cell phone you brought in? Can you get your boy genius to work on it? I'll call you as soon as I have something. Smith quickly walked back to the customs counter and found the agent who had alerted him to the call. I need your help. There was a passenger on board 1710. Can you find out if he's cleared customs yet? The name is Adam Treloar. The agent turned to his terminal. Got him right here, Treloar. I went through about 2 minutes ago. Do you want... Smith was already on the move, heading out of the restricted area toward the concourse, dialing Klein's number as he ran. Klein here. Sir, it's Smith. The guy with Beria is Dr. Adam Treloar. He's a NASA scientist, and he was on the London to Washington flight. Can you find him? He has a 2-minute start on me, sir. I might be able to run him down before he leaves the terminal. Smith raced down the tunnel. He knew the layout of Dulles intimately. After clearing customs and immigration, passengers walked through the arrivals area to other gates, or if D.C. was their final destination, to the area where specially built transit buses waited. These vehicles could raise their platforms to reach the boarding area. Once the passengers were on, the chassis was lowered and the buses would go across the airport to the main terminal. There, the docking process would be repeated and the passengers would disembark. Smith ran past the shops and newsstands, straining to catch a glimpse of Treloar. At the end of the concourse, he found himself in a large holding area. Along one wall were elevator-style glass doors that passengers went through to get on the buses. Only one bus was parked at the dock. Smith shouldered his way through the crowd onto the bus, his eyes flitting from face to face. He rapped hard on the partition separating the cabin from the driver's compartment. A startled face looked back at him and the military ID he jammed against the glass. Did another bus just leave here? The driver nodded and gestured at a bus that was better than halfway between the arrivals area and the main terminal. Smith turned and ran for an emergency exit. Alarms sounded as he threw the door open. On the tarmac, Smith spotted an airport supervisor's sedan idling next to a string of baggage carts. He jumped behind the wheel, racing across the parking aprons to the bus. Because the chassis was 8 feet off the ground, he could make out only the heads of the passengers as they disembarked. Swinging through another emergency door, Smith found himself in an identical holding area filled with passengers waiting to board. He scanned the sea of faces around him. Treloar couldn't have slipped out, not that fast. Then he saw him. Beyond the sliding glass doors that opened to the sidewalk outside, where cabs, limousines, and private vehicles waited. Smith jammed through the doors in time to see his quarry about to step into a black Lincoln sedan with heavily tinted windows. Treloar! Smith saw terror in those odd eyes, noted the way the man was clutching his carry-on tightly against his chest. Treloar jumped in the car and slammed the door. Smith reached the vehicle just in time to get his fingers around the door handle. Then the car screeched away from the curb, throwing him to the sidewalk. By the time he was back on his feet, the Lincoln was well into traffic. He took out his cell phone and called Klein. "Did you get the plate number?" "I saw the last 3 digits, and there was an orange sticker in the lower left corner. Sir, the Lincoln is registered to a U.S. government agency." The news of Adam Treloar's escape did not sit well with Nathaniel Klein. "I know you did your best, John, but now we have Beria and Treloar to deal with." "I understand, sir. But with Treloar we have a break, the partial plate number. I'm running the tags even as we speak. What I don't understand is why he bolted." "Because he's guilty. There was no reason for Treloar to evade me. It was clear that he remembered me from Houston, so why run? What was he so afraid of? And where was he going in such a hurry? He didn't even pick up his luggage." "But you said he had a carry-on. That he was holding on to as if the crown jewels were inside." "Hold for a moment. Something's coming through on those tags." Smith heard the sound of a printer, then Klein was back on the line. "The car that was waiting for Treloar is registered to NASA." "Okay. Treloar has enough seniority to have a driver meet him, but that still begs the question, why run? If he is running, John, would he have arranged for such obvious transport? Sure, because he never expected to see me or to be the object of any attention. I'll have a federal BOLO alert put out on him."
A bolo alert meant that every law enforcement officer within 100 miles of the capital would have Treloar's description and orders to pick him up on sight. In the meantime, I want you here at Camp David. The President is expecting a briefing on Beria. I want him to hear your report firsthand. The heavily tinted glass between the front and rear compartments of the Lincoln prevented Adam Treloar from seeing the driver. Beyond telling him to sit back and enjoy the ride, the driver said not a word on their trip. The doors were locked, and the controls in his compartment wouldn't open them. I'm trapped, Adam thought. But I'm safe now, too. Smith won't be able to touch me where I'm going. So Adam Treloar sat back and tried to relax as the car moved swiftly from Dulles into the city, up Wisconsin Avenue, and down a quiet, leafy street on the fringes of the campus of Georgetown University Medical School. The locks popped up, and the driver held the door open. Treloar took his first good look at the driver, who was built like a linebacker, and at his destination, a townhouse with painted white brick and black trim on the door and shutters. He walked up the path and was reaching for the knocker when the door swung open. "Adam, it's good to see you." Treloar almost fainted at the sound of Dillon Reed's voice. Reed closed and locked the door behind Treloar. "Didn't I tell you that I'd be here? Everything's all right now." "It isn't all right. You don't know what happened at the airport." "I know exactly what happened at Dulles, and I know about Smith." He eyed the carry-on. "Is that it?" "Yes." Treloar handed him the carry-on and followed Reed into a small kitchen. "Excellent job, Adam. Truly excellent." Picking up a towel, he removed the canister from the carry-on and deposited it in the freezer. Turning back to Treloar, he gestured at a round table in the breakfast nook. A bottle of good scotch and 2 glasses filled with ice waited on the table. "Do sit down. We'll have a drink and you can tell me everything." After pouring generous measures, he raised his glass. "Well done, Adam." Treloar gulped his drink and let the words rush out of him. He debriefed Reed on his trip, focusing on his fears of what Smith might know, must know about his involvement with Beria and therefore with the missing smallpox. Reed listened patiently, quietly, calming his courier down, persuading him that he was not at risk. He was safe, invulnerable to Smith's or anyone else's suspicions. Smith's appearance was a coincidence. It was. And by the time he was done, Treloar felt better. He would be fine, as Dillon Reed promised. Just fine. He finished his second drink and said, "Okay, Dillon, you're right, and I'm exhausted. I need to get some sleep. The driver will take you to the Four Seasons. There's a suite waiting for you. Take as much time as you need. Call me later." Throwing his arm over Treloar's shoulder, Reed walked him to the door. "Adam, we thank you. Your contribution has been invaluable." Treloar had his hand on the doorknob. "The money?" "There's an envelope at the hotel. Inside you'll find 2 numbers. One is for the account, the other is the bank director's private number in Zurich." Treloar stepped outside and the door closed behind him. The car was not waiting in front of the townhouse, but halfway down the block. Why? Of course, no parking spaces. He walked down the street, replaying Reed's reassuring words in his mind. No one had any hard evidence against him. Besides, he knew so much about Reed, Bauer, and the others that they would have to protect him. Then he heard the soft slap of leather on concrete, footsteps approaching. He recognized Ivan Beria when he was less than 2 feet away. When it was too late. "You!" Beria took a quick step toward him. "I missed you, Adam." Treloar cried out weakly as a sharp pain shot through his chest. For an instant he thought he was having a heart attack. "When you were a little boy, did you prick balloons with a needle? That's all it is, really. Just a balloon." Treloar clung to the image even as the tip of Beria's stiletto wriggled into his heart. he felt all the air rush out of his lungs. Lying there on the sidewalk, he could see Beria stepping away. Then, as his eyes closed, so did the door of the Black Lincoln. Dr. Dylan Reed put Adam Treloar out of his mind as soon as the door closed behind him. He knew what lay in store for the hapless scientist. By the time he returned to the kitchen, Dr. Carl Bauer and General Richardson, dressed in civilian clothes, were waiting. Richardson was holding a cell phone. "I just heard from Beria. It's done." "Then we have to get moving," Reed replied. Bauer had already removed the canister from the freezer and was opening it on the counter. At his feet was a lightweight titanium chest the size of a picnic cooler. "Opens the chest, please, Dylan." Kneeling, Reed pulled the handles. There was a faint hiss as the seals came apart. The interior was small, but this was because the chest was merely a larger version of the canister that had been carried from Russia. Its thick walls were studded with liquid nitrogen capsules, which could keep the interior at a steady temperature of -200 degrees centigrade. Using thick, specially lined gloves, Bauer removed the inner chamber in which the ampoules rested. Looking at them, he thought they resembled miniature missiles, lined up, ready to fire, except that they would be vastly more potent than any nuclear weapon in the American arsenal. He slowly lowered the chamber into a special cradle in the chest. Closing the lid, he entered a combination into the security lock pad and set the temperature. "Gentlemen, the clock is running." Peter Howell's call from Palermo reached Smith as he was in his car en route to Camp David. "John, Peter here." "Go ahead." Howell described his meeting with Franco Grimaldi and the attempt on his life by Nichols and Drake. "Peter, are you sure they were U.S. military?" "Absolutely. I set up watch at the post office. An officer came to the box just like Nichols said he would. But there was no chance to take him and no way I can get on your base outside Palermo. What are your soldier boys up to, John?" "Believe me, I'd love to know. If Nichols and his partner were sanctioned killers, someone was paying them." "My thoughts exactly. Any ideas as to how to ferret out the money man?" "Actually, yes," Howell replied, then proceeded to explain. At Camp David, Smith was escorted to Rosebud, the guest cabin closest to Aspen. He found Klein sitting in front of a fieldstone fireplace talking on the phone. Klein waved Smith to sit, then wrapped up his conversation. "That was Kirov. His people are questioning everyone in the bioapparat complex trying to trace Yardenis' contacts. So far, no luck. The president is expecting my call in 15 minutes. What do you have?" Smith spoke quickly and succinctly, describing everything that had happened in Russia as well as his confrontation with Treloar at Dulles. Klein's eyebrows shot up in surprise when Smith detailed how U.S. soldiers were now involved. Then Smith presented his suggestions for the next course of action. Klein took a moment to consider. "I like it, John, but—" His reply was interrupted by a call. "You're sure? No witnesses? No one saw anything? All right. I want the detective's reports and the crime scene photos faxed to my desk immediately. And, yes, cancel the bolo." The receiver rattled in its cradle. "The D.C. police found Treloar stabbed to death. Someone stuck what the cops think was a stiletto into his heart. They're saying it was a mugging." "A mugging. Did they find anything around the body, a carry-on?" "Nothing. Had he been robbed?" "Money and credit cards were gone. A passport and other ID were found on the body." Smith nodded. "Those were left behind to make sure we knew who he was. Beria, whoever was using Treloar, knew he was a weak link. They used Beria to get rid of him." "They being?" "I don't know, sir, but the handoff's been made. They have the smallpox." Treloar was expendable. That's why Beria was on that Finnair flight. He wasn't running. He came over to eliminate the weak link. Anyone could have done that. Yes, but wouldn't it be better to use a man who is or was unknown to us? We have no fingerprints, no real understanding of movement or methodology. Beria is perfect because he's a totally anonymous assassin. So there was an exchange at Sheremetyevo. Yes, Treloar had the smallpox all along, and I was sitting 30 feet away from him. Klein picked up the phone. Let's not keep the president waiting. After Klein had made the introduction, President Castilla said, "Your reputation precedes you, Colonel Smith." "Thank you, sir." "So, what are the latest developments?" Klein launched into the murder of Adam Treloar and how it factored into the overall situation. "Nate, is there any way you can use Treloar to trace the rest of the conspirators?" "Believe me, sir, we're going to put his life under a microscope. But I'm not holding out much hope. The people we're dealing with have been very careful in choosing their allies." "These people, could they be foreign nationals?" Klein shook his head. "The fact that the conspirators' reach is so great, from Russia all the way to Nassau, indicates someone who's very familiar with how we and the Russians operate, where we keep our jewels and how we guard them." "Are you suggesting that someone in this country orchestrated the theft in Russia?" "Yes. It's very likely that someone here is running the show." "Monstrous. Unbelievably monstrous. Mr. Klein, if we knew why they want the smallpox, wouldn't that tell us what they intend to do, maybe even who they are?" "It would, Mr. President. But the why is just another puzzle." "So there's a potential plague source that may be somewhere in the D.C. area. You also have a killer loose, Mr. President," Smith interrupted. "The killer may actually be our best bet. The conspirators have eliminated the 2 men we might have gotten to. They brought over their own assassin for precisely that reason. I think they're holding him in reserve in case there's more wet work to be done." "Your point being?" "Beria is our last link to the conspirators, Mr. President. If we find him and manage to take him alive, he might give up enough to point us in the right direction. And I presume you have a plan to accomplish that." "Yes, I do, sir," Smith replied, and described it. Inspector Marco Dianetti stepped from the police launch to the dock in front of his palazzo. He returned the constable's salute and watched the boat disappear into the passing canal traffic. At the front door, he deactivated the house's security system before entering. The mail was waiting for him on his desk. He slid open the letter from the Offenbach Bank in Zurich and scrutinized the balance in his account. The Americans might be many things, none of them good, but they never missed a payment. Marco Dianetti did not care why the Rocca brothers had to kill or why they had to die. True, his conscience had been pricked when he'd sold Peter Howell. Regrettable, but it helped ensure that the Dianetti legacy, courtesy of American dollars, would continue to flourish. After a refreshing shower, Dianetti took his solitary meal at the great table that could seat 30. When coffee and dessert had been served, he dismissed the servants, who retired to their quarters on the 4th floor. Lost in thought, Dianetti nibbled on strawberries drenched in Cointreau and daydreamed of where he might vacation. "Good evening, Marco." Dianetti stared in disbelief as Peter Howell calmly entered the room and took a seat at the other end of the long table. From inside his smoking jacket, Dianetti whipped out a Beretta. "What are you doing here?" "Why, Marco, was I supposed to be dead? Is that what they told you?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "Then why hold a gun on me?" Very carefully, Howell opened his palm and placed a small vial on the table. "Did you enjoy your dinner, Marco? The risotto smelled excellent. And the strawberries. Are you enjoying them?" Dianetti stared at the vial, then at the few berries at the bottom of his bowl. He tried to push away the dark thoughts crowding his mind. "Are you guessing that I somehow managed to poison the fruit, Marco?
After all, I got past your security. Your servants never suspected there was anyone in the house. Would it have been so difficult to drop a little atropine into the dessert? Tasteless, odorless, atropine killed by attacking the central nervous system. Frantically, Dianetti tried to remember how fast the poison worked. Guessing his thoughts, Howell said, "On someone of your height and weight, I should think about 4 or 5 minutes, given the amount I used." He tapped the vial on the table. "But here is the antidote." "Pietro, you have to understand." "I understand that you betrayed me, Marco. That is all I need to understand. And if you didn't have something I need, you'd already be dead." "But I can kill you right now." "You took a shower, remember? You left your gun in its holster on the bathroom counter. I took the bullets, Marco." Dianetti squeezed the trigger. All he heard were clicks. "Pietro, I swear." Howell held up his hand. "Time is crucial to you, Marco. I know that American soldiers killed the Roccas. Did you help them?" Dianetti licked his lips. "I told them how the Roccas intended to make their escape." "And you knew this how?" "I received my instructions over the telephone. The voice was electronically altered. I was told to first help the Roccas, then the soldiers who would follow." "And me?" Dianetti's head bobbed furiously. "And you." His mouth was dry. His voice sounded like it was coming from very far away. "Who pays you, Marco?" "Herr Weitzel, the Offenbach Bank in Zurich. For God's sake, Pietro, give me the antidote." Howell slid his cell phone the length of the table. "Call him, and please make sure I can hear the access codes." Dianetti jabbed at the keypad. As he waited for the connection, he could not take his eyes off the vial. "Pietro, please." "All in good time, Marco. All in good time." The Learjet touched down at Kona Airport on the Big Island shortly before twilight. A Humvee was waiting for its passengers and cargo. 45 minutes later, the virus container was being offloaded in the massive garage in the Bauer Zermatt compound. Because the complex had once been an Army medical research facility, certain construction requirements had been met. The area between the sea cliff and the lava fields had been cored out. The giant pit had been lined with thousands of cubic yards of concrete, creating an enormous multi-story cradle. This was then divided into 3 levels, or zones, the deepest one reserved for the laboratories that would house the most dangerous viruses. When Bauer had taken over the facility, virtually everything he needed was already in place. After a year and $100 million, the required updating had been completed, and the operation went on stream. The container was taken on a mechanized trolley to the 3rd, the lowest floor. There, Bauer was greeted by Klaus Jonick, the head of his research staff. Jonick and his team of 6 had been brought over from the company's Zurich headquarters for the express purpose of working on the smallpox. "It's good to see you, Klaus." "The pleasure is mine, Herr Director." A big, bear-like man with a bearded moon face, Jonick looked more like a lumberjack than a research scientist. He motioned to his 2 waiting associates, dressed in their orange containment suits. They lifted the container off the trolley and, carrying it between them, proceeded to enter the first of 4 decontamination chambers, way stations to the laboratory itself. "Does the director wish to view the procedure?" "Naturally." Jonick led the way to a glass-enclosed mezzanine that overlooked both the decontamination chambers and the lab. From this vantage point, Bauer watched as the delivery team moved from one chamber to the next. Inside the lab, the team opened the chest. They dipped their hands into the cloud of nitrogen and slowly withdrew the revolver-like chamber that housed the ampoules. In the background, the door to the refrigerated vault, not much different from the Coke machine at Bioapparat, opened. "We haven't much time," Bauer said. "Is the rest of the team ready, Klaus?" "More than ready. The entire process will be completed in less than 8 hours. You will start the procedure without me. I will retire, then join you for the final steps in the recombination process.
Klaus, what we will accomplish here today has never been attempted before. The Russians couldn't do it at bioapparat. The Americans are too frightened to even try. Think, Klaus. The first steps in the genetic alteration of one of mankind's greatest scourges, the beginning of a transformation that will render all past and present vaccines impotent. The result? The perfect battlefield weapon, for which there's only one cure, Yannick finished. Strict quarantine. Exactly. Since there is no known antidote, whichever country is infected must immediately shut down its borders. Let's say Baghdad pays no heed to our warnings to desist from a certain course of action. A preemptive strike is authorized. Our little princess is introduced into the water supply. People contract the disease. The death toll mounts exponentially. The population is desperate to flee, but the borders are sealed. The word has spread. Any Iraqi must be considered infected. Even those trying to escape through the mountains would be hunted down and slaughtered. Bauer opened his hands like a magician releasing his dove. Poof! The enemy is no more. He cannot fight because there's no longer an army. He cannot resist because his infrastructure has collapsed. He cannot remain in power because what is left of his people will turn on him. The only option is unconditional surrender. He clamped his hand on Yannick's shoulder. I leave the undertaking in your more than capable hands, and we'll see you in a few hours. In Houston, Megan Olson pulled her cherry-red Mustang into the Nassau parking area reserved for space shuttle crews. She locked the car and walked quickly into the administration building. The last word of Dylan Reed's message had been, urgent. She stepped into an elevator that whisked her to the 6th floor. Although the area was brightly lighted, there was an eerie silence in the corridors. The door to Reed's office was ajar. Megan knocked and entered. The office was divided into a working space and a conference area dominated by a long oval table. Seated at the table were the shuttle mission pilot, Frank Stone, and the commander, Bill Carroll. Next to them sat the mission director, Harry Landon, and the deputy director of NASA, Lorne Allenby. Megan didn't understand. With the launch less than 48 hours away, Landon and Allenby should have been at the Cape. Dylan Reed said, "Megan, thanks for coming." Megan exchanged murmured greetings with the others as she slipped into a chair beside Frank Stone. Reed braced himself on the table with both arms. Let me just say it flat out. Adam Treloar was killed this afternoon in Washington. A mugging gone bad. Oh my God! What happened? The D.C. police don't have a lot to go on. Adam had just returned from Russia. His mother is buried there. He had a reservation at a hotel, so I assume he was going to stay overnight before flying down to the Cape. He was walking near Wisconsin Avenue. What happened next is anyone's guess. No one saw or heard anything. Adam was dead by the time a passerby finally happened upon him and called the police. Dylan, we're all pretty shook up over what happened, Lorne Allenby, the NASA executive, said. But we have to move things along. Reed waved his hand to acknowledge as much. Megan, you're Treloar's backup. You're being moved up to active duty. Are you ready? Her mouth went dry. Absolutely. It's not the way I wanted to get the slot, but yes, I'm ready. Okay, Reed said. I'll call the rest of the team tomorrow. I know that some of you are jet-lagged, so why don't we call it a night and meet again tomorrow morning before flying out? Everyone nodded, and the room emptied quickly, leaving only Reed and Megan. She said, You're the chief of the biomedical research program, Dylan. You and Treloar were pretty close. How do you feel about my being on board? At the end of the day, I can't say that I knew Adam all that well, but he was part of the team and I will miss him. As far as you're concerned, I couldn't ask for a better backup up there. Megan had a small unit in a Houston apartment complex that catered to Nassau personnel. After a restless sleep, she woke up and hit the pool before anyone else. Returning to her apartment, she discovered a note taped to her door.
She dressed quickly and made her way downstairs to the coffee shop on the next block. She saw him immediately. Given the hour, the place was almost empty. "John." He rose from a booth in the corner. "Hello, Megan." She slipped into the seat across from him. "What are you doing here?" "I heard about your being assigned to the mission. You deserve the shot, no matter the circumstances." "Thank you." The waitress came by and they ordered breakfast. "But you didn't come all this way just to congratulate me, did you?" "I'm here because of what happened to Treloar. He was the chief medical officer. I was sent to find out if something in his background or activities might give us a lead as to why he was killed. Megan, you worked with him. Anything you can tell me about him would help." They lapsed into silence as the waitress returned with their orders. "First of all, almost all my training was supervised by Dylan Reed. In a way, the title of Chief Medical Officer is misleading. It's not like you go up there to hand out aspirins or Band-Aids. The duties are pure research. As head of the biomedical research program, Dylan worked closely with Treloar, and he duplicated those experiments with me in case I had to take Treloar's place. So I never really worked closely with Treloar at all." "What about personally? Was he close to anyone? Was there any gossip about him?" "He was a loner, John. I can tell you that working with him wasn't much fun. A brilliant mind, but no personality, no humor, nothing." "Your investigation isn't going to impact the launch, is it?" Smith shook his head. "No reason it should." "Look, the best I can do is give you the names of the people who did work directly with Treloar. Maybe they'll have something for you." Smith was certain that he already had those names and more. He'd spent half the night going over Adam Treloar's files, forwarded from the FBI, the NSA, and NASA. Still, he listened carefully as Megan ran down her list. "That's really all I know, John. Plenty for me to work with. Thank you. Given what you're doing, I don't suppose there's any chance of your getting down to the launch. I could get you great seats." "I wish I could, I really do. But maybe I'll see you at Edwards when you touch down." Edwards Air Force Base in California was the shuttle's primary landing station. "I've got to get going." He reached across the table and, covering her hand, held it tightly. "Come home safe." Lost in thought, Megan walked back to her apartment. Adam Treloar was dead, murdered, and Jon Smith had suddenly materialized in Houston. He had questioned her skillfully, but given nothing in return. What was Smith really doing here? Who was he after, and why? There was only one way to find out. Back in her apartment, Megan took out her digitally encrypted phone and dialed a number. "Klein here. It's Megan Olson. I thought you'd be on your way to the shuttle launch by now. I'm leaving in a little while, sir. There have been developments I felt you should know about." Quickly, she outlined her conversation with Jon Smith. "That he was being evasive is putting it mildly. Is there anything you want to do for him?" "Negative. Smith is involved because of his U.S. AMRID expertise." "I don't understand, sir. How does that come into play?" "Megan, there's been a leak at bioweapon. A sample of smallpox was stolen. Adam Treloar was in Moscow at the time. The Russians have him on tape with the courier who was carrying the material. A handoff was made. We're certain that Treloar carried the stuff into this country. Then, when his usefulness had run out, he was murdered." "What happened to what he was carrying?" "Gone. Listen to me, Megan. You're at ground zero. We thought that Treloar might be dirty. Now we're sure that he was. The question is, did he have accomplices in the shuttle program?" "It seems impossible, sir. These are all dedicated individuals. As far as I can tell, there's nothing suspicious going on. But then again, I missed Treloar, didn't I?" "Everybody missed him. Don't beat yourself up about that. The key is to find the smallpox. Covert-One is working on the assumption that it's somewhere in the D.C. area. Whoever has it would not want to transport it any more than is absolutely necessary. And from London, Treloar could have taken a non-stop flight anywhere. Chicago, Miami, Los Angeles. He chose D.C. for a reason. We think that's where the storage facility has been set up." "Do you still want me to go ahead and fly on the shuttle?" "Absolutely. But until that bird is off the pad, don't draw attention to yourself. If you spot anything suspicious, call me immediately. And Megan, if we don't have a chance to talk again, good luck and come home safely." Megan found herself staring at a dead phone. She had been very tempted to ask Klein if Jon Smith also worked for Covert-One, if that had been the reason for his evasiveness. But she knew Klein would never tell her, and neither would Jon. Jon Smith's search for background information on Adam Treloar next took him to the NASA security office, on the administration building's second floor. A lieutenant logged him in, then guided him through a maze of corridors that dead-ended at a fireproof door. After punching in the codes, the officer pulled back the door and they stepped inside. The records room was at least 10 degrees cooler than the rest of the floor. There was no sound save for the hum of machines. 10 of the fastest computers ever built, linked to data storage towers and PC units nestled in individual workstations. Smith followed the officer to a workstation well away from the others. "Will this be okay, sir?" "Yes, thank you, Lieutenant. I don't expect to be too long." Smith settled himself in front of the monitor and activated the computer. Within seconds, he had the entire Houston NASA network at his fingertips. The information on Adam Treloar that Smith had received from the other federal agencies was merely a starting point. Smith had traveled to Houston to begin tracking Treloar where he'd lived and worked. He needed internal and external phone logs, interoffice email, anything that resembled a trail, electronic or otherwise. He would learn how Treloar had lived. He would peel back the traitor's life, searching for that one anomaly, coincidence, or pattern that would be the first link in the chain leading to Treloar's co-conspirators. He began at what seemed like a logical point. Who knew that Treloar had been to Russia? Hidden in these wafer-thin chips and fiber optics might be instructions, and names to go with them. When Dylan Reed arrived at his office, he had no way of knowing that Smith had already begun his search. So intent was he on the morning's crowded agenda that he almost ignored the ping from his computer, signaling an alert. Absently, he punched in a sequence of numbers. The name Adam Treloar popped up on the screen. Someone snooping. Reed's hand flew to the phone. Seconds later, he was listening as the security duty officer explained Smith's presence in the records room. Reed took a moment to steady himself. What the hell was Smith doing here? Damn him! He recalled how frightened Treloar had been of the man. Now the same icicle-like fingers that had danced up and down Treloar's spine had turned themselves on him. Bauer had been right to suggest that Reed flag all files relating to Treloar in case someone came looking. And someone has. When his nerves had settled, he picked up the phone and dialed General Richardson at the Pentagon. "This is Reed. That potential problem we talked about? It's real. I think you'll agree we have to activate the solution." A Secret Service sedan was waiting for Jon Smith when he stepped out of Ronald Reagan National Airport. Halfway to Camp David, the call he had been expecting came through. "Peter, how are you?" "Still in Venice. I have some interesting news for you." Peter Howell told Smith about the Swiss connection, Herr Weitzel at the Offenbach Bank in Zurich. "Would you like me to have a chat with him, John?" "Better hold off on that until I get back to you. What about Dianetti? We don't want him sounding any alarms." "He won't be doing that. He has a severe case of food poisoning and will be in the hospital for at least a week. Plus, he knows that I have all his financial records and can ruin him with one phone call. I'll stay put until I hear from you." "I'll keep you posted." The driver dropped Smith off at Rosebud, the cabin where Klein was waiting for him. "Good to have you back, John." "Thank you, sir. Any word on the smallpox?" Klein shook his head. "Have a look at this." He passed Smith a rolled-up sheet of paper. The ink sketch contained some of Beria's features, but wasn't precise enough to clearly define the assassin. Beria's appearance was nondescript to begin with. The composite reflected a man who could have been just about anyone. It would be sheer blind luck if law enforcement stumbled across him, which was precisely what Klein wanted Beria's handlers to believe. With a few cosmetic changes to his appearance, Beria was perfectly safe. His controllers would continue to believe that his usefulness outweighed his potential liability. By denying law enforcement access to the true likeness of Beria, Klein was effectively limiting the hunt. But on the other end of the scale was a collateral benefit. When the composite hit the street and Beria's controllers saw it, they would not be spooked. Smith did not think that the controllers would become careless, but they would remain relaxed, presuming no immediate threat to their long-range plans. "How'd it go in Houston?" Klein asked. "Treloar was damn careful. Whatever contacts he made, he was meticulous in covering up his tracks. Nonetheless, you accomplished your primary mission. I've chummed the waters, sir. Whoever was running Treloar knows I'm snooping." True, Smith had gone to Houston to find a trail that Treloar might have left behind, but his real intention had been to touch the tendrils of the web that still linked Treloar to his controllers. Smith hoped to provoke a response that would force the controllers to come after him, which meant bringing Beria out of his hole. Smith turned as Major General Oleg Kirov entered the room. He was startled by the Russian's appearance. The fit, middle-aged Kirov had morphed into a slightly seedy-looking individual in a well-worn, off-the-rack suit. His tie and shirt front were dotted with food and coffee stains. His thin-soled shoes were as badly scuffed as his cheap briefcase. His hair was long and unruly. An expert touch of makeup added an alcoholic's redness to his eyes and deepened the dark crescents under them. Kirov reflected dissolution and hopelessness, the attributes of a failing salesman that the smart set, living and working in the chic area around DuPont Circle, wouldn't care to acknowledge. Smith said, "My compliments on your makeover, General. Even I had to look twice." "Let's hope the same is true for Beria," Kirov replied. Kirov had convinced the Russian president to send him to the United States to help with the hunt for Ivan Beria. Klein had thought that Kirov, who'd spent a year in Washington and knew the ethnic districts well, would be invaluable. He had argued as much to the president, who had concurred with Petrenko and allowed Kirov to come over. But in Kirov's hard, bright eyes, Smith saw the real reason why the general was here. Kirov had been betrayed by a woman he'd loved and trusted, who had been corrupted by unknown forces linked to a killer he'd let slip away. Kirov badly needed to make amends, to regain his honor as a soldier. "How do you want to proceed, John?" "I first need to stop at home. After you get settled in, we can go to DuPont Circle." Since no one at the Russian embassy was aware of Kirov's presence in the city, Smith had suggested that the general use John's Bethesda house as the base for their hunt for Beria. "Are you sure you don't want long-range cover?" "We can't take the chance that Beria would spot the cover, sir." Kirov agreed. "Mr. Klein, I understand and share your concern. But I have a distinct advantage over any cover you might provide. I know Beria. If he's wearing a disguise, I'll see through it." He turned to Smith. "You have my word. If Beria is out there, if he comes for you, he is ours." 90 minutes later, Smith and Kirov arrived at Smith's home in Bethesda. Over coffee in the kitchen, they pored over a large-scale map of Washington, focusing on the multi-ethnic neighborhood around DuPont Circle. Since Kirov was already familiar with the area, a plan came together quickly. As they got ready to leave, Smith said, "I know we didn't talk about this with Klein, but—" He held out a Sig Sauer pistol. Kirov shook his head. He went into the bedroom and came back with what looked like an ordinary black umbrella. He moved his thumb along the handle, and suddenly a 1-inch blade popped out of the tip. "Something I brought along from Moscow. The blade has a fast-acting animal tranquilizer. It can bring down 100-kilo boar in seconds. Besides, if for some reason your police were to stop me, I could explain away an umbrella. A gun would be much harder." Smith nodded. He might be the bait, but Kirov would be the one doing the close-in work. Smith slipped the pistol into his shoulder holster. "All right, then. I'll give you 40 minutes lead time, then follow you in." Like other areas close to Washington's core, DuPont Circle had undergone a revival. But tucked in between trendy cafes and designer boutiques were Macedonian bakeries, Turkish carpet shops, Greek restaurants, and Yugoslav coffee houses. Kirov knew how strong the pull of the familiar would be to a man operating in an unfamiliar environment. This ethnic mix was just the kind of environment that Ivan Beria would gravitate to. In a small open-air quadrangle between 21st Street and Florida Avenue, bordered by shops and stalls, Kirov took a seat in the shade of an umbrella-topped table. If Beria came here, he would wear the rough, practical clothing of a Yugoslav working man. Maybe a cap, too, to cast a shadow over his features. But Kirov would recognize him. Kirov surveyed the changing scene around him. He also scanned the entrances and exits to the quadrangle where people appeared from and disappeared too. He noted the signs posted in the shop windows indicating the business hours and made a mental note to check the alleys and the delivery bays. If Beria had to come out to perform his wet work, this was an area he would feel comfortable in. This might cause him to feel that he had the upper hand, and a confident man could sometimes be a blind one. 3/4 of a mile from where Kirov was contemplating the takedown zone, Ivan Beria opened the door to his apartment on the top floor of a building that specialized in short-term leases to the city's white-collar transients. Facing him was the driver of the Lincoln. Motioning the man inside, Beria locked the door and accepted the proffered envelope. He quickly read the contents and smiled to himself. The principals always underestimated the number of people who had to be eliminated. In this case, Beria had already been paid for the Russian guard and the American scientist. Now he was being asked to remove one more. Turning to the driver, he said, "Picture." Silently, the driver took back the letter and handed over a picture of Jon Smith. Beria smiled thoughtfully. "When?" The driver held out his hand for the picture. "As soon as possible. You must be ready to go the minute you're called." Naked, Dr. Carl Bauer stepped out of the final decontamination room. On the bench of the changing room were underclothes, socks, and a shirt. A freshly pressed suit hung on the door hook. A few minutes later, Bauer was dressed and on his way to the glass-enclosed mezzanine where his chief of staff, Klaus Yannick, waited. Yannick gave a slight bow and held out his hand. "Magnificent work, Herr Director. I've never seen anything like it." Bauer shook his hand and acknowledged the compliment. "Nor are we likely to witness something like that ever again." After resting, Bauer had returned to the laboratory. Even though he had worked through most of the night, he felt elated and full of energy. Nonetheless, Yannick was right. It had been magnificent work. He had applied a lifetime of knowledge and experience into taking the first steps that would transform an already deadly virus into an unstoppable microscopic firestorm. Now he felt almost cheated, because he would be unable to take those last few steps toward completion. Voicing his thought, he said, "We knew from the beginning, didn't we, Klaus, that we would never be able to see this creation through to the end. The physics of this earth deny me my ultimate triumph. To complete it, I must give it away. Now it will be up to Reed to go where we cannot. And when he returns, we will have what, until now, we've only dreamed of. Now, the transport? The sample is ready for shipment, Herr Director. The aircraft is standing by." Beneath the blaze of lights, Space Shuttle Discovery looked like a sculpture heralding in the new millennium. From her vantage point 3 miles away, Megan Olsen stared in awe at the craft, mated to the giant external tank and the 2 solid rocket boosters. It was 2:00 in the morning on a windless, moonlit night. Megan had been unable to sleep much past midnight. The thought that in fewer than 8 hours she would be on board the shuttle rocketing into space left her breathless. She turned and walked back by the crew quarters building. She was heading for her room when she heard footsteps nearby. Turning, she saw a figure move from the shadows of the building into the light. Dylan Reed? It was a standing joke that not only did Reed not hear his alarm clock, but that he could sleep through liftoff if allowed to do so. So what was he doing up and about an hour before their 3 a.m. roll call? Megan was about to call out to him when bright headlights appeared around the corner. Instinctively, she drew back as a sedan with a NASA logo on the door slipped close to where Reed was standing. An older man got out of the car and approached him. She couldn't hear what the two men were saying, but there was no mistaking that something passed from the visitor to Reed, a shiny metallic cylinder about 4 inches long. She saw it for only a split second before it disappeared into the pocket of Reed's overalls. Megan watched the visitor grip Reed's shoulder, then get back into his car and drive away. He has pre-flight jitters, just like the rest of us. Someone close to him came out to see him off. But the explanation rang hollow. Before heading for the mess hall where the crew would have their last real meal until they returned, Megan stopped off at her room. Klein's directive had been unequivocal. She was to report anything suspicious. Although Megan was certain that there was a perfectly innocent explanation for Reed's behavior, she nonetheless reached for the phone. At 6:30, the crew entered the clean room to suit up. Megan cast a critical eye over her launch entry suit, or LES. Made to measure and weighing a hefty 90 pounds, it was comprised of more than 15 individual pieces, including a flotation device, gravity pants, and a diaper. Megan had questioned the need for the latter until Reed had explained to her exactly how much pressure was exerted on the body during the entry into orbit. It was virtually impossible for the bladder not to void. The crew paired off to check each other's suits, making sure that every piece was snug and secure. Then one of the mission specialists, David Carter, led the group in a brief prayer. With a little over 3 hours to liftoff, they trooped out of their quarters and into a blaze of camera lights. The walkout was the last chance for outside observers to see the astronauts. The van ride to the gantry took only a few minutes. Once there, the crew boarded an elevator that took them up 195 feet to the White Room, the final staging area where they put on their parachutes, harnesses, communications hats, helmets, and gloves. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time," one of the prep crew called out. Reed gestured at Megan. "After you, ma'am." Megan took a deep breath, crouched, and ducked through the flight deck hatch. Making her way to the ladder, she descended to the middeck, where in addition to the sleep stations, food and storage lockers, and the bathroom, were 3 special liftoff chairs. For her, Randall Wallace, another mission specialist, and David Carter, the payload specialist. Settling herself in the takedown chair, which would be folded and stored after liftoff, Megan found herself on her back, her knees pointed at the ceiling. The prep crew came in and strapped the astronauts into the seats. "Mics?" Megan tested hers and nodded. As her mates were strapped in, she listened to the orbiter crew going through the liftoff checklist with mission control. Their work finished, the prep crew stepped back. "Ladies and gentlemen, Godspeed. Come home safely." "Amen to that," Carter said. Closing her eyes, Megan whispered a few words from the 24th Psalm. She had barely finished when the shuttle shifted a little. An instant later, the ignition procedure for the solid boosters kicked in, and a loud, low rumble enveloped the craft. Through the chatter of ground control double-checking liftoff, Megan heard, "Houston, we have liftoff of Space Shuttle Discovery." As the external tank fed the shuttle's main engines, Megan felt as though she were strapped to a bone-jarring roller coaster, except that there was no stopping this ride. 2 minutes and 6 seconds after liftoff, the solid boosters separated from the orbiter, falling away to the ocean where they would be retrieved. Powered by the fuel from the external tank that fed her main engines, Discovery struggled to break free of gravity. The higher and faster she ascended, the closer the crew got to the maximum 3G pressure. Megan had been warned that it was like having a gorilla strapped to your chest. Wrong. More like an elephant. 6 minutes later, at an altitude of 184 miles, the main engine stopped firing. Its job done, the external fuel tank separated and fell away. Megan was amazed by the sudden silence and by how smooth the ride had suddenly become. Turning her head, she understood why. Beyond the sliver of a window in her line of sight were the stars. She and Discovery were in orbit. A few minutes after 9 o'clock in the morning, Ivan Beria was in the backseat of the Lincoln as it idled at the far corner of Jon Smith Street. The driver was standing outside, smoking. To passing joggers and dog walkers, he appeared to be waiting for a client. The previous evening, Beria had the driver take him by Smith's house for an initial surveillance run. Now they were waiting for their target to appear. This contract presented some obstacles. Smith did not go to an office. His home appeared to have good security. Therefore, the execution would have to be done out in the open, wherever an opportunity presented itself. Another problem was the unpredictability of Smith's movements. He had no set schedule, so there was no telling where he would be at any given time. This meant that Beria had to follow Smith and look for an opening. Working in his favor was the fact that the American did not have an escort, and most important, he had no inkling that he was in any kind of danger. Inside, John finished his second cup of coffee and checked his watch. By now, Kirov would have had enough time to settle into position in DuPont Circle. Time to go. The driver got back behind the wheel. Smith's coming out. Beria looked through the windshield down the street, where a navy blue sedan was backing out of a garage. "And we begin," Beria said. As Smith drove into the city, he constantly checked his mirrors. After a few miles, he tagged the black Lincoln that changed lanes whenever he did. He called Kirov on the cell. "It's the Lincoln from the airport, on my tail. Beria's nibbling." "I'm ready," Kirov assured him. Smith drove as fast as traffic permitted, changing lanes, leaning on his horn. He hoped Beria would buy the image of a man late for an important appointment, a man preoccupied, his guard down, easy prey. He wanted the assassin to focus on him, to the exclusion of everything and everyone else. That way he would never see Kirov coming. "He's in a hurry," Beria thought. "Why?" "He's headed for DuPont Circle," the driver said. Beria frowned. His apartment was in that area. Could Smith have discovered it? Smith parked the car in a lot, then crossed 21st Street. This area, with its Eastern European restaurants and shops, was the only place in Washington where Beria felt comfortable. "He's here to try to pick up the scent. Or maybe someone saw my picture." Beria had seen the police composite on the news. He thought it a poor rendering, nothing like him at all. But maybe someone had seen him in the area. "Stay where I can find you," Beria told the driver. The driver pointed to a restaurant called Dunn's River Falls. "I'll be in the lot." Stepping out of the car, Beria trotted across the street in time to see Smith duck under an archway. Now he knew exactly where his quarry was headed, the small quadrangle between 21st Street and Florida Avenue. Beria passed through the arch and saw Smith walking toward the fountain in the center of the quadrangle. Not so quick now, looking around, as though expecting someone. Beria started moving forward as his hand dipped into his jacket pocket, fingers curling around the cork handle of his spring-loaded stiletto. Smith felt his pager vibrate. Kirov was signaling that Beria was in the zone, within 50 feet of Smith. Smith slowed his pace even more. Stopping, he checked his watch, then looked around as though searching for someone in particular. The pager vibrated again, twice. Beria was within 25 feet and closing. Smith felt a cold tingle dance along his spine. Still looking around, he saw neither Beria nor Kirov. Then he heard soft footfalls behind him. From his vantage point in the doorway of a closed dry goods store, Kirov had picked up Beria the instant he'd stepped through the arch. Now he approached him on the diagonal, his footsteps soundless. "Don't look around, John. Don't bolt. Trust me." Beria was now less than a dozen feet behind Smith, closing fast. As his hand came out of his pocket, Kirov caught a glimpse of the cork handle and a flash of stainless steel as Beria depressed the mechanism that causes the blade to spring into place. Kirov carried his umbrella. It swung lightly in his grip as he closed the distance to Beria. At the precise moment when the assassin took another step, his back leg lifted slightly, calf raised, Kirov brought the umbrella down. The razor-sharp tip sheared the fabric of Beria's pant leg, caught flesh, and cut down a 1/4 inch. Beria whirled around, stiletto glinting in the pale sunlight. But Kirov was already 2 steps away. Beria caught sight of him, and his eyes widened in shock. Kirov! Beria took a step toward him, but never reached him. His right leg faltered and gave way. The stiletto fell from his grip as he pitched forward. The drug that had coated the umbrella tip was singing through his veins, blurring his vision, turning his muscles to putty. Glassy-eyed, Beria was faintly aware of Kirov holding him, smiling, talking in Serb, telling him what a bad boy he'd been, how he'd been looking for him everywhere. Beria opened his mouth, but could only gurgle. Now Smith was propping him up by his other shoulder. Beria tried to move his feet, but found that he could only drag them. The roar of traffic was like that of a giant waterfall. Kirov was sliding open the door to a blue van, bringing out a collapsible wheelchair. Then Beria was in the chair, leather straps snaking around his wrists and ankles. And now he was in the van, and suddenly everything disappeared except for Kirov's voice and his cold blue eyes. "You don't know how lucky you are, you murdering bastard." After that, he heard nothing at all. The back porch of the hideaway on the Chesapeake shore looked out on a still pond fed by a meandering stream. It was early evening, almost 8 hours since Beria had been taken. Smith had no idea who really owned this rustic retreat, but as Peter Howell had told him in Venice, it was both very private and well-equipped. Under the floorboards in the main room was a cache of arms, medicines, and other essentials, indicating that the owner was in Howell's line of work. Out back, in what looked like a large tool shed, was something else. Smith walked across the porch and leaned on the railing. From the moment he and Kirov had conceived the operation, they had known that, when taken, Beria would not talk. Not without inducements, sophisticated chemicals that, in certain combinations, were very effective and reliable. But they had drawbacks. One could never be sure if the recipient might have an unexpected reaction, go into shock, or worse. Such a risk could not be taken with Beria. He had to be broken cleanly, completely, safely. It was vital to get at the information in his head. Ivan Beria was surrounded by white. Even if he kept his eyes closed, which was most of the time, he saw white. When he regained consciousness, he discovered that he was standing in a deep cylindrical tube. About 15 feet high, its walls were perfectly smooth, coated with plaster that had been painted and then finished with something to make it shine. High beyond his reach were 2 big flood lamps that burned continuously. The diameter of the tube was barely large enough to accommodate his shoulders. He could lean a few inches in any direction, but he could not sit down. After a while, he heard a faint hum, like a distant radio signal. As the hours passed, the signal got stronger and the walls whiter. Then they started to close in on him. That was the first time Beria had closed his eyes. When he opened them, the whiteness was even starker. Now he dared not open his eyes at all. The hum crescendoed into a roar, and beyond it Beria heard something else, something that might have been a human voice. He had no idea that he was screaming. Suddenly he staggered back, falling through a concealed door that Kirov had opened. Grabbing Beria's arm, he yanked the assassin out of the silo and immediately slipped a black hood over his head.
Everything's going to be all right, Ivan. I'm going to take away the pain, all of it. You'll have some water, then you can talk to me." Suddenly, violently, Beria threw his arms around Kirov, holding him as a drowning man would a piece of driftwood. All the while, Kirov continued to talk to him until Beria took his first halting steps. Beria's eyes were glassy and washed out, like those of day-old fish on ice. When he spoke, it was as though he'd been hypnotized. The three of them sat on the porch around a little table on which sat a small tape recorder. They'd been talking for a very long time. Beria sipped water from a plastic cup. Next to him, Kirov watched his every move. In his lap, covered by a napkin, was a gun. "Now, who hired you to kill the Russian guard?" Smith asked.
"A man from Zurich."
"You went to Zurich?"
"No, we spoke only on the telephone."
"Did he tell you his name?"
"He called himself Gerd."
"How did Gerd pay you?"
"Money was put into an account at the Offenbach Bank. It was handled by Herr Weitzel."
"Did you meet him?"
"Yes, several times."
"And Gerd?"
"Never."
"Do you know what it was you took from the Russian guard?"
"Germs."
"Do you know the name of the man you passed the germs to at the Moscow airport?"
"I was told to call him David."
"Did you know that you would have to kill him?"
"Yes."
"Did Gerd tell you to do this?"
"Yes."
"Ivan, I don't want you to listen to this."
"All right."
Beria looked away, his expression vacant.
"John, he's got nothing left to give up. Any word on the Lincoln?"
"It's a Nassau fleet vehicle. Dozens of drivers use it. We should have snatched the driver. By now he's reported that Beria's missing. The controllers will be much more careful from here on in."
"But it would have been impossible for just the two of us to take down Beria and the driver. We would have needed reinforcements."
Smith nodded. "All right. Beria gave us two names, the Offenbach Bank and Herr Weitzel. He told Kirov about the Venice connection to Marco Dianetti."
"So Weitzel would have had to deal with Gerd. He would have talked to him, maybe even met him."
Smith completed Kirov's thought. "So he would know Gerd's real name, wouldn't he?" When Ivan Beria failed to appear within the allotted time, the driver of the Lincoln simply walked away from the car. Chances were good that it would be stolen and disappear within the next few hours. Even if the authorities somehow got to it first, it would yield few clues. The driver always wore gloves, and the car had been checked out in the name of a driver currently working in Pasadena, California. The driver called his principal. He explained what had happened and suggested that Beria had been taken. The party on the other end instructed the driver to go immediately to Dulles Airport. In a designated locker, he would find an overnight bag with money, identity papers, and a change of clothes. There would also be a ticket for Cancun, Mexico, where he was to stay until further notice. As soon as he hung up with the driver, Anthony Price called Dr. Carl Bauer, who had returned to Hawaii after delivering the smallpox to Reed. "The problem you sent your boy to fix," Price said. "Now it's worse than before." After giving Bauer the details, he added, "If Beria's been taken, then you can bet it's Smith who has him. Beria will talk." "If he does, what of it? He never saw any of us. He doesn't know our names. Trelaw is dead. The trail stops with him. We have to move up the schedule, create a diversion. Doing so would endanger Reed and the entire project. Not doing it endangers us. Reed was going to run the experiment the day after tomorrow. There's no reason why he can't run it now. All the experiments are on a fixed schedule. It might look suspicious if Reed changes the sequence. Given the consequences, a change in sequence will be the last thing anyone thinks about. The key is to get the mutation down as quickly as possible and cover our butts." "Very well. I will contact Reed and tell him to move up the schedule." Hanging up the phone, Bauer took the elevator to the sub-basement. This spacious room was the heart of his communications center, where technicians using 3 private satellites kept their fingertips on the electronic pulse of the Bauer-Zermatt empire. There was also a 4th satellite, which, until now,
had remained inactive. Crossing the room, Bauer entered his private office space and closed the door. He seated himself at the console, activated the high-definition screen, and began typing on the keyboard. The satellite, built by the Chinese, launched by the French, sprang to life. It was a relatively unsophisticated piece of equipment, but then again it had only one purpose, and a very short lifespan. When its job was done, an explosive charge would destroy it. Bauer piggybacked on the NASA frequency, prepared his message for the microburst transmission, and opened the circuits. The message was beamed to the satellite, which in turn relayed it to the shuttle. Its mission accomplished, the satellite immediately went dormant. Sitting back in his chair, Bauer steepled his fingers. There would be no direct reply from the shuttle. The only way Bauer would be sure that his transmission was received would be to tap into the shuttle NASA transmissions. When he heard Reed's voice, he would know. Traveling at 17,500 miles per hour at an altitude of 202 miles, Discovery was on its fourth orbit around the Earth. Stowing away her temporary seat, Megan Olson worked her way out of her launch entry suit and into working overalls, studded with Velcro-lined pockets. Her face and upper body were puffy. Virtually every wrinkle had disappeared, and her waistline had shrunk a good 2 inches. This was because there was little gravity to pull down blood and bodily fluids. With the help of Carter and Wallace, Megan activated the shuttle's power, air conditioning, lights, and communications. The payload bay doors were opened to release the heat built up during liftoff. They would stay open for the duration of the mission and help regulate the temperature inside the orbiter. As she worked, through her headset, Megan listened to the chatter among the commander, Bill Carroll, the pilot, Frank Stone, and mission control. It was all routine until she heard Carroll's puzzled voice. "Dylan, are you copying this?" "Roger that. What's up?" "Something just came in over the circuits for you, but there was no mission control input." Megan heard Reed chuckle. "Probably one of my lab guys put on a headset. What's the message?" "Apparently there's been a change in the order of your experiments. Megan's been bumped to number 4. You take the opening slot." "Hey," Megan said, "that's not fair. Why the change?" "I'm checking the schedule right now," Reed said. Drifting in microgravity, Megan maneuvered her way up the ladder to the flight deck. Reed was suspended behind the pilot and the commander. He passed his log to her. "It's a last-minute schedule change I forgot to mention. I'm going to run the critter tests first and get them out of the way. Then you can have the place all to yourself and your Legionnaire's disease microbes." "I was really hoping to get into it first thing." "Yeah, I know. First trip, all the excitement. But if I were you, I'd grab some sack time while I slave over a hot petri dish." "Would you like a hand with the tests?" "Appreciate the thought, but no thanks." "Well, I'd better go open up the factory." The factory was the crew's nickname for the space lab. On the monitor, Megan watched Reed maneuver his way to the middeck, then float into the tunnel that connected to the space lab. Megan turned to Bill Carroll. "Who sent that transmission?" Carroll checked his screen. "There's no name attached, just a number." Megan read over his shoulder. The 6-digit number was familiar. It was Dylan Reed's NASA ID. How could he possibly have sent a message to himself? "You said this message didn't come through mission control?" "Hell, Megan. Who else could have sent it?" As soon as Dylan Reed entered the space lab, he overrode the circuits that controlled the cameras recording activity at the biorack. Pulling back the Velcro strap on one of his pants pockets, he removed the stubby titanium cylinder that Bauer had given him. Reed slipped the tube into the freezer, then reset the cameras. Once the variola was secure, he began to prepare the biorack for the procedures he would carry out. At the same time, he tried to fathom what had happened to cause Bauer to move up the schedule so dramatically. Reed slipped his feet into the restraints embedded in the floor in front of the biorack and estimated the amount of time the job would take. If his calculations were right, the rest of the crew would be having their dinner just as he was finishing up. They would all be in one place, just as he wanted. Sitting in Rosebud's living room, Nathaniel Klein listened without comment as Smith told him of Beria's capture and the subsequent interrogation. A known killer is connected to a Swiss bank and one of its principal officers, Klein murmured. Smith indicated the cassette on the coffee table. Beria gave up a lot more than that. Some of the top people in Russia and Eastern Europe have had him on their payrolls. Events that seem to make no sense to us can all be traced back to assassinations and blackmail that Beria was a party to. Fine. We have a lot of dirt, and one day it might be useful. But right now we have to find the smallpox. Where are Beria and Kirov currently? At a secure location. Beria's heavily sedated. The general would like to bring Beria back to Moscow quietly as soon as possible. I'll arrange transport at Andrews. Unfortunately, taking Beria didn't solve our problem. The president might be able to get the Swiss to open up the Offenbach Bank without disclosing why we need their cooperation, but it's a long shot. This can't be a government-to-government operation, sir. We don't have the time. But Herr Weitzel might be more forthcoming. I have Peter Howell standing by in Venice. All right. Smith went into the small room that had become Klein's nerve center at Camp David and made the call. Peter, Zurich is a go. Very well, I'll be on the early evening flight. We got to Beria. He gave up Weitzel, but that's it. I need to know the name of the paymaster. If Weitzel knows, so will you. Good. Now, do you happen to have a tape recorder handy? I have something that might be useful. Smith walked back into the living room and told Klein that Peter Howell was on his way to Switzerland. Has there been any word on the Lincoln, sir? Klein shook his head. At first I thought there was a logical explanation for the Nassau license plates. Now, Sir Treloar was Nassau. Why wouldn't he have had a car waiting to pick him up at Dulles? But then that same vehicle trailed you, didn't it, John? And something else. Dr. Dillon Reed had a late-night visit from an individual we haven't been able to identify. Smith glanced at Klein sharply. Klein had just admitted that he had a source right in the heart of Nassau. Megan Olson, Smith said. You should have told me, sir. There was no need for you to know about Megan, John. By the same token, she doesn't know about you. Why tell me now? Because we still don't have any lead on the smallpox. You'll recall that I believed it was in the D.C. area because that's where Treloar flew in. Now I'm thinking that perhaps there's a connection between Treloar and Reed. Is that why Megan is down there, to watch Reed? Is there anything you know about Reed that might indicate he could be involved in something like this? Smith shook his head. I don't know him all that well, but his reputation at USAMRID was sterling. Klein picked up 2 dossiers. Now, these are the files on the 2 soldiers Howell encountered in Palermo. They look pretty thin, sir, don't they? The records have been sanitized. Dates, locations, assignments, chain of command. A lot is unaccounted for. And the phone number Nichols gave up doesn't officially exist. John, I don't know what we're dealing with here, but we must find out where this military thread leads. I want you to do what you did in Houston. Touch the web and see what kind of spider crawls out. 3 hours after leaving Venice, Peter Howell checked into Zurich's Dolder Grand Hotel. Do you have any messages for me? He asked the front desk clerk. Howell was handed an envelope. Opening it, he found a single sheet of scented notepaper with an address written on it. After changing into a business suit, Howell took a taxi into the heart of the city's financial district. It was 8:30 and the area was deserted except for several brightly lighted storefronts. One was the address on the notepaper, the Swan's Way Restaurant. The interior was upscale Rathskeller with beamed ceilings, stucco, and heavy furniture. The waiters were in black tie, the silver was heavy and gleaming, and the maitre d' seemed puzzled why this tourist thought he could dine at his establishment without a reservation. I'm Herr Weitzel's guest, Howell told him. Ah, you are early, sir. Herr Weitzel's table is prepared for 9 o'clock. Please have a seat in the lounge. I will direct him to you. Some 15 minutes later, Howell saw the maitre d' pointing him out and talking to a tall, thin man. "Should I know you?" Herr Weitzel had swept-back hair and eyes so dark they appeared black. Peter guessed that he was in his late 30s, spent a small fortune on his clothes and stylist, and looked down at most of the world with undisguised contempt. "Peter Howell," he said. "An Englishman. Do you have business with the Offenbach Bank?" "I have business with you." "There must be some mistake. I have never heard of you. But you've heard of Ivan Beria, haven't you, old son?" Howell had his hand on Weitzel's arm just above the elbow. Weitzel's mouth worked furiously as Howell pressed down on a nerve. "There's a nice quiet table in the corner. Why don't we have a drink?" Howell steered Weitzel into the corner of a banquette and slipped in beside him, effectively trapping him. "You can't do this," Weitzel gasped, rubbing his elbow. "We have laws. I can't discuss confidential matters." "Oh, but you can. You service Ivan Beria's account. I don't want the money. All we need to know is who sends it in." "You are a criminal. You are holding me against my will. Why should I tell you anything?" Howell placed a small recorder on the table. Plugging in an earpiece, he handed it to Weitzel. "Listen." The banker did as he was told. After a moment his eyes widened in disbelief, and he yanked out the earpiece. Peter thought that it was far-sighted of John to provide that particular portion of the interrogation where Beria mentioned Weitzel. "So? My name is spoken. What of it?" "Beria is an assassin. He works for the Russians. How much Russian money do you handle, Herr Weitzel?" The banker's silence was telling. "I thought so. So here's what will happen if you don't cooperate. I will make sure the Russians learn that you were quite forthcoming when it came to their money. Where it comes from, how and when it's moved, all those little details they thought were safe with you. Now, the Russians will understandably be upset. Explanations will be demanded. Excuses will not be tolerated. And once trust has been broken, my dear Weitzel, you are finished. You know the Russians never forget, never forgive. They will want revenge, and they will have it." Weitzel knew the Englishman was right. The Russians had made it very clear to brokers like Weitzel that they could not run, could never hide if they broke trust. The Englishman was the kind of man who could make it seem that Weitzel had betrayed his clients, and nothing the banker could say or do would change the Russians' minds once they were convinced of his treachery. "What was the name again?" Weitzel asked. "Ivan Beria. Who feeds him his money?" 5 hours had elapsed since Dillon Reed had sequestered himself in the space lab. He worked as quickly as he could, pausing only to rest his hands, which, encased in the long rubber gloves attached to the box, tended to cramp. The enormity of what he was doing almost overwhelmed him. Staring through the microscope, he gazed upon a world of smallpox that had never been seen before, except by its creator, Karl Bauer. In his Hawaii laboratory, the Swiss scientist had managed to take the variola virus and re-engineer it so that it tripled in size. He was then able to open it up so that it would be receptive to even further growth. But Bauer had been constrained by Earth's gravity. Reed was not. The genesis of Bauer's work could be traced back to one of the first shuttle missions. Astronauts had discovered a 2-day-old bag of sandwiches they had forgotten to eat. The food was stored in a sealed plastic bag that was floating like a beach ball. The only way the bag could float was because the bacteria in the food had produced enough gas to make the bag puff up. This observation gave scientists proof that bacteria grow faster and bigger in a microgravity environment. When Karl Bauer read the NASA report on the phenomenon, he concluded that what was true for bacteria might also apply to viruses. Years would pass until he found Reed and a way to conduct the final experiments in space. Now what Reed observed was a variola 10 times as large and potent as anything on Earth. Its protein bubbles, which on Earth would burst at a certain size, retained their integrity and lethal capacity. As a battlefield weapon, this strain would have no equal. Reed shuddered when he imagined how quickly entire populations would be decimated if this variant was released through an airburst bomb. The variola would speed its way from the respiratory tract to the lymph nodes, then spread to the spleen, bone marrow, and other lymphatic organs. Eventually it would make its way to the small blood vessels in the skin. With a normal strain of smallpox, such a process would take 5 to 10 days. Reed estimated that the incubation and infection period would now be measured in minutes. The body would simply have no chance to rally any defense. Reed withdrew his hands from the glove box, wiped them, and took a moment to compose himself. Then he activated his throat mic. "Hey, folks, I'm just about done here. Is it dinner time yet?" "We were just about to call you," Stone replied. "Everyone's ordered steak and eggs." Reed managed to laugh. "Okay. I'd like everybody in the mess so I can go over the schedule." "Roger that. See you in a little while." Reed switched off his mic, but not his earpiece. He did not want to hear the next sounds the crew would make. They would be nothing human. But to gauge how fast the variola acted, he had no choice but to listen. Returning to the biorack, he once again donned the rubber gloves and carefully filled a small tube with the altered variola. Securing the tube, he removed it from the glove box through a small airlock and placed it in the freezer. Using the footholds, he moved to the back of the lab and opened a locker. Inside was a fully contained extravehicular mobility unit, or EMU, the suit used on spacewalks. After slipping inside it, Reed was reaching for his helmet when he caught his reflection in the visor. In that reflection, Reed saw the faces of his 2 brothers, killed during a terrorist attack on the U.S. Embassy in Nairobi, and his sister, a Peace Corps volunteer, abducted, tortured, and murdered in the Sudan. What Reed was doing was not for the greater glory of science, and certainly not for public recognition or acclaim. This new strain would never see the light of day unless circumstances dictated that it be unleashed. General Richardson and Anthony Price were the kind of men who did not tolerate the kind of losses Reed had suffered. To them, payback wasn't just a few cruise missiles lobbed into some tents or bunkers, but a swift and total devastation by an invisible, unstoppable army. By helping build this army, Reed believed he was laying a marker at the graves of his kin, keeping a promise made long ago that their sacrifices would never be forgotten. Securing his helmet, Reed made his way back to the biorack. Calmly and deliberately, he broke the seal on the glove box. Within seconds, the dried variola particles in the dish began forming spores as tiny as dust particles. Inexorably, they found their way to the opening on the glove box seals and outside. For a moment, the spores hung suspended before him. Then the circulating air stream caught them, and they swirled like a minuscule comet into the connecting tube, linking the space lab to the main body of the orbiter. Megan was about to leave middeck for the food station when she heard a squawk over her headset. "Discovery, this is Mission Control. We understand you're looking to break for dinner?" "That's affirmative, Mission Control," Carter replied. "Our instruments show a possible pressure leak in the airlock on the lower deck. Be much obliged if someone could check it out." Stone's voice came over the headset. "Megan, you're the closest. You okay to do it?" She sighed. "Yep, just don't hog all the veal cutlets or whatever." "Roger that. See you in a bit." Megan knew that a bit meant at least an hour. Checking out an airlock meant getting into an EMU. Gripping the handle, she descended the ladder to the lower deck. Tucked behind the cargo and the equipment that the shuttle carried was the airlock. The red light over its door was blinking, indicating a possible malfunction. "Damn wire is all it is," she muttered. "Watch this." Carter tore open a packet of orange juice, held it up, and squeezed out some of the liquid. Forming a rough sphere, the juice floated in front of Carter, who pierced it with a straw and began to sip. In seconds, the solid that was a liquid had disappeared. "Very nice," Stone said. "You can come do magic tricks at my kid's next birthday." "Wonder what's keeping Dylan," Carter said through a mouthful of chicken with gravy, which he was eating out of a plastic baggie. "Dylan, do you copy?" Stone said into his mic. There was no reply. "Probably in the can," Carter said. Then he coughed. "You're eating too fast," Stone chided him. Carter's reply was drowned out by a fit of hacking. "Hey, maybe he's choking on something," Wallace said. Another paroxysm swept through Carter, and he vomited blood up into the air. "What the hell?" Stone cried. His words were cut off as he clutched his chest and began to claw at his jumpsuit. His body felt like it was burning up. When he wiped his face, the back of his hand came away all bloody. Carol and Wallace watched in horror as their shuttle mates rolled over, their arms and legs kicking out as though in seizure. "Get up to the flight deck and seal yourself in," Carol roared. As he shoved Wallace toward the ladder, a voice from Mission Control came over his headset. "Discovery, do you have a problem?" "Damn right we do," Carol shouted. "Something's tearing Carter and Stone apart." Carol's body spasmed. "Oh, Jesus!" As he doubled over, a trail of blood swirled away from his eyes and nostrils. Somewhere far away, he heard the urgent voice from Mission Control. "Discovery, do you copy?" A reply formed in his mind, but before he could get the words out, a red haze descended across his eyes. Working inside the airlock on the lower deck, Megan heard the cries and groans over her headset. She jabbed the transmit button on her EMU. "Frank? Carter? Wallace?" All she heard now was static. Her communications unit was malfunctioning. Ignoring the wiring she'd been checking, Megan reached for the lever to open the airlock. To her horror, it refused to budge. Mission Director Harry Landon was in a cubicle down the hall from Mission Control, catching up on some much-needed sleep. A hand on his shoulder woke him. Rolling over, he found himself gazing into the face of a young technician. "What is it?" "Sir, there's a problem on board Discovery." Landon swung off the cot and moved for the door. "Mechanical? Flight? What?" "Human." "What do you mean, human?" "It's the crew. Something's wrong." Something was wrong. Terribly so. Landon sensed it as soon as he entered Mission Control. All the techs were huddled over their consoles, talking urgently to Discovery. From the snatches he heard as he passed by, Landon realized that no one on board the orbiter was responding. Moving to his command post, he barked, "Get me visual!" "We can't, sir," someone called back. "The video feed must be down on their end." "Then get me audio." Landon slipped on a headset. "Discovery, this is Mission Director. Come in, please." Static crackled. "Discovery, I say again, this is the Mission Director. Mission Control. This is Discovery." The strangled voice made Landon's blood run cold. "Wallace, is that you?" "Yes, sir." "What's going on up there?" Landon had to wait out more static. When Wallace was back, he sounded as if he was choking. "Wallace, what's wrong?" "Control, we're all dying." During the shuttle's pioneer years, in the early 1980s, procedures were set in place to deal with the inevitable mishap, malfunction, or tragedy. Enumerated in the so-called Black Book, those procedures were first implemented in January 1986, after the Challenger disaster. Landon's fingers trembled as he unlocked the drawer he'd prayed he would never have to open. The book was a slender 3-ring binder. Landon opened it to the first page, reached for the phone, then hesitated. He plugged his headset into the intercom system that connected him to all the staff. "Ladies and gentlemen, you all heard the last communication from Discovery. If it's accurate, then we are in the middle of a true catastrophe. The best thing we can do for our people up there is to follow procedures and be ready to respond to any request for assistance. Continue to monitor all aspects of the flight and of the shuttle's condition. I want the data team to review all the tapes, every conversation, every transmission. Whatever happened up there happened quickly, but there had to be a trigger.
I want to know what it was. We cannot lose hope that there may be survivors. That's whom we're working for. Whoever's left, we want to bring them down safely. Nothing else matters."
The silence that had settled over the room began to break up. The grim expressions were replaced by ones of resolve and determination. Landon's first call went to Rich Warfield, the president's science advisor. "What can I tell the president, Harry?" Warfield asked. "First, there has been no communication with Discovery since Wallace's last transmission. In it, he indicated that the crew was dying or dead. I'll have someone play you the actual tape in case the president wants to hear for himself. As for the shuttle, it appears stable. There's been no change in flight path, speed, or trajectory. All on-board systems are green." "Give me your educated guess, Harry." "All air supply readings are normal. That means no toxic contaminants. No smoke, no fire, no gases." "What about food poisoning?" "The crew would have been having their first meal, but even if all the food were contaminated, I doubt that the poison could have spread so quickly or virulently." "What about the payload?" "This wasn't a classified flight. The Space Lab had the usual menagerie of frogs, insects, and mice to be used for experiments." "But what, Harry?" "Megan Olsen was slated to work on Legionnaire's disease. That's the only bug in the program. She never got started on it." "Could the bug have filtered out somehow?" "Chances are 10,000 to 1 against it. But let's say it did. Legionnaire's doesn't work that fast. Whatever killed the crew did so in a matter of minutes." "I know it's not my area of expertise," Warfield said. "But if you carve away the other possibilities, it still sounds to me like a bug got loose." "Off the record, I'm tempted to agree with you. But I wouldn't go planting that idea in the president's head. Right now, we just don't know." "The president will have questions, Harry. I think you know what the first one will be." "This is the procedure, Rich. During launch, the range safety officer tracks the flight. His finger is never far from the destruct button. If anything goes wrong, remember Challenger? After the external tank blew and the shuttle exploded, the solid rocket boosters kept going. The RSO brought them down. The shuttle has a destruct sequence that can be activated by us when it's on its way down. At that point, it's still far enough out that if we had to, we could blow it up without any danger to the population below." "All right, Harry. Let me pass along what we have so far. Last thing, can we bring the shuttle down on autopilot?" "Hell yes. The question is, will we want to?" Landon's next call went to the range safety officer. Landon explained as much as he could, then added that the original duration of this mission had been 8 days. "Clearly that's not the case anymore," he said. "It's not a question of if, but when we bring her down." "And once she's in range?" the RSO asked. "Then we'll see." Landon continued down the list, which included calls to General Richardson and Anthony Price. In addition to being the Air Force Chief of Staff, Richardson was also co-director of the Space Security Division, which was responsible for identifying and monitoring everything that was either approaching Earth or in orbit around it. As Deputy Director of the National Security Agency, Price was on the list because the shuttle sometimes flew classified missions sponsored by the NSA. For the next 2 hours, Landon continued to work the phones. He was grateful that at least for now, he didn't have to deal with the media. Many in NASA resented the fact that shuttle flights were now considered so mundane that coverage was not warranted. During the ill-fated Challenger launch, CNN had been the sole network providing live feed. Today, only NASA cameras had recorded Discovery's liftoff. Then someone shouted, "Mr. Landon, Circuit 4!" Landon found the channel and heard a faint voice. "Mission Control, this is Discovery. Do you copy?" Dylan Reed was still in the Space Lab, in his protective EMU. The several hours of deliberate incommunicado seemed like an eternity to him. He had turned off the radio so that he wouldn't have to listen to the desperate voices floating up from Mission Control. Now, to proceed with the next phase of the operation, He had re-established contact. "Mission Control, this is Discovery. Do you read?" "Discovery, this is the mission director. What is your status?" "Harry? Is that you?" "Dylan? It's me. Thank God, Harry. I didn't think I'd ever hear another human voice." "Dylan, what happened up there?" "I don't know. I'm in the lab. One of the EMUs was showing default. I climbed in to check it out. Then I heard... Jesus, Harry, it sounded like they were being strangled, and the commo gear was down." "Dylan, hang on, okay? Try to stay calm. Is there anyone else in the lab?" "No." "And you've had no communication with the rest of the crew?" "No." "Harry, what—" "We don't know, Dylan. We got a garbled message out of Wallace, but he couldn't tell us what happened. It had to be something fast and extremely lethal. We're thinking a bug got loose. Do you have anything like that on board?" What he thought was, "Actually, what I have is a shuttle that's one big hot zone." But what he said was, "Christ, Harry, the worst we're carrying is Legionnaires, and that's still in the biofreezer. Dylan, you have to go back into the orbiter and tell us what you see." "What if they're all dead, Harry? What am I supposed to do for them?" "Nothing. There's nothing you can do. But we're going to bring you home. No one leaves their post until you're back on the ground safe and sound." "All right, Harry. I'll go check out the orbiter. I want to keep the commo link open. We need you to check the video feed. We have no picture." He thought but did not say, "That's because I fixed the cameras." "Roger that. Leaving the lab now." The sight in the middeck made him gag. Stone, Carroll, and Carter had been reduced to floating, bloated corpses covered in sores. Reed maneuvered his way around them to the ladder. Up in the flight deck, he found Wallace strapped to the commander's chair. "Mission Control, this is Discovery. I found everyone except Megan. Jesus, they—" "What do they look like, Dylan?" "The bodies are bloated. Sores, blood. I've never seen anything like it." "Are there any signs of the contaminant?" "Negative." "Can you tell what they were eating?" "I'm on the flight deck with Wallace. Let me go downstairs." A minute later, Reed was back on the link. In reality, he hadn't moved. "Looks like whatever was brought on board. Chicken, peanut butter, shrimp." "Okay. We're checking the source of the food right now. If it was contaminated, the agent might have mutated in microgravity. You need to find Megan. Contact me as soon as you locate her. Mission Director out." Thank God, Megan thought. Although her transmit button was still malfunctioning, she'd heard every word between Reed and Landon. Questions raced through her mind. What could have overtaken the crew? Was it something they'd brought on board? She forced herself to calm down. She glanced at the nest of wires in the open panel above the door. Clearly there was a mix-up in the wiring. Following the instructions printed on the panel door, she had tried to reverse a number of connections, but so far hadn't found the faulty one. "Relax," she told herself. "Dylan will be down here in a few minutes. When he doesn't find me out there, he'll realize I'm in here. He'll open the door from his end. If only my damn mic worked." Dylan's voice came over her headset. "Mission Director, I'm in the lower deck. No sign of Megan yet. I'll check the storage holds." Megan raised both hands and began pounding on the door. "Mission Director, I've checked the holds. Still nothing." "Suggest you try the airlock." "Roger that." As soon as Reed approached the door, he saw Megan's face behind the porthole. The joy and relief in her eyes speared him. He switched on the intercom mode on his communication set. "Megan, can you hear me?" He saw her nod. "I'm not receiving. Is your transmitter down?" She nodded again. "Okay, not that it makes any difference." Megan wasn't sure she'd heard him correctly and mimed a shrug. "You don't understand." "Of course you don't. How could you?" "Megan, I can't help you get out." Her eyes widened in terror and disbelief. "Let me tell you what's out here, Megan. A virus. A kind of smallpox the world has never seen before. Because it's not of this world.
It was born on Earth, but it was given life here, in the space lab. That's what I was working on. You heard me talking to Mission Control. They know everyone's dead. They have no clue what happened up here. And they never will. Discovery has become a kind of Marie Celeste, a doomed ghost ship. Of course, there are differences. I'm still alive, and so are you for the time being. NASA will bring the orbiter down on autopilot. As long as I'm alive, they're not going to push the auto-destruct button. They won't have to. Megan felt hot tears spill over her cheeks. She was faintly aware that she was screaming. I wish it were someone other than you, Megan. Really, I do. But Trelawney had to be eliminated, and you were his backup. Now, since I was the one who brought you into the program and gave you this chance, I feel I owe you an explanation. You see, we need to keep our bioweapons arsenal strong. All those treaties we signed, do you think places like Iraq, Libya, or North Korea give a damn about them? Of course not. They're too busy developing their own weapons. Well, now, we'll have something that will trump whatever they come up with. Megan could not believe such words were coming from a man she had thought she knew, a colleague, a mentor, someone she'd trusted. You've done most of my job for me, Megan, locking yourself in like that. The fire will do the rest. You see, there's going to be an awful lot of confusion when this thing lands. The only thing on Mission Control's mind will be to get me out of here safely. After that, if something explodes, well... He shrugged. You've been a part of history, Megan. I'll never forget you. Or the others. His eyes never left hers as he touched a panel on his commo unit. Mission Director, this is Reed. Do you copy? Copy, Dylan. I found Megan. She's dead, like the others. I copy, Dylan. I'm so sorry. Listen, we're working to bring you home. Go back to the flight deck, will you? Affirmative. Harry, you've opened the black book, right? Yes. There's a name that's not in there. Dr. Carl Bauer. He knows more about bugs than anyone alive. I think you might want to consult with him about the quarantine. Roger that. We'll get Bauer to the landing site. We're running emergency descent models right now. As soon as we have a firm trajectory, we'll let you know. Looking directly at Megan, Reed said, Roger, Mission Director. Discovery signing off. The helicopter ferrying Jon Smith from Camp David landed in the cargo transport area of Andrews Air Force Base. Smith hopped out and trotted across the tarmac to the white panel truck parked next to a sleek executive jet. Hello, John, Major General Kirov said, watching the corpsmen pull a stretcher out of the truck. General, did everything go as planned? Indeed. Smith glanced at Ivan Beria, a blanket tucked up to his chin as he was wheeled by. Is he all right? Yes, the tranquilizers worked perfectly. As the stretcher disappeared into the jet, Kirov said, I am grateful to you and Mr. Klein for allowing me to help. I only wish I could do more. Smith nodded. General, I think we got everything we could out of Beria, but if he says anything else interesting, you'll be the first to know. The two men shook hands. Goodbye, Jon Smith. I hope that we will meet again under more pleasant circumstances. In Moscow, it was the middle of the night, but the lights were still burning in the offices of the Bay Digital Corporation. In the conference room, Randi Russell was working on her fourth cup of coffee, watching Sasha Rublev as he worked to ferret out the secrets of the laptop Jon Smith had delivered. Sasha had been at his keyboard for over 7 hours. 3 times Randi had suggested they quit for the night, but each time he simply waved her away. I'm close, he would mumble. Just a few more minutes. Finally, he jabbed a key triumphantly
and slumped in his chair. "Look," he said proudly. Randi couldn't believe her eyes. The screen, which had been filled with nothing but a series of unintelligible symbols all evening, suddenly morphed into a string of deciphered emails. He beamed at her. "The person this computer belongs to used Carnivore, your FBI's latest encryption program. I thought no one outside America had this." "Me too." Using the mouse, she scanned the emails, unable to believe what she was reading. What the hell is the Cassandra Compact? Returning to Bethesda, Jon Smith sat down with the files Nathaniel Klein had given him. U.S. Army Sergeants Travis Nichols and Patrick Drake. They'd graduated 1 and 2 in their class at the Advanced Warfare School at Fort Benning, Georgia. Cold, hard men whose keen edge had been further honed by instructors in the blackest combat arts. Seasoned combat veterans, they had seen action in Somalia, the Gulf, Nigeria. Then they'd disappear. Now Smith knew what Klein had meant about the lapses. In each of the last 5 years, there were months when the soldiers' whereabouts simply could not be accounted for. Smith could guess where Nichols and Drake had disappeared. Scattered throughout the Army were special units. The most public of these were the Rangers, but there were others whose members were culled from the most experienced and battle-hardened troops. Smith spent the next hour formulating a very careful, detailed plan. He knew that the minute he made the call to that as-yet unknown person at the other end of a number that didn't exist, his life would hang on his every word and action. The ringing phone jarred him from his thoughts. "John, it's Randi. Sasha broke through the laptop's firewalls. All the emails and everything else are in the clear. I need it all, Randi. No questions asked, not now." "John, you asked me to do you a favor." "I did. From the little I've read, this stuff's explosive. There are references to bioweapon and to something called the Cassandra Compact. John, this situation, whatever it is it localized in Russia? Or has something gotten out?" "Something has gotten out." "Not like Hades, John. Not again." "No, it's not. We have a situation here at home. All the stops have been pulled out on this. The orders come from the highest level. Do you understand? The highest level. What you've done will help me enormously. There's nothing more you can do on your end, at least not right now. So I take it you don't want me to signal Langley. It's the last thing I want you to do. Trust me, Randi, please." "All right. Will you at least keep me posted?" "As much as I can. Things are moving fast here." "I'll ship you the contents now. What do you want me to do with the laptop?" "You have a secure safe?" "Yes, one of the new flash vaults." "Good. What about the cell phone?" "It had a bunch of numbers in its memory, all on the Russian military exchange. I'll send you copies." Hearing a ping, Smith turned to his monitor as an incoming message scrolled across the screen. "I'm receiving your feed." "Good luck, John. I'll be thinking of you." Smith turned his attention to the screen and scanned the emails one by one. The sender was codenamed Sphinx, the receiver Mephisto. As he continued to read, the enormity of what was referred to as the Cassandra Compact grew before his eyes. Lara Tellegen, Sphinx, had been in contact with Mephisto for over 2 years, feeding him top-secret information on bioweapon, its personnel and security. The most recent notes mentioned Yuri Danko and Ivan Beria by name. Who were you feeding? John wondered. Who is Mephisto? Then Smith spotted something, a congratulatory note. Mephisto had been awarded a citation. There was a reference to a ceremony on a certain date. Veterans Day. Smith got into the Pentagon site and punched in the date. Instantly the specifics of the ceremony appeared, including pictures. There was a shot of President Castilla holding the citation, and the soldier who was about to receive it. John, "Are you sure?" Klein asked. "Yes, sir. The email refers to a specific date. There was only that one ceremony. Only one such citation was awarded. There's no mistake." "I see. Given this new development, have you come up with a way to proceed?" "Yes, sir." Quickly he gave Klein the details. "It sounds awfully dangerous, John. I'd feel a whole lot better if you weren't going in alone. You're sure you want to proceed immediately?" "As long as you can get those items I mentioned, I'll be ready." "Consider it done. And John, you will be wearing a transmitter, won't you?" Smith held up a tiny fiber optic patch that looked identical to a small round Band-Aid. "Yes, sir. If something goes wrong, you'll at least know how far I got." After hanging up, Smith took a moment to compose himself. He thought of all the lives that had been sacrificed on the altar of the Cassandra Compact. He thought of Yuri Danko. He reached for the phone, made sure the scrambler was activated, and dialed the number Peter Howell had coaxed from the dying Travis Nichols' lips. On the other end, the receiver was picked up, and an unearthly voice, electronically distorted, answered, "Yes."
"This is Nichols. I'm home. Hurt. I need to come in."
Hearing the patchy, mangled voice, General Frank Richardson clenched the receiver. "Say again?" The voice repeated,
"Nichols. Hurt. Coming in."
"Go to Safe Point Alpha. Repeat, Safe Point Alpha. Copy?"
"Copy."
Richardson hung up. The silence in his Fort Belvoir office was broken only by soft ticks of the grandfather clock. Nichols. Hurt. Impossible. Richardson quickly reviewed his options and made his decision. The first call went out to the non-com barracks on the base. A crisp, alert voice answered. Richardson's second call was to NSA Deputy Director Anthony Price, who was at his townhouse in Alexandria. While Richardson waited for the two men to arrive, he listened to the tape of the conversation. The quality of the speaker's voice was scratchy. Richardson couldn't tell if the call was local or long distance. He didn't think that the man calling himself Nichols was all that far away, not if he was ready to rendezvous at Safe Point Alpha. But Nichols is dead. Richardson's thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the office door. His visitor was a big, strapping man in his mid-30s with close-cut blonde hair and bright blue eyes. "Good evening, General," Sergeant Patrick Drake said, saluting crisply. "At ease," Richardson replied. He gestured at the wet bar in the corner. "Help yourself to a drink, Sergeant. Believe me, you'll need it." 15 minutes later, Anthony Price was escorted into the room by the General's aide-de-camp. "Good evening, Tony." Price looked at Drake and raised his eyebrows. "What's going on, Frank?" "This," Richardson replied, and jabbed the play button on the tape recorder. Price spun on Drake. "How the hell could Nichols have made that call? I thought you said that he was dead, soldier." "With all due respect, sir, Nichols is dead. General, I saw Nichols take Peter Howell's knife in the gut. There's no way a man can survive that unless he gets immediate medical attention, which wasn't forthcoming." Richardson frowned. "Then the question is, gentlemen, who is passing himself off as Nichols?" "Peter Howell, obviously," Price replied. Richardson glanced at Drake. "Sergeant?" "Nichols obviously gave up the number, sir, and the rendezvous point, too. Otherwise your caller would have asked you to identify Safe Point Alpha. But I don't think it was Howell." "Why?" "He lives in this country, sir. I think he'd go active if Jon Smith asked him to, but he would do so only outside the country. That's why he, not Smith, was in Palermo. I think Smith made that call, General." Richardson nodded. "So do I." "Smith," Price muttered. "It all comes back to him. Frank, you've got to take care of him, once and for all." "Yes," Richardson agreed. "Which is why I instructed him to go to Safe Point Alpha." He looked at Drake. "Where you'll be waiting." Wearing high tops, black pants, and turtleneck, and a dark nylon jacket, Jon Smith slipped out of his house and into his car. He crossed the Potomac and drove into Virginia, almost to the border of Prince William County. As he approached the county line, Smith saw the dark, hulking structure that was Safe Point Alpha. The Virginia Water and Power Pumping Station had been built in the 1930s, when coal was cheap and health issues non-existent. But the advent of newer, cleaner units coupled with environmental outcries were enough to close the plant in the early 1990s. Smith turned off the 2-lane blacktop and parked under a copse of trees a quarter-mile away from the building. Setting his backpack on his shoulders, he jogged the rest of the way. The first thing he noticed as he got close was the cyclone fence topped with glistening razor wire. A fat padlock secured the heavy chain around the front gates. Smith had come across buildings like this before. The Army preferred the neglected, the abandoned, and the derelict, where it could give its special squads the kind of training impossible to duplicate on military reservations. Perfect for Safe Point Alpha. He found an entry point where the fence met the Potomac River's edge. He made his way around the fence, then sprinted across a section of the deserted parking lot to the nearest wall. His intuition warned him that he was not alone. His call had sent a shiver along the web. He just couldn't see the spider. Yet. Hugging the side of the building, Smith began searching for an entry point. 3 stories above, Sergeant Patrick Drake watched Smith through night vision binoculars. He'd picked him up as soon as Smith had climbed around the fence. Drake had been flown to the plant by helicopter. A car would be waiting for him when he finished his work. Getting here so quickly had allowed him to familiarize himself with the plant's layout, choose the killing ground, and find a vantage point from which to observe Smith's entry. There he was, at the door Drake had hoped he would find, testing it, opening it. Drake silently crossed the barren room that had once housed pumping machinery. Slipping into the stairwell, he drew out his silenced Colt Woodsman. The .22 was an assassin's weapon meant for close-range work. Drake wanted to see Smith's face before he shot him. Maybe the terror in his expression would help ease some of the pain Drake carried on account of the loss of his partner. Or maybe I'll gut-shoot him first, he thought, so that he can feel what Travis went through. 2 floors down, Drake paused in a landing and carefully pulled back a door that opened on a brightly moonlit second pump room. He positioned himself so that he had a clear view of another door still closed. Given where Smith had entered, this was his only entry point into the room. Somewhere outside, Drake heard a footfall. Slipping off the safety on the Woodsman, he trained the barrel on the door and waited. Smith stared at the door, streaked with old red paint stains. He shrugged the backpack off his shoulders. Digging inside, he brought out a small round object. Then he drew out his Sig Sauer pistol and pushed the door open with the tip of his shoe. The blanket of moonlight destroyed his night vision, making him blink. At the same time, he took 1 step across the threshold. Suddenly, something very hard slammed into his chest. The backpack fell from his grip as he staggered back. A second blow sent him spinning against the wall. Smith felt as though his chest were on fire. His knees buckled. As he slid down the wall, he saw a shadow emerge from behind a pillar. His thumb flicked the pin on the stun grenade in his hand. He threw it across the room and quickly covered his eyes and ears. Drake advanced on Smith with the confidence of a hunter who knows he scored a direct hit. 2, in fact. If the colonel wasn't already dead, he soon would be. Drake was relishing that thought when he saw a black sphere arc toward him. The stun grenade exploded like a supernova, blinding him. The shock wave hammered him to the ground. In combat, Drake had taken his share of explosions. As soon as he hit the ground, he covered his head in case of shrapnel. He did not panic when, opening his eyes, he saw nothing but white. The flash would wear off in a few seconds. He still had his gun in his hand. He knew that he'd hit Smith, and that he was down. All he had to do was wait for his sight to return. Then he heard the distant wail of sirens. Cursing, he staggered to his feet and moved to the windows. He could make out 2 red dots flickering between the trees bordering the access road. "God damn it!" he roared as he heard the sirens. Smith had brought his own backup. Who were they? How many? His vision almost normal, Drake rushed to where he'd seen Smith fall. But he wasn't there. The sirens were getting louder. Cursing, Drake snatched up the backpack and headed into the stairwell. He made it outside just in time to see 2 sedans pull up in front of the gates. Let 'em come, he thought. All they're going to find is a body. Staring at the loose wires dangling from the panel, Megan Olson struggled to fend off her despair. She had lost track of all the combinations she had tried, running different wires to different terminals. Nothing had worked. The shuttle's airlock door remained firmly sealed. Her only consolation was that she thought she'd fixed her mic, but she didn't want to test it just yet. She could not distance herself from the horror of Dylan Reed's actions. For the last several hours, she had listened in on his terse, intermittent conversations with Harry Landon at Mission Control. In one of them, he had given a graphic description of the bodies. Earlier, Megan had clung to the frail hope that Reed would return. A part of her could not believe that he would kill her in cold blood. But she now accepted that as far as he was concerned, she was already dead. Because she was able to eavesdrop on the communications with Mission Control, she knew how Harry Landon intended to bring down the shuttle and, more important, how long that would take. She still had time to figure out how to escape. But if the wiring continued to foil her and time began to run out, she had one final option. Choosing to exercise it meant that the door would open. No doubt about that. But there was no guarantee that she would survive the aftermath. Smith staggered to his feet, ripped off his jacket and tore at the Velcro straps of his bulletproof vest. It had absorbed Drake's .22s easily, but Smith still felt as though he'd been kicked in the chest by a mule. Running outside to his car, he activated the global positioning system built into the dash. A glowing blue dot appeared on the small screen. Smith reached for the phone. "Klein here?" "It's me, sir." "John, are you all right? I received reports of an explosion." "That was my doing." "Where are you?" "Just outside the plant. The target's moving. By the looks of it, on foot. Whoever you sent, sir, did the job. They got here just in time to spook Drake." "Did he take the bait?" Smith glanced at the pulsing blue dot. "Yes, sir." It took Sergeant Patrick Drake 5 minutes to cover the path through the woods between the power plant and the deserted recreational area where he'd parked his vehicle. Alert for any sign of a tail, he drove to the outskirts of Alexandria. Pulling into the lot of a Howard Johnson motor lodge, he parked in front of the last unit in the row. He opened the door to find General Richardson and Anthony Price inside. "Mission report, Sergeant?" Richardson asked. "The target was neutralized, sir." Richardson smiled. "At ease, Sergeant. You did well." "Thank you, sir." Price gestured at the backpack that Drake had brought with him. "What's that?" Drake dropped the pack on one of the beds. "Something Smith left behind." Undoing the straps, he laid out the contents. 2 spare ammunition clips, a road map, a cell phone, a microcassette recorder, and a small round object. "What's that?" "A flash grenade, sir. It's okay, the pin is secure." "Give us some privacy, soldier," Price said. As Drake went into the bathroom, Price grabbed Richardson's arm. "Enough of this soldier boy shit, Frank. Neither one of us needed to be here. Drake could have called in the results." Richardson jerked his arm away. "That's not the way I work, Tony. I lost a soldier boy, as you call him, over in Palermo. He had a name, Travis Nichols. And in case you've forgotten, Smith got close enough to us to call me at Fort Belvoir on a line you guaranteed was secure. The number was secure. Your man gave it up."
Richardson shook his head. "For someone who's done the things you have, you sure don't like getting your hands dirty, do you? You prefer to give orders and let others die while you watch the results on television like this is all a big game. Well, I'm not playing a game, Tony. I'm doing this because I believe it is necessary. I'm doing this for my country. What do you believe in?" "The same. But you've feathered your bed with Bauer Zermatt, haven't you? As soon as we give the world a small taste of what our bug can do, everyone will be clamoring for an antidote. Coincidentally, Bauer Zermatt will leak that it has the inside track on the research, and its stock will skyrocket. I'm curious, Tony, just how many shares did Bauer give you?" "1 million. And he didn't give them to me, Frank. I earned them. Don't forget that I was the one who found Beria, who watched your back, making sure that no one even got a whiff of what was happening in Hawaii. So don't try to rub my nose in this hero horse shit." He glanced at the items Drake had removed from the backpack. "Now let's wrap this thing up and—" "What's wrong?" Price picked up the microcassette recorder, examined the casing, and popped open the cover. "What? So Smith brought a tape along so he could record a confession." "Maybe." Price removed the cassette and pulled one of the 2 pins that held it in place. The assembly came away in one piece. "And maybe not. Take a look, Frank." In the cavity, Richardson saw a state-of-the-art transmitter. "Your boy's been had." Smith knew that if something went wrong, his killer was sure to take the backpack. "Somebody's heard every word we've said." The front door to the unit opened, and the 3 men stepped out fast, heading for their cars. 50 feet away in the shadows, Jon Smith watched them through the windshield of his vehicle. "It's Richardson, Price, and Drake," he said into the phone. "I know," Klein replied. "I recognize their voices except for Drake's. So did the president." Smith glanced at the transmitting unit set in the passenger seat well that had relayed the conspirators' words to Camp David. "I'm going to move in, sir." "No, John. Look around you." Smith saw 2 black sedans moving into position to block the front entrance of the motor court. Another pair was closing off the rear exit. "Who are they, sir?" "Doesn't matter. They'll deal with the situation. Just stay low until it's all over, then get the hell away. I'll expect you at the White House at first light." "Sir," the windshield exploded as a bullet shattered the safety glass. Smith threw himself across the seat as 2 more shots whistled into the sedan. "You said he was dead!" Price screamed. "He will be," Richardson said. "Get in the car. Sergeant, make sure this time." Drake didn't bother to look back. He had spotted the blacked-out sedan the instant he'd stepped out of the unit. Smith's vehicle was parked in the shadows of some dumpsters, a good call. But Smith had forgotten about the moon. Cold and bright, it washed the car's interior, illuminating him perfectly. Drake had taken his first shot before Smith had realized he'd been made. Now Drake was moving in to make sure of his kill. He was 15 feet from the car when the headlights snapped on, blinding him. He heard the roar of the engine, but he wasn't fast enough to get out of the way in time. As he launched himself into the air, 2 tons of cold metal smashed into him, catapulting him over the car. Behind the wheel, Smith straightened up and kept his foot on the accelerator. He saw Richardson and Price jump into a car and back up fast. Turning the wheel, he tried to cut them off. For a split second, he saw Richardson's expression through the window, then felt a tremendous jolt as the 2 cars mashed together. Smith hung on to the steering wheel, trying to push Richardson's car off to the side. Then he looked up and saw the 2 sedans at the exit. Spinning the wheel, he hit the brakes and went into a controlled skid. Frank Richardson felt his car rock as Smith's vehicle spun away. Then he, too, saw the blockade. "Frank!" Price screamed. Richardson slammed on the brakes, but too late. Just as he threw his hands over his face, the car smashed into the front ends of the angled sedans. Seconds later, a piece of jagged metal tore through his throat as he was hurled through the windshield. Smith leaped out of his car, running hard. He got close enough to see Richardson's body sprawled across the hood before a pair of strong arms caught him. "It's too late, sir," a voice called out.
A moment later, a huge explosion slammed him to the ground. Gasping and coughing, Smith struggled to breathe. Lifting his head, he saw a giant fireball engulf the three vehicles. A pair of hands hauled him to his feet, and he found himself looking at a young, hatchet-faced man. "You don't belong here, sir." The man pressed a set of keys into Smith's palm. "There's a green Chevy around the corner. Take it and go." Numb and exhausted, Smith drove back home to Bethesda. He turned on the shower and stood under the hot, stinging spray. The pounding water drowned out the screams and the explosions of the night. But it couldn't erase the image of Richardson's car slamming into the blockade, the fireball, the sight of Richardson and Price, human torches. He stumbled into the bedroom, set his alarm, and collapsed into a deep sleep. In the morning, he showered again and dressed quickly. Checking his cell phone messages, he discovered a note from Peter Howell. Something was waiting for him on his computer. Smith booted up his machine and downloaded the file. He printed a copy, then typed in a quick email Howell would get on his mobile phone. "Job well done. Come home. Drinks are on me. J.S." As dawn broke, Smith drove through the empty streets to the White House. A Marine corporal escorted him through the silent corridors of the West Wing into a small, cluttered office where Nathaniel Klein rose to greet him. Smith was startled by Klein's appearance. The head of Covert-One hadn't shaved, and his clothes looked as if they'd been slept in. Wearily, he smiled and indicated that they should sit. "You did a tremendous job, John. People owe you a debt of gratitude. You came through unscathed? Bumped and bruised, but otherwise intact, sir." Klein's wan smile faded. "You haven't heard a thing, have you?" "Heard what, sir?" Klein nodded. Good. That means the blackout is holding. 8 hours ago, there was an emergency on board Discovery. The crew is all dead, except for Dylan Reed. Megan's gone, John. Smith felt his body stiffen. The voice he heard didn't seem to belong to him. "What was it, sir? A fire?" Klein shook his head. "No, the orbiter is functioning perfectly. But something ripped through the craft and killed the crew. Landon and the rest of Nassau can't figure out what went wrong." "How did Reed survive?" "He was in a spacesuit. Apparently he was preparing some experiment." Smith nodded. "And the rest of the crew were in their normal work outfits, no protection gear." "Sir, you said that something ripped through the crew. Megan told you that she saw someone with Reed just before the launch. You already suspected a link between Treloar and Reed. What did the bodies look like?" Reed described them as bloated, covered with sores, bleeding from the orifices. Smith felt a tingle as the connections snapped together in his mind. "I had a message from Peter Howell, sir. He had a long chat with Herr Weitzel. He was so cooperative that he insisted on taking Peter back to his apartment, where Peter accessed the Offenbach Bank's computers. It seems that Ivan Beria had a long and profitable relationship with the bank, especially when one client employed him exclusively, Bauer Zermatt AG, the pharmaceutical giant. Yes, over the last 3 years, Bauer Zermatt made a total of 10 deposits into Beria's account. 2 of the last 3, just before the Russian Guard and Treloar were eliminated. What about the third one? That was for the contract on me." Klein shook his head. "All right. Bauer Zermatt was paying Beria for assassinations. These included the Russian Guard and Treloar. That links Bauer Zermatt to the stolen smallpox. But there are 2 questions. Why would Bauer Zermatt want the smallpox? And who at the company authorized the hits and the payments?" "Sir, only one man could have authorized the use of someone like Beria. Karl Bauer himself. But you're right. Smallpox can't be used as a battlefield weapon. The incubation period is too long. The effects are not 100% predictable. So why would Bauer still want a sample so badly that he would murder for it? Do you know how people die from smallpox, sir? The first symptoms are a rash on the roof of the mouth, which then spreads to the face and forearms, then to the rest of the body. The pustules erupt, scabs form, erupt again. Eventually there's bleeding from the orifices. Klein stared at him. Just like the shuttle crew. Are you saying Bauer got the stolen smallpox on board Discovery? Yes. In microgravity, you can re-engineer cells, bacteria, virtually anything in a way that can't be done on Earth. We wiped smallpox off the planet, but we kept 2 sets of samples. One here, one in Russia. We kept it because we never knew when we might need it. Maybe years from now we would find a way to convert it into a weapon, or if someone else did, we'd hopefully have enough material with which to produce a vaccine. Bauer didn't want to wait years. Somehow he discovered a process he thought would work. Maybe he was 50 or 60% of the way there, but he couldn't finish. He couldn't be certain. The only way to prove that he was right was to arrange for an experiment in a unique environment where bacteria grow like lightning. He needed to do it on board the shuttle. If you're right, John, that means Dylan Reed is his handmaiden. He's the only survivor, isn't he? The director of NASA's biomedical research program. The guy who was conveniently suited up when all hell broke loose. Are you suggesting that Reed murdered his own crew? Why, for God's sake? 2 reasons. To get rid of any possible witnesses and to run a controlled experiment on human test subjects to see how fast the virus would kill. Klein slumped in his chair. It's insane. Sir, here's the way I see it. We assume there's a bioweapon on board the shuttle, and that Reed is in control of it. Bauer and his accomplices will want to destroy all the evidence of what happened up there. But Bauer still has to make sure that the shuttle comes down safely. He has to get Reed and the sample out of there. When is NASA bringing down the orbiter? In about 8 hours. The landing site will be Edwards Air Force Base in California. Smith leaned forward. Can we get in to see the president? Right now? Two hours later, after speaking with the president, Smith and Klein found themselves in the small conference room next to the Oval Office. While they waited for the president to finish his meeting, Klein received a call from the Cape. Mr. Klein, it's Harry Landon at Mission Control. I have that information you were asking for. Klein listened in silence, then said, Thank you, Mr. Landon. I'll stay in touch, and hung up. John, Landon called everyone in the Black Book and someone who Reed personally asked for. Let me guess. Karl Bauer. On the money. Makes sense, sir. He'd want to be on site when Reed comes down with his baby. Klein nodded and pointed to the closed-circuit monitor that suddenly showed a picture of the Oval Office. Showtime. The president had gathered a key group of people in the Oval Office to decide the fate of Discovery. Bill Dodge of the CIA, Martha Nesbitt, National Security Advisor, Gerald Simon, Secretary of State. I hope you've had time to gather your thoughts, the president said, because under the circumstances we have to make the right decision the first time around. Discovery will be on the ground at Edwards in approximately 6 hours. If we let it, the question before us is simple. Do we allow the craft to land? Martha Nesbitt spoke first. Sir, at what point do we lose the ability to destroy the orbiter?
We can activate the mechanism at any point between the orbiter's present position and touchdown.
Bill Dodge said,
But the package, Mr. President, was really designed to blow the orbiter in space. The whole point being not to introduce any contaminants into our atmosphere.
Nesbitt added, NASA is still checking into what could have taken down the crew. They're focusing on the food and fluid supplies. We know that bacteria grow very rapidly in microgravity. It's possible that something that's harmless on Earth mutated in a grotesque way and overpowered its victims before they could respond.
Isn't that exactly why we can't risk bringing the shuttle down? Gerald Simon asked. I have to look at this from the State Department's perspective. We know we have something lethal on that ship, but we're going to bring it down anyway? What kind of danger are we exposing ourselves and the rest of the world to? Maybe no danger at all, Bill Dodge responded. This isn't some X-file about an extraterrestrial plague. Whatever killed those people came from Earth. But here, it obviously didn't have the lethal capacity. Take away the microgravity environment and the damn thing dies. Y'all willing to bet the country on that theory? Simon retorted. Or the planet?
Mr. President, does NASA have any reasonable expectation of determining what happened up there? Martha asked.
The President shook his head. Although Dillon Reed is a medical doctor, he doesn't have the time or facilities to conduct any kind of meaningful investigation. And we have a general description of the body's condition, but not enough to determine the cause of death. Very well, we need to take a preliminary vote. Bill, salvage or abort? Salvage. Martha?
Abort.
Jerry? Abort. Then Bill Dodge said, Sir, I can understand why my colleagues voted the way they did. But we can't lose sight of the fact that we have a survivor up there, and I believe I have a solution. As you're all aware, I wear a couple of hats, one of them being the co-director of the Space Security Division. Prior to his tragic accident, Frank Richardson shared that responsibility. Now, we've anticipated that at some point in time, a biological incident, if that's what occurred, might take place on board a spaceflight. We engineered a special facility for just such a contingency. And where would this facility be? Gerald Simon asked. At our flight testing range at Groom Lake, 60 miles northeast of Las Vegas. What are we talking about exactly? The President asked. Dodge produced a video cassette from his briefcase. It's best you all see for yourselves. He inserted the tape into the VCR below the television monitor and pressed the play button. An image of the desert came into focus. We borrowed the idea from the Israelis. Given its terrain, Israel has few places to hide its strike aircraft, so they built a series of underground bunkers with runways that don't look like runways, and have a unique feature. On the screen, what appeared to be desert floor began to tilt down at a gradually increasing angle. Dodge froze the frame. This is where the runway appears to end. But underneath is a system of hydraulic jacks. The runway actually extends for another 600 yards as it slopes into an underground bunker. The camera descended the ramp, entering a huge concrete-lined cavity. This is the containment chamber. The walls are reinforced concrete, 6 feet thick. The air circulation is HEPA filtered, just like the Centers for Disease Control hot zone labs. Once the shuttle is inside, the facility is sealed. A special team would be waiting for Dr. Reed when he comes out and would take him into a decontamination chamber. Another team takes samples from inside the craft to determine what, if anything, is in there. And if they find something, the Secretary of State asked, something we may not want to keep around, then after the team has been extracted, this happens. On the screen, the image burst into flames. What we create is the equivalent of 3 air-burst fuel bombs. The fire and the heat incinerate everything. And I do mean everything. His presentation complete,
Dodge removed the video. "Questions? Observations?" the President asked. "Has this facility been tested, Bill?" Martha Nesbitt asked. "The Army has burned tanks to a crisp. The Air Force entire Titan booster rockets. I can assure you nothing survives in there." Gerald Simon spoke up. "I, for one, like the idea. Equally important as getting Dr. Reed back is finding out what went wrong up there. If we have a chance of getting that information, and we can destroy the craft if need be, then I'm prepared to change my vote." There were nods and murmurs of assent. "I need a few minutes to consider this," the President said, getting to his feet. "Please remain here. I won't be long." In the next room, the President faced Smith and Klein. "You saw and heard it all. What's your take?" Klein said, "Sir, isn't it an interesting coincidence that there's a facility out at Groom Lake that's not only tailor-made for the current situation, but that no one's ever heard about?" The President shook his head. "I never suspected that such a place existed. Dodge must have found some money in the black budget where he doesn't have to worry about congressional oversight, or anyone else's." Smith said, "This place was built and designed for one purpose, Mr. President: to house the shuttle, remove the sample, and destroy the orbiter." "I agree," Klein added. Castilla looked at the two men. "Very well. I've heard your plan. But I have to ask you again. Do you recommend that we let this thing land?" Three faces looked up expectantly as the President returned to the Oval Office. "Thank you for your patience. After careful consideration, I've decided that the shuttle should be allowed to land at Groom Lake. Bill, I will expect to see complete details on this facility and the plans to deal with the orbiter and its contents." "You'll have them within the hour, sir." "Questions? No? Then we're adjourned. Air Force One leaves for Nevada in 2 hours." After sending Dillon Reed orders to change the schedule, Dr. Carl Bauer had immediately boarded his jet and winged east to his company's sprawling complex near the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California. Bauer had been careful to make his presence in California seem like a coincidence. The flight plan from Hawaii had been filed 3 days earlier. The staff had been told to expect him. It was in his Pasadena office that Bauer received the call from Harry Landon. He professed total shock, then deep concern, when the mission director explained the nature of the emergency that had overtaken Discovery. He couldn't help but smile when Landon told him that Reed had specifically asked for him to be present at Groom Lake. Bauer replied that of course he would make himself available. He suggested that Landon contact General Richardson to confirm authorization for his presence. Then the flight director, his voice breaking, told Bauer that Richardson and Price had been killed in a car accident. This time, Bauer's shock was genuine. Thanking Landon, he immediately got on CNN.com and devoured the details. From all counts, Richardson and Price's deaths were just that, an accident. Which, he thought, means that there are 2 less witnesses. Good. As far as Bauer was concerned, both men had served their purpose. They had been especially helpful in removing that meddlesome Smith. What remained to be done, Bauer could accomplish by himself. In just a few hours, he would be in possession of a brand new life form, an entity he had created, one which, if ever released, would be the most fearful scourge ever to stalk the earth. The thought left him giddy. That no one, at least for a very long time, would associate him with the new virus was a matter of indifference. Bauer's mindset was that of an art collector who bought a masterpiece only to hide it away from the world. The joy, the thrill, the intoxication flowed not from the work's monetary value, but from the fact that it was unique and that it was his. Bauer would be the only one who would gaze upon the new variola, test it, probe its secrets. and he already had a home for it, in a special containment section of the laboratory on the Big Island. Edwards Air Force Base lay 75 miles northeast of Los Angeles on the fringe of the Mojave Desert. In addition to housing first strike bombers and fighter aircraft and serving as a landing zone for the shuttle, the base had another, much less public function. It was one of the nation's 6 staging areas for the Rapid Attack and Incursion Detail, raid teams that would be activated in the event of a chemical-biological incident. Virtually unknown to the public, RAID was similar to NEST, the body of specialists who hunted lost or stolen nuclear weapons. The contingent was housed in a squat, bunker-like building in the western section of the airfield. In a nearby hangar were a C-130 and 3 Comanche helicopters that would ferry the team to the emergency site. The ready room was a cinder block-lined area the size of a basketball court. Along one wall were 12 cubicles separated by curtains. In each was a Level 4 biohazard suit, complete with a rebreather, weapons, and ammunition. The 11 men who made up this incursion team were quietly checking their armaments. The 12th man, Commander Jack Riley, was in his makeshift office at one end of the room. "The shuttle's almost down, John. We're starting to cut it kind of close." Smith nodded at the tall, rangy man with whom he had trained at U.S. AMRID and later served with in Desert Storm. "I know." Smith had been watching the clock, too. He and Klein had left Washington for Groom Lake 2 hours before the President and the others had boarded Air Force One. Klein would go directly to the test site, while Smith would hook up with RAID. En route to Edwards, the chief executive had spoken with Riley, apprising him of an emergency situation on board the shuttle, but leaving out the details. He also told him that Jon Smith was on his way and that Riley and his team would take their orders from him. "What about the Comanches?" Smith asked. "The pilots are sitting in their cockpits. All they need are 2 minutes' notice." Riley's communications officer entered with a sheaf of faxes in his hand, the plans to the underground chamber. Riley spread them out on a work table. "Looks like an industrial incinerator," Riley murmured. Smith agreed. The blueprints showed a rectangular area 140 feet long, 40 feet wide, and 60 feet high. At first glance, it might have looked like a parking or storage area. But on closer examination, Smith saw what Riley had alluded to. The walls were studded with pipes that, according to the blueprints, were connected to gas lines. Smith could only imagine the kind of inferno they would create when lighted. "John, we're taking it as an article of faith that the shuttle is clean on the outside, right? Nothing could have gotten out?" Smith shook his head. "Even if it could, the heat from re-entry would scour the orbiter's skin clean. No, it's the interior that's the hot zone." "John, this operation hasn't been going exactly by the numbers. First the President calls and tells me to break out the team. All he says is that we're going to someplace in Nevada. That turns out to be some spook base at Groom Lake where the shuttle's going to make an emergency landing because it encountered a biochem hazard. Now it looks like you intend to incinerate the damn thing." Smith walked Riley out of earshot of the rest of the team. A moment later, one of the RAID members nudged his buddy. "Look at Riley. It looks like he's about to toss his cookies." In fact, Jack Riley was wishing that he'd never asked Smith what was on board the orbiter. Megan Olson had run out of options. The nest of wires had defeated her. The airlock door remained frozen. Listening to the chatter between Reed and Mission Control, she knew the shuttle was only minutes from entering the atmospheric window through which it would return to Earth. She had exactly that long to decide. She forced herself to look at the explosive bolts set in each corner of the door. The shuttle crew was never meant to use them. They were there in case a NASA ground team had to enter the shuttle during an emergency evacuation, after the orbiter had landed. After it lands. And only if entry through the main hatches was, for one reason or another, impossible. The bolts were on a timer that would give the ground team enough time to take cover. "These things create a controlled explosion," she recalled her instructor saying. "You don't want to be within 50 feet when they blow." Megan estimated that at best she was 14, maybe 15 feet from the airlock door. "If you're going to do it now." She knew that the descent through the Earth's atmosphere would be even more jarring than the liftoff. Everything and everyone had to be strapped down securely. If she remained in the airlock, she would be hurled against the walls until she was unconscious or worse. Her EMU would undoubtedly tear, so even if she survived re-entry, what Reed had loosed in the ship would eat her up. But there were alternatives. She had to get to the space lab, find Reed's monstrosity, and destroy it before the shuttle was too close to the Earth. Megan fixed her attention on the hexagonal bolts, painted red with a yellow dot in the center. Pushing off the wall, she floated across the floor. When she reached the bottom right bolt, she pressed the yellow dot. A tiny control panel slid forward. The LCD blinked at her. Arm, disarm. She pressed arm. The timer immediately began blinking and set itself for 60 seconds. She slithered to the next bolt and quickly set it. Pushing off the floor, she activated the top 2 bolts. When she was finished, she had 20 seconds left. She took 2 steps and then floated as far away from the door as was possible, and stood staring at the 4 pulsing lights. 2 levels above, on the flight deck, Dylan Reed was getting the final signals from Harry Landon at Mission Control. "You're right on target," Landon said. "Re-entry looks good." "I can't see the counter, Harry. How much time to commo blackout?" 15 seconds. A communications blackout was a natural occurrence during re-entry. The interruption lasted about 3 minutes and was still the most nerve-wracking interval of the entire mission. 10 seconds. "Good luck, Dylan. Talk to you on the other side." 7, 6, 5. Reed settled back and closed his eyes. He thought that immediately after re-entry and re-establishing contact with Landon, he'd have to go back to the space lab, and the shuttle bucked, the force almost tearing Reed out of his restraints. "What the hell? Harry!" "Dylan, what's wrong?" "There's been an explosion. Reed's voice was cut off abruptly. Nothing except faint static filled the speakers at Mission Control. The working group was still in Air Force One's conference room with the president when the commo officer rushed in. Scanning the message, Castilla's face turned white. "Patch me through to Landon, now." He looked around the table. Something blew on the shuttle. The bolts rocketed in Megan's direction, slamming and digging into the walls of the airlock. The door was thrown violently to the left. It caromed off the wall, careened within inches of her, then slammed against another wall and stopped. Megan pushed off and sailed through the opening into the lower deck. Then she climbed the staircase to the middeck and headed for the hatch that opened on the tunnel to the space lab. She blew the bolts. The bitch blew the bolts. Reed knew it as soon as he felt the tremors course through the craft. Confirmation came in the form of winking lights on the console, indicating a door malfunction in the airlock. Working his way out of the restraining straps, Reed maneuvered his way to the ladder and, like a diver plunging into water, started down head first. He guessed that he had about 2 minutes to find Megan. After that, the shuttle ride would become too rough to continue pursuit. The craft would also come out of its blackout screen. Reed had no doubt that even if Mission Control hadn't heard the explosion, its instruments would have registered it. Landon would begin peppering him with questions. As Reed snaked his way down the ladder, he found himself amazed by Megan's actions. It had taken guts to blow the door, but odds were that she was dead. He'd seen the effects of an explosion in a place as confined as an airlock. Reed reached mid-deck and was about to keep going when he caught movement out of the corner of his eye. My God, she's alive! Reed watched as Megan, her back to him, worked the submarine-type wheel on the tunnel door. Moving to a tool case, he opened a drawer and pulled out a specially designed saw. Seated in the lead Comanche, Jon Smith looked at the other grim-faced raid agents. Right now they all wore flight overalls. That would change as soon as they arrived at Groom Lake, donning their Level 4 protective gear before entering the bunker. Turning to Jack Riley, he spoke into his flight helmet microphone. "How far out are we?" 40 minutes. A new voice came over Smith's headset. "This is Bluebird calling Raid 1. Smith responded instantly. "This is Raid 1. Go ahead, Bluebird." Bluebird was the designation for Nathaniel Klein. "John?" "Right here, sir." "We've had a situation." Mission Control reports talking to Reed just before the orbiter entered the black zone. The last thing Landon heard was an explosion, which the computers later confirmed. "Is the craft intact?" "According to the instrument readings, Discovery is still on its designated flight path. The explosion took place in an airlock. For a reason we don't know, the bolts blew." "The airlock?" "Where was Reed at the time?" "On the flight deck. But Landon can't be sure about the extent of the damage, or even if Reed's still alive. No one's answering up there, John." The last thing Megan had heard over her headset was the exchange between Reed and Harry Landon seconds before the bolts on the airlock doors had blown. After she got up to the middeck, she realized that Reed would come down to investigate. He had to make sure that she was dead or injured. There was only one escape. Making her way to the middeck, she floated to the door that opened up on the tunnel to the space lab. She gripped the arms of the wheel on the door and began turning. But Megan never forgot that she had her back to the ladder that connected the 3 levels. She would never hear Reed if he came up behind her. The small mirror she had placed at the foot of the tunnel door would now save her life. In the reflection, she had seen Reed descend the ladder, spot her, and start floating to her. She watched him stop by a toolkit, retrieve a type of keyhole saw, then keep on coming. Megan had the wheel on the door turned as far as it would go, but she kept her hands on the grips and pretended that the wheel was stuck. Looking down, she saw Reed drift closer, his right arm stretched out to her. In his hand, the saw looked like the pointed nose of a marlin. Megan let her left hand slip from the wheel. Set into the door was a release button that pulled the door open once the wheel had been fully turned. Her eyes riveted on the mirror, she judged the distance between her and Reed. Her timing would have to be perfect. Reed watched Megan jerk as she tried to force the wheel. Raising the saw, he floated closer. Since she was standing, he chose a spot between her neck and her shoulder. The teeth of the saw would slice through her plastic suit. The result would be instant depressurization. The air inside the suit would rush out, and the contaminated air around her would stream into the rent. 2, 3 breaths, and the variola would be in her lungs. In microgravity, it is impossible to move with any real speed. When Reed started his downward swing, he appeared to be moving in slow motion. But Megan pushed off, propelling herself sideways from the door. As she did, she jabbed the release button. With a nearly inaudible pneumatic hiss, the door swung open as Reed drifted into the space Megan had occupied just a second ago. The heavy door caught him square on the helmet, whipping back his neck, then dragging him as it opened fully. His fingers lost their grip on the saw, which floated away. Stunned and reeling, Reed made a feeble grab for Megan as she floated around him into the tunnel. Inside, she found another button, punched it, and watched the door begin to close. Come on, come on! The door seemed to inch its way toward her. As soon as Megan could reach the grips on the wheel, she began pulling. She saw the flash of the saw as it sliced through the opening, only inches from her suit sleeve. As Reed drew back for another strike, she closed the door and spun the wheel. The lock set, and Megan pulled the emergency lever to freeze them in place. His rasping voice made her heart jump into her throat. "What a clever girl you are, Megan. Can you hear me? Did you fix your intercom too?" Megan pressed a button on her unit and heard a faint crackle. "I can hear you breathing.
or more accurately, hyperventilating. And I can hear you, but not too well. You'll have to speak up. I'm glad you haven't lost your sense of humor. Very slippery what you did back there. You were playing possum, weren't you? Waiting for me. Dylan, you think you're safe, don't you? As long as the emergency locks are set, I can't get in. But if you think about it, Megan, put aside your panic and really think, that's not true. No matter what you think you can do, you'll never leave this craft alive. You won't win either, Dylan. I'm going to destroy the horror you made here. With less than 60 minutes from touchdown, I don't think so. It'll be all you can do to stay alive when we go through the last stages of re-entry. And Megan, even if you found it, what would you do? Dispose of it through the waste portals? Not a bad idea, if we were still in space. But how can you be sure that it would die once we're in the Earth's atmosphere? To jettison it would mean running the risk of possibly spreading it. You didn't see the bodies, did you? Just as well, really. But if you had, you wouldn't even think of dispersing a virus. Reed chuckled. Now you're asking yourself, where would I have put it? How would it be disguised? So many questions, and no time to find the answers. Because we've just about reached our next bumpy ride. If I were you, I'd find something to hang on to. Fast. Megan heard the click of the microphone as Reed signed off. Then she felt a tremor race through the ship as the orbiter cut through a layer of the Earth's atmosphere. She began pulling herself down the tunnel toward the space lab. Reed climbed back up to the flight deck and managed to strap himself into the pilot's chair as waves of turbulence hit the shuttle. The orbiter shuddered, then yawed. Checking the instrument panel, Reed noted that the orbital maneuvering system engine had fired, slowing the craft just enough so that gravity could take effect. If all went well, gravity would pull Discovery out of orbit and into a gentle glide to Earth. The shudders became a series of vibrations as the craft's speed dropped from 25 times to 2 times the speed of sound. Then the buffeting ceased altogether, and Discovery turned into its glide path. The communications blackout had ended, and Reed heard Landon's urgent voice. "Discovery, do you read? Dylan, can you hear me? Our instruments registered an onboard explosion. Can you confirm? Are you all right?" Reed did not respond. "I don't have time for this right now, Harry." He closed the communications channel and glanced over the instrument panel until he found what he was looking for. He'd told Megan that she was mistaken in thinking that he couldn't get past the locks on the door to the tunnel. He wondered if she'd figured out how. Probably not. Megan was still a novice. She couldn't have known that a switch on the flight deck could override the locks on the tunnel door. There wasn't much to hang on to inside the space lab, so Megan improvised. In the center of the lab was a metallic object that looked like something between a modern-day torture rack and a high-tech recliner. Its technical name was a space physiology experiment. The crew called it the sled chair. There, crew members, lying on their backs and strapped in securely, underwent tests on joints and muscles, the effects of gravity on the inner ear and on the eyeball, and various other experiments. Having strapped herself into the sled chair, Megan rode out the turbulence. Now she undid the straps and got to her feet. Lightheadedness caused by decreased blood volume hit her immediately. Megan knew it would take at least a few minutes for the volume to increase as the orbiter approached Earth. She looked at the dozen racks that served as stations for Spacelab experiments. Think, where would he have put it? A virus. The biorack. Megan stepped over to the biorack and fired up its systems. The LCD was blank. Looking into the glove box, she discovered it was empty. "This is where you did your work, you son of a bitch. But where did you put the results?" Megan checked both incubator units, the access and control panels, and the power panel. The latter had been on even before she'd touched the biorack's operating system. Why? Because the cooler is on. Megan opened the cooler and checked the contents. Everything was in place.
That left the freezer. Pulling down the panel, she quickly inventoried the contents. At first glance, everything could be accounted for. Not satisfied, she pulled out one rack of standard test tubes, checked their markings, and set the rack back. She repeated the process with 2 more racks. In the third, she found a tube with no markings. As soon as the shuttle's flight had stabilized, Reed unbuckled himself from the pilot's chair. He entered an override program into the computer, set the timer, and activated the sequence. If his judgment was correct, he should reach the door to the tunnel just as the program released the emergency locks. Climbing down the ladder, Reed entered middeck and plodded his way to the door. He had only a few seconds to wait before the locks popped open. Working the wheel, he pushed open the door and began crawling through the tunnel. Reaching the end, he pulled open the door to the space lab. There was Megan standing by the bio-rack, searching the cooler. Reed came up behind her. His right arm caught her across the chest while his foot swept her legs out from under her. Gravity did the rest. Megan fell back, landing heavily on her shoulder and rolling over. "Don't bother getting up," Reed said into his microphone. "Can you hear me?" He saw her nod, then opened the freezer and pulled out a rack of test tubes. He knew exactly where he'd placed the one containing the variola, and there it was. Tucking it into a pocket with a secure Velcro flap, he stepped back. Megan had rolled over so that she could look at him. "You can still stop this, Dylan." He shook his head. "You can't put the genie back into the bottle. But at least you'll die knowing that it's our genie." Reed never took his eyes off her as he backed away toward the door. Stepping into the tunnel, he closed the door and locked it. The overhead clock read 20 minutes to touchdown. A little over an hour had passed since Air Force One had landed at Groom Lake, Nevada. As soon as the presidential platform was on the ground, a contingent of Air Force security accompanied the chief executive and his working group to the shuttle landing facility 1.5 miles away. With its smooth concrete walls broken only by outlets for the gas jets, the bunker reminded the president of a giant crematorium. He pointed to a cocoon-like tube 8 feet high, 5 feet wide, that ran from one of the walls into the middle of the bunker, like a gigantic umbilical cord. "What's that?" he asked an air police lieutenant. Castilla turned when he heard the soft whir of an electric golf cart. Seated beside an Air Force security guard was Dr. Carl Bauer. When the cart pulled up alongside the group, Bauer got out and, nodding at members of the entourage, walked directly to the president. "Mr. President, it is good to see you again, although I wish it were under more pleasant circumstances." Trying not to recall what Smith and Klein had told him, Castilla forced himself to smile and to shake the hand of a man he'd once respected, who had been honored at the White House. "Who's a damn monster." He said, "The pleasure is mine, Dr. Bauer. Believe me, I'm grateful that you're here." He gestured toward the cocoon. "Maybe you could explain this." "Certainly." Bauer led the way to the end of the cocoon. Looking inside, the president saw that the last 6 feet of the chamber were sealed off from the rest, creating a kind of airlock. "This portable cocoon is my own design and manufacture. It can be flown anywhere in the world, set up in a matter of hours, then coupled by remote control to the target. Its sole purpose is to extract an individual from a hot zone that may be difficult or impossible to enter, which is the situation we are faced with." "Why not go directly into the shuttle, Doctor? Surely with protective suits that's possible." "Possible, yes, Mr. President. Advisable, no. We have no idea what is loose on board the orbiter. Right now we have one survivor, Dr. Reed, who is not contaminated. It would be best to bring him off the ship and put him through the decontamination process rather than risk sending someone to get him. There's less chance of an accident, and we'd be able to find out very quickly what happened. We then send in a robot probe to take samples. There are full lab facilities here. I will be able to tell you within the hour what it is we're dealing with."
In the meantime, the shuttle sits here, hot, as you would say. Certainly, you can give the order to have it destroyed immediately. However, there are the bodies of the other crew members. If there's any chance of bringing them out, giving them a decent burial, I believe we should hold out for it." The President fought to keep his rage in check. "I agree, Dr. Bauer. Please continue." "Once the cocoon is mated to the shuttle, I will enter from the other end, behind the wall. I will walk into this small decontamination chamber, check it, and seal it. Only then will Dr. Reed be instructed to open Discovery's hatch and step directly into the decontamination area." Bauer pointed to PVC pipes running along the ceiling the length of the cocoon. "These supply electricity and decontamination detergents. The chamber is equipped with ultraviolet light, which is deadly to all known forms of bacteria. The detergent is an added precaution. Dr. Reed will undress. Both he and his suit, except for the sample we need, will be cleaned at the same time." "Why clean the suit?" "Because we have no practical way to dispose of it in the chamber, Mr. President." The President remembered the question Klein had asked him to raise. Bauer's response was vital, but it had to be elicited in such a way so as not to arouse the slightest suspicion. "If the suit needs to be sterilized, then how does the sample come out?" "The chamber has a pass-through facility. Dr. Reed will deposit the sample into a carrier tray. On the other side, I will roll the tray through into the glove box. This way, the sample will always remain in a secure environment. Using the glove box, I will deposit the sample into a secure container, then bring that out." "And you'll be doing this yourself?" "As you can see, Mr. President, the space inside the cocoon is somewhat restricted. Yes, I will be working alone." "So nobody can see what you're really doing, you bastard." The President stepped back from the cocoon. "This is all very impressive, Dr. Bauer. Let's hope it works as advertised." "It will, Mr. President. At the very least, we know we can save one of those brave souls." The President turned to the group. "I guess we're as ready as we'll ever be." "I recommend we go to the observation bunker," CIA Director Bill Dodge suggested. "The shuttle is 15 minutes out. We can watch the touchdown on the monitors." "Has there been any contact with Dr. Reed?" the President asked. "No, sir. Communications are still out." "What about that explosion?" "I'm still waiting for more details, Mr. President," Martha Nesbitt replied. "But whatever it was, it didn't affect Discovery's flight path." As the group followed the President to the entrance of the bunker, Castilla looked back. "Aren't you coming with us, Dr. Bauer?" Bauer's expression was suitably grim. "Oh, no, Mr. President. My place is here." Megan's chest throbbed where Reed had hit her, and there was a shooting pain in her lower back where she'd fallen. "You're running out of time. Move." She staggered to the sled chair. She had no doubt that Reed would use Discovery's auto-destruct system to vaporize all evidence of his diabolical handiwork. That would be the only way to ensure his safety. That was why he hadn't killed her before leaving the space lab. Megan glanced at the sled chair and knew it was her only hope. There was no communications equipment as such in the space lab, but during medical tests, crew members had been wired not only into the recording instruments on board Discovery, but also to a communications feed that relayed the results directly to physicians at Mission Control. Settling herself in the chair, Megan strapped down her ankles and one wrist. With her free hand, she plugged a microphone jack into the communications unit on her suit. As far as she knew, the feed sent digital, not voice data, back to Mission Control. But then again, no one had ever told her that voice communication was impossible. "Just let someone on the other end hear me," she prayed, and activated the sled's instrument panel. At Mission Control, Harry Landon was tracking the shuttle's progress on a giant plotting board where she appeared as a gently descending red dot. In a few minutes, low-altitude satellites would be able to transmit pictures. As Discovery got closer, Air Force reconnaissance planes would roll their cameras. "Mr. Landon?"
Landon glanced up at the communications tech. "What is it?" "I'm not sure, sir. This just came in." He handed Landon a printout. Landon glanced at the sheet. "It's the medical feed from the sled chair. It must be a malfunction. Reed is on the flight deck. For the feed to be accurate would mean that someone else is in the sled chair." "Yes, sir. But look at this. The chair's instruments are on. The heart monitor shows signs of activity. Very faint, but activity nonetheless." The tech was right. The heart monitor was registering a living organism. "What the hell?" "And listen to this, sir. It's the last few minutes of commo tape." Landon grabbed the headphones. "Play it for me." Behind the static, he heard something, barely discernible, but distinctly human. A voice calling from the ether. "This is Discovery. Space Lab. Am alive. Repeat, alive. Help me." Jack Riley and his raid team began jumping out even before the Comanche's rotors wound down. Smith glanced at the enormous hangars, their roofs painted dull brown to blend in with the desolate landscape. The team arranged their equipment in a flatbed truck that had pulled up, then jumped aboard for the short ride. Smith and Riley followed in a Humvee. The hangar's interior was partitioned to allow the team privacy, and, Smith suspected, to prevent them from seeing what else was stored there. A commo console was up and running, manned by a young female officer. "Colonel," she said, "you have flash traffic from Bluebird." Smith was adjusting his headset when Klein came on. "What's your status, John?" "We're getting into our Level 4 suits right now. How about the shuttle?" "It'll be in the chamber by the time you get there." "Bauer?" "Doesn't suspect a thing. He's already suited up and ready to mate the cocoon with the shuttle." "John, there's something you need to know, and hear. A few minutes ago, Landon received communications from inside the space lab. It was a distress signal. We're running tests right now. I don't want to raise your hopes, but the voice sounded like Megan's." Sheer joy surged through Smith. Yet at the same time he was aware of the possibly deadly consequences of this development. "Has Landon told Reed about this?" "Not that I know of. Communications are still down. But I should have told Landon to keep quiet in case contact was re-established. Wait one." Smith tried to rein in his clashing emotions. The idea that Megan was alive brought him hope. At the same time, if Reed somehow discovered this, he would still have a chance to kill her before he left the shuttle. "John, it's all right. Landon says the link is still down. I confused the hell out of him by ordering him not to talk in case it comes back up, but I have his word that he won't tell Reed a thing." "Anything on those voice tests, sir?" "So far they're inconclusive." "Can you play me the tape?" Smith closed his eyes and listened. After a few moments he said, "That's her, sir. Megan's alive." "Looking Glass, this is Eyeball. Do you copy?" "Eyeball, we read you 5x5. What do you see?" "Discovery has just broken cloud cover. Trim is good, angle of descent good, speed good. She looks to make a pinpoint landing." "Roger that, Eyeball. Maintain surveillance. Looking Glass out." The exchange between Eyeball, the lead Air Force chase plane that would escort the shuttle, and the control tower at Groom Lake was listened to intently by a number of people. In the observation bunker, the President glanced briefly around the room. All eyes were on the monitors that showed Discovery cutting through the air. On another screen, he saw Dr. Carl Bauer about to leave the decontamination area, called the prep room. The President took a deep breath. Soon. Very soon. Wearing a Level 4 biohazard suit, Bauer entered the short corridor between the prep room and the massive vault-like door that would allow him to enter the cocoon. Reaching it, he glanced up at the wall-mounted camera and nodded. Slowly the door began to open, revealing a cavity cut into the concrete wall. One end of the cocoon was attached to the wall of the cavity, the edges sealed to the concrete. Bauer stepped into the cocoon, and immediately the door began to close. Ahead, he saw a long, blue-lighted tunnel, When the door was firmly closed and locked, he walked along a rubber-padded runway. The walls of the cocoon were constructed of heavy-gauge, semi-transparent plastic. Looking through them, Bauer could see the vague outlines of the vast holding area, lit up by giant floodlights. As he moved toward the cocoon's decontamination chamber, he heard a low rumble. Light poured into the bunker as the runway ramp was lowered. "This is Bauer," he said into his headset. "Do you copy?" "We read you, sir," a tech in the observation bunker replied. "Has the shuttle landed?" "It's almost on the ground, sir." "Good," Bauer said, and continued walking to the cocoon's decontamination chamber. On the other side of the base, Smith was listening in on this exchange. He turned to Jack Riley. "Let's mount up." The team scrambled into 2 double deuces with canvas covers, and the small convoy with Riley in a lead Humvee pulled out into the desert. Rocking back and forth on a bench in the back of the truck, Smith tried to keep a small Palm Pilot-type monitor as steady as he could. The shuttle was just 3,000 feet above the desert floor. Its nose was angled up slightly, the landing gear was locked down. As hard as he tried, Smith couldn't keep his thoughts away from Megan. He knew that his first instinct would be to rush into the orbiter and search for her, but doing so would only jeopardize her life. He had to get to Reed first and neutralize him. Only then could he go after her. Smith recalled Klein's objections when he had told him what he intended to do. The head of Covert-One shared Smith's concern for Megan, but he also knew the danger that Smith would be exposing himself to. Riley's voice crackled over his headset. "John, look to the southeast." Smith glanced over the truck's tailgate and saw bright lights descending quickly. On either side were the winking collision lights of the shuttle's escort aircraft. He listened as Riley counted off the descent. 500 feet. 200. Touchdown. The convoy was on a runway parallel to the one the shuttle used. Smith saw the orbiter dip as the nose gear absorbed the weight. Then the parachutes popped open, slowing the craft. "Here comes the cavalry," he heard Riley say. 3 fire trucks and a hazmat vehicle fanned out behind the shuttle, staying 50 yards back. Smith watched them roll by, then said, "Okay, Jack, let's fall in." The double deuces slipped into gear and followed Riley's Humvee as it turned onto the taxiway, then the main runway. "Step on it, Jack," Smith said as he watched the shuttle reach the ramp that descended into the bunker. Riley obliged. Gunning it, he pulled up to the ramp just as the shuttle disappeared. "John!" But Smith had already jumped out and was running into the bunker. 2/3 of the way down, he felt the ramp shudder and slowly rise. Moving as fast as he could, he reached the end only to discover that he was 10 feet above the bunker floor. Smith took a deep breath and jumped, landing hard. Lying on his back, he watched the ramp slowly rise, blot out the sky, then lock and seal. Getting to his feet, he turned and saw the cocoon, a monstrous white worm beneath the overhead lights. Inside it, a shadow paused in its movement and slowly turned toward him. Dr. Carl Bauer watched the shuttle come to rest and keyed his microphone. "Control, this is Bauer." "This is Control, Doctor. Is everything all right?" "Yes. I am proceeding to mate the cocoon with the orbiter. When Dr. Reed is safely out, I will reseal the hatch. Is that understood?" "We copy, Doctor. Good luck." On the flight deck, Dylan Reed had remained strapped in the pilot's chair until a light on the console indicated that the orbiter systems had shut down completely. Then he got out of the chair and made his way down the ladder to middeck. He glanced briefly at the door that opened on the tunnel to the space lab. He wondered if Megan Olson had somehow survived. It didn't matter. During re-entry, Reed had kept the communications channels switched off. He didn't think he could bear listening to Harry Landon's whiny questions and expressions of concern. Nor did he want to be distracted from what lay ahead. Positioning himself in front of the exit hatch, he punched in the alphanumeric code that shot back the bolts. but the hatch still had to be opened from the outside. Reed glanced down at the pants pocket in which he'd placed the vial of variola. Suddenly, he wanted to be very much rid of it. "Come on," he thought impatiently. He felt the orbiter shift slightly, then a second time. He imagined he could hear the hiss of air as the cocoon mated itself to the shuttle. Anxiously, he looked at the overhead display panel. A green light appeared, indicating that the mating was complete. Reed was changing frequencies on his suit radio when, without warning, the hatch opened and retracted, and he found himself looking straight at the masked face of Dr. Carl Bauer. "You!" he cried. The original plan had called for Bauer to wait for Reed on the quarantined side of the decontamination chamber. But with Richardson and Price out of the picture, Bauer had decided to improve upon his scheme. Working the levers on the pedestal-mounted control panel, he raised the cocoon so that its open end mated with the shuttle. Once the seals were in place, he took a moment to slip into his new role, then opened the hatch. He almost smiled when he saw Reed's startled expression. "What are you doing here? What's wrong?" Bauer motioned him to step back so that he could enter. "Richardson is dead, so is Price." "Dead? But how?" "Dillon, the president knows about the virus." "That's impossible." "It's true. Now listen to me. There's still a way out for us. Give me the sample." "But how will we get it out?" "Me. Listen, Dillon. I haven't a clue as to how much Castilla and his people really know about Richardson and Price. Maybe they've already connected you to them. But we can't afford to take the chance that they have. If you're searched, it's all over, but they wouldn't dare lay a finger on me." "What's going to happen to me?" "Nothing. You have my word on that. By the time this is over, you'll be the hero, the only survivor of a mission gone tragically wrong. Now give me the sample." Carefully, Reed reached into his pocket and handed over the vial. He jumped back as Bauer calmly opened it and poured out the fatal contents on a stainless steel counter. "Are you crazy? That's all we have!" Ignoring Reed, Bauer pulled out a swab and a tiny ceramic capsule, the size of a vitamin capsule. Bending over the puddle he had just created, he brushed the swab in the fluids, broke off the tip, and sealed it in the capsule. Reed watched, puzzled. "You're going to carry it out like that? What about the decontamination process?" "The ceramic will protect the sample. Don't worry, Dillon. It's all part of my new plan." Something didn't sound quite right to Reed. "So what do I—" Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a flash of the scalpel that cut open his suit, slicing all the way to flesh. "No!" he cried, staggering back. "Witnesses, however, are not part of the new plan. If I let you come out, the interrogators would tear you apart. And because you are fundamentally a weak man, you would talk. But if you don't survive, then I get to write the final chapter of Discovery's history. Sad as it will be." Bauer simply sidestepped when Reed made a desperate attempt to grab him. Reed fell and rolled over, then began shaking violently. His body was seized by convulsions that made his spine bend like a bow. Keeping a safe distance, Bauer watched, fascinated, as his creation went about its deadly business. He couldn't take his eyes off Reed for more than a few seconds, not even when he began to arm the auto-destruct sequence. It won't be the gas jets. Something else. What? The question echoed in Smith's mind as he hurried under the shuttle's left wing toward the landing gear. Either Bauer didn't know, or he had overlooked the fact that there was another way into the craft other than through the cocoon. Smith stepped up on the tires, then moved onto the landing assembly. He popped open a small hatch, reached inside, and pulled down a hand crank. Fitting one end into a slot, he began turning. Little by little, the much larger hatch detached itself from the orbiter. Pushing the hatch to one side, Smith climbed into the belly of the payload bay. Before him was an oval submarine-type door, the back entry to the space lab. Inside the space lab, Megan Olson stared in horror as the wheel on the rear door spun faster and faster. Leaning against the sled chair, she felt dizzy, nauseated. Even though she'd been strapped in as securely as possible, the buffeting re-entry had been extremely jarring. It's not too late. I can still get out of here. Seizing that thought, she'd climbed out of the sled chair and staggered to the door that connected the lab to the tunnel. But after a few minutes of trying, she realized that the door was locked from the outside. Fighting back tears, she had tried desperately to think of another way out. Then she heard the sounds coming from the back of the payload bay. Why is Reed coming back? And why that way? Frantically, Megan looked around for something that might serve as a weapon, but found nothing. She heard the hiss of a seal breaking. The door swung back, and a leg appeared. Then a pair of arms. As soon as Megan saw the helmet, she realized that it wasn't a spacesuit, but one designed for biohazard work. The figure looked up at her. "Megan!" She tried to grab Smith, but her gloved hand slipped off his suit. The next instant he was holding her by the shoulders, his helmet bumping hers, their faceplates touching. She couldn't take her eyes off his. She began to weep. "How did you know?" "They heard you in mission control. Not much got through, but enough so they knew you were alive." "So you came for me." "Come on, Megan, we've got to get out of here." "But Reed, I know about him. He was working for Carl Bauer." "Bauer?" "He was the man you saw with Reed the night before the launch. Bauer's on board right now. He came to take the smallpox mutation Reed had created in microgravity. But he's not going to just walk out of here, Megan. He has to destroy all evidence of what happened on this flight." Then he told her exactly where the shuttle was parked and why, about the holding chamber that was really a giant crematorium. Megan shook her head. "No, Jon. He's doing it another way." "What do you mean?" Megan pointed to an overhead readout. "That's the auto-destruct sequence, armed and counting down. Once it's been set, it can't be turned off or extended. We have less than 4 minutes before the shuttle explodes."
Killing food, icy cold. Bitter taste, stories told. In the frost, the fruit unknown. Hints of bitterness, seeds of soul. Whispers of a taste so rare. Cold and sharp beyond compare. Bitter frost, icy bite. In the dark, a hidden light. Chilling taste intertwined. Mystic fruit, one of a kind.
70 seconds later, Smith and Megan Olson were climbing out of the craft the way Smith had gone in. Megan shuddered when she looked around the cavernous death chamber. She turned to Smith, who was locking the hatch they had passed through. "What are you doing?" "Making sure that no one follows us." He stepped on a tire, then to the ground. "Let's go." Moving as quickly as their bulky suits permitted, they came around the wing. Megan gasped when she saw the cocoon made it to the shuttle's lower escape hatch and to the cavity in the far wall. "Is that how we're supposed to get out?" "It's the only way." As they approached the cocoon, Smith could see that the hatch to the shuttle was closed. There was no sign of Bauer inside the plastic tunnel or in the pass-through decontamination area. From his raid suit, Smith brought out a knife and with a few bold strokes cut an opening in the cocoon. "Go through," he told Megan, then followed her in. Once inside, Megan turned when she no longer felt Smith's hand on her shoulder. She found him staring at the hatch. "Jon, we're running out of time." Then she saw the cold, pitiless expression behind his faceplate, the grief in his eyes. His anger spilled into her as she pictured the bodies of her crewmates, the terrible way they had died. She understood exactly what he intended to do. "Go down the tunnel, Megan. Don't stop, don't look back. There's a decontamination chamber right behind the blast door. Jon, go!" Smith didn't think of the time that he had left, of the odds of making it out of the chamber alive. He knew that men like Bauer, rich and powerful, seldom if ever paid for their crimes, especially since those who could have condemned them were already dead. Worse, Bauer would try again. Somewhere, sometime, there would be another Cassandra compact. Smith hurried through the small decontamination pass-through and came up to the hatch. Through the rectangular porthole he saw the mutilated body of Dylan Reed and Bauer, holding a ceramic capsule in the palm of his hand. He wasn't going to bring out the entire sample. He didn't need to. A drop would be more than enough. A drop he could hide in his suit. That would be enough to recreate the monstrosity. Crouching, Smith opened a panel at the bottom of the hatch and engaged the manual override. He rose just as Bauer turned, his expression one of total disbelief. "It can't be." Smith saw Bauer's lips move, but didn't hear his words until he changed the frequency on his helmet radio. "Are you doing here?" Silently he watched as Bauer punched the keypad, watched as his incredulity dissolved to horror when the hatch didn't open. "What are you doing here?" Bauer screamed. "Open this hatch!" "No, Doctor," Smith replied. "I think I'll leave you with your creation." Bauer's face was contorted with fear. "Listen to me!" Smith changed the frequency and began running away. He thought he heard fists falling on the hatch, but knew that that was just his imagination. "Control, this is Smith. Where's Olsen?" Static crackled in his ear, then a familiar voice came through. "Jon, this is Klein. Megan is safe. She's in the decontamination area. She told me that the auto-destruct was armed. Bauer did that." "Where is he?" "Still inside." "Understood. We're opening the blast door, Jon, but you have only a few seconds. Hurry." At the end of the cocoon, Smith saw the huge door start to swing open. With sweat pouring off him, he forced himself to move even faster. There it was, the cavity cut into the wall at the end of the cocoon. Then the door stopped and began closing. "What's happening?" "The door closes automatically," Klein shouted. "It will seal 5 seconds before the blast. Jon, get out of there!" Smith forced his screaming muscles to move even faster. 1 step, 1 second, 1 step, 1 second. With a final, desperate effort, Smith hurled himself forward, hitting the leading edge of the door, squeezing himself through as it brushed by him and locked. Seconds later, he was thrown to the ground as the earth seemed to rear up and something like a giant's fist slammed into the blast door. He opened his eyes to white. Ceiling, walls, sheets. He lay perfectly still, then slowly, carefully, moved his neck, hands, feet, arms, and legs. His body felt as though it had gone over Niagara Falls in a barrel. The door opened, and Klein walked in. "Where am I?" "In the land of the living, I'm happy to say. The doctor tells me that you'll be just fine." "How?" "After the shuttle exploded, Jack Riley and his team went into the decontamination chamber, put you through the process, then got you out." "Megan?" "She's fine. You both are." Smith felt his limbs turn to jelly. "It's over," he whispered. Somewhere far away he heard Klein reply, "Yes, the compact has been broken." According to the media reports, General Frank Richardson and NSA Deputy Director Anthony Price were killed in a tragic car accident caused by faulty brake lines. Richardson was given a warrior's burial at Arlington National Cemetery, while Price was interred in his family's plot in New Hampshire. The president, citing overseas commitments, was absent on both occasions. Subsequent reports dealt with the crash of a private jet over the Pacific Ocean. The plane belonging to the Bauer Zermatt Pharmaceutical Company went down 600 miles west of Los Angeles on its way to the Big Island of Hawaii. There was only one passenger on board, Dr. Carl Bauer. President Castilla led the nation in mourning its greatest space tragedy since the Challenger disaster. Investigators determined that the explosion on board the shuttle Discovery was linked to fuel pump problems during the craft's descent into Edwards Air Force Base. "What will happen to Megan?" Randi Russell asked. She stood beside Smith in a small cemetery called Tsarskoye, overlooking Moscow and the river. "She's not Megan anymore. She has a new name, a new face, a new identity. In the end, she was counted among the dead. There was no choice. She had to give up her old life if the secret of what really happened was to remain intact." Randi nodded. Through the CIA grapevine, she'd heard rumors that one or more of the shuttle astronauts had survived. But after a while, the whispers died away. When Smith had arrived in Moscow, she turned to him for the truth. Megan Olson had been a long-time friend of Sophia's and of hers as well. Randi felt she had a right to know if Megan was still alive somewhere. "Thank you for telling me about her." Smith looked over the rows of headstones. "Without your help, everything would have ended differently." Smith stepped forward and laid flowers on Yuri Danko's grave. "Without the brave, where would any of us be?"